Good morning. All right. So futures were much higher, dropped after PPI. Futures dropped a bit after PPI. We're still up, 30 handles? So we're up over 70 handles at one point last night. This morning. Let me just zoom out a little bit here. All right, I guess about between 4 and 5:30, we're up at the highs of the session, up over 70. The S&P, the New York Fangs are mixed at the moment. We have, what do we have here? NASDAQ 100 has a pretty decent amount of stocks rising at the moment. I guess we got about 40 stocks advancing. That's a decent amount. Led by Marvell, Intel, Applied Materials, LRCX, ASML, top 5, all semiconductor related. Followed by KLAC, AMD, Strategy, Micron, ARM, and Seagate Technology. So with the exception of Strategy, the top 10 would be tech-related or chips, mostly chips. Going down the list, NXP Semiconductor, Western Digital, Memory, Tesla, Power, MPWR, ADI Analog Devices, Texas Instruments, Seagate Technologies, Constellation Energy, Microchip, Diamondback Energy, NVIDIA, and Qualcomm and Honeywell. Those make up the top 20. S&P 500. On the S&P 500, top 20, starting with the top 5, Intel, Applied Materials, SanDisk, LRCX, and KLAC. Going on, SATS, ETN, ON Semiconductor, Robinhood, moving up the list, Albemarle, materials, metals, etc., lithium, AJ Gallagher, AMD, Coinbase, NXPI, Tesla, Micron, Vertiv, First Solar, LITE, Lumentum, Empower, Teradyne, and General Dynamics. Okay, so that makes up the top 10 and top 20 stocks on the NASDAQ 100, followed by the S&P 500. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We got about 3 minutes. Oops, I'm in the wrong screen here. Got about 3 minutes to go. PPI came in a bit hot at 6.5%. It was forecast for 6.4%. The previous number was 6%. So that's a pretty hot number, 6.5%, a 0.5% increase, 0.5% increase in PPI. Markets will be thinking about that. It's kind of shrugged it off at the moment with SpaceX IPO tomorrow. A lot of people are thinking maybe we rally into SpaceX into next week, and then what happens on Wednesday with VIX expiration, anybody's guess. Thinking lower. So yet again, reducing exposure makes sense. Still participating, but reducing exposure. For those of you longer term, let's look at the weekly time frame. Okay, S&P 500 weekly. Okay, here we are. S&P weekly. All right, we're right at the 10 EMA. So if we continue to move a bit lower, we're down 4.5%, 5% from the highs. If we continue to move lower, close lower after SpaceX, I don't know, maybe reduce a little bit. Some of your long only funds are already down 5%. If it bounces, we can always get back in. If it does bounce, we need the news and the catalyst to continue to be more bullish, like earnings. Okay, let's look at the 10-year yield. 10-year yield needs to back off. Okay, that's all right. Junk bonds this morning. Junk bonds. We want junk bonds to move back up. That'll show us that there is some risk appetite. I don't expect this to do much, junk bonds. So you can see that the risk is piling up in the face of those that are thinking rally from here. Oracle down quite a bit this morning from earnings. Didn't do what I thought it would do. I was thinking about selling overhead calls, but didn't do it. Didn't do it. All right. That could take a few days, Andrew. We are open. Okay, what was that? Okay. Okay, Campbell's soup. All right, it looks like I got filled on Campbell's soup. CPB. CPB. All right, so inside day, Campbell's soup trending. I did get filled. I was looking to get filled yesterday, but I put my limit much lower. All right, so that is for January. January, the 20 call in the money. Okay. Campbell's soup, big drop there. Trades on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, so or actually, it trades on the Nasdaq now. Okay, so I didn't realize that. Campbell's soup. Okay, New York Fangs are all lower. Okay, futures rolling over again. Futures. Walmart. Let's see what Walmart's doing. Walmart. Remember, there's a lot of tech stocks are on the top of the list this morning. Intel, Micron, LRCX is number one. Lam Research, Intel, excuse me, Intel trying to get above 114. If it does, look for a move through 115. Let's watch Intel. Nice gap up. Are they going to fade this or are they going to let it go? Intel. All right, all the New York Fangs are down at the moment. This is telling you caution, okay? Caution, we're sitting on top of the 50-day, 50-day moving average. Okay, we're sitting on top of the 50-day. New York Fang. Okay, stochastics oversold, ready to bounce. Microsoft dropping pretty hard here, Microsoft. Looks like the NASDAQ is trying to bounce. Okay, Oracle down a little bit more. Yeah, there's no hurry to buy any Oracle down here. I'll buy some Oracle, but I'd like to see it base first. Think about Broadcom. Okay, did the same thing. Gap down on earnings, kept moving a bit lower. So there's no hurry to jump into ORCX right now. Or Oracle. I'll be waiting for a base. Okay, what's Cerebrus doing? Okay, that came down a little bit. CRBS. CRBS. CBRS. Keep doing that. CBRS. Okay. Okay. This one's got some volatility, so it can shake some people out. Looking for this to continue to make higher highs and higher lows. Intel, again, top of the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500. Intel continues. Intel looks pretty good. Intel. Intel higher. Okay, Intel's moving higher. S&P. Okay, let's take a look at the S&P hedge flows. Okay. Okay, looks like we have some issues here with Trace. So let's go to Hero. S&P 500. All right, buyers selling puts below, buying calls. Looks like for now, as we pull back a bit. Okay, we're still up 19. We were up 70 at one point. We're still fading. Intel still rallying. Intel still going. Okay, any news on Intel? Maybe some more. Bank of America upgraded Intel to buy and raises price target to 135. Okay. Bank of America sees agentic AI expanding server CPU market to 170 billion. That would affect AMD, ARM, Intel, NVIDIA. Getting a fresh AI tailwind. Okay. Give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down, of course. Intel going. Okay, so there was a fairly large order. What is this, Thursday? There was a fairly large order, Intel. I think it was last week. David had mentioned it. Buford. Okay. Okay, pretty decent amount of volume coming into Intel right now. Intel, the BAC upgrade, Bank of America. All right, first few minutes of the trading day, we're watching what happens if we can manage a bounce here or not. It seems like the markets are just blowing everything off. I mean, PPI came out. Yeah, we were much higher. We're still green for now, starting to bounce. All right, we S&P 500, S&P. We want to get back above 7,300, obviously, and 7,390 at the moment. Let's see if Trace is working yet. Okay, Trace is starting to work. All right, so 0 day, we can see levels right below. There's a 91 percentile, no 99s, it looks like. No 99s. If you recall, we hit 99 percentiles, I guess, late last week. And then maybe Monday, I forget if Monday we had any 99 percentiles, but we've been gradually seeing smaller pivot levels overhead and below. Smaller in the sense of how much gamma is trading here. 327 million. That's nothing. You see that? At the upper level right there, 7350, only 327 million and zero day. Let's see what, okay, so here is non-zero day, 7360. There's only 218 million. And down below, 7150. Okay, 1 billion, 1.4 billion trading at the low. So are they looking for a fade? Probably. Looks like there's a fade setting up. You see the difference here? This is 300 million. Okay, so we're at 700 million now, 770. Down here, we're at 1.4 billion. Down below. Looks like we might head lower first. That's my guess. Okay, the low from yesterday, 12 o'clock low right here. Okay, Pfizer. We had some pharmaceutical stocks looking good. Here's J&J, Pfizer, PFE, turning back up. Okay, we got a big squeeze on. Does this break out above the 50-day? Looks like it wants to. Pfizer. Okay, there it goes. Pfizer. 60-minute. Okay, looks like a big move here. Pfizer. Can it get going? Pfizer. Pfizer. This all comes on the same day we learned wholesale inflation rose in May to a 3-year high, and a day before Elon Musk's SpaceX makes history with the largest IPO ever. As for some movers and shakers, shares of Hugo Boss up more than 5.5%. Frasers Group made an all-cash offer of $2.3 billion for the rest of the company it doesn't already own. Chip stocks on the rebound. Pfizer on the move. Up nearly 3%. And after the closing bell, Adobe and the home builder Lennar on deck with their earnings. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom?
Thanks so much. This is a Joe Randridge, Chief Investment Officer, TCW Fixed Income Group out of Yale Economics. Paul, what's in your
Watch Pfizer on the move here.
Brian was like 17, I think he was like a few years ago. He chose to love having him on as well. Brian, what's the underlying backdrop here? The guard raises interest rates. I guess we're going to be steady interest rates. Maybe raise interest rates. Is that conducive to price up your bond?
Yeah, it's interesting.
Okay, Intel still pushing. Okay, we're hanging on to advancers. We have 336 stocks advancing. That's more than half, obviously, out of the S&P 500. We got 60 out of 100 on the Qs. Let's take a look at breadth. All right, so initially we were pushing a bit lower. No fear, because breadth shows that they're buying dips. Okay, they're buying dips. Okay, let's look at the New York, the S&P 500. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, June the 11th. We were much higher futures at one point. All right, so the S&P Equal Weight Index is trying to hold the 21-day. Number of stocks trading above the 20-day. Like I said yesterday, we were pointing down. Today we're pointing up. This little squiggle up, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. We just made a higher low. Same thing with not the same thing, but we made a lower low on the number of stocks above the 50-day, but now we're starting to rally higher. So far, this looks like a bullish bounce may continue. Junk bonds are starting to turn up. That looks good. We'll start looking at some trades here. TNX, 10 years holding flat. So IWM should do good. If the 10-year does fade, IWM should push higher. Still a little early. Oracle's down after earnings. Intel is up on upgrades. Okay, Intel is up on upgrades at the highs. All right, so it's clear the 21-day. Can we continue higher into next week? Probably. Try to make these highs again. Okay, so already I'm starting to see patterns that people are going to be paying attention to. Okay, so these highs, people will be paying attention to these for resistance if it breaks above. Okay, what was that? Okay, looks like Intel. I got some Intel. Some fills there. What did I sell here? I had some limit orders to fill on Intel. That was a remaining order. $2.50 credit. All right, that's $2,500 there. That made my day. Okay. Intel. Let me just take another look because I may want to get back into Intel. I think I sold that. Yeah, I sold it because they were July's. I was going to go ahead and roll those to August. I had the 130, 140s. Still pretty far out of the money, but let me take another look at that. I think I had my limit order set too low, actually. Yes, I did. Okay. Well, I'll get back in. Intel looks like it's going to keep going. Intel. I'll just go with more time. Intel. All right, still going here, Intel. August. Same strikes. Intel. 120, 130. Vertical. 120, 130 for August. Intel still pushing. Okay, August is not filling. Let me go out to September. September Intel. Intel. Or should I just take the profit and just wait? Should probably take the profit and wait, right? Yeah, Intel's at the high of the day. I'll just go ahead and wait. I had a limit order filled on Intel. My limit order was a little bit lower than what I probably would have kept it at had I been paying attention, but it did fill, made a nice profit. Profit on Intel. So I'm thinking maybe Intel runs into this trend line and gets rejected. It's already at the high of the day. So I'm thinking maybe over here on the right, I'm thinking maybe this breaks out and maybe comes back, tests it, and then takes off to the upside. Right now, it's probably going to run into some resistance in this area, as a lot of people will be looking at this subjective trend line resistance area. Okay, you're already starting to see a little bit of resistance. So buying there wouldn't have made a whole lot of sense. I got filled on that last candle right there. Got filled. This is a 15-minute chart. Let me go to the 5-minute. All right, so volume is starting to taper off. Good. All right, so I got out at a good price. I don't know if I had lifted it, if I'd have got filled at a higher limit price. So anyway, that's Intel taking over the number one spot on the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. We've got Applied Materials number 2 on both. Okay, so Applied Materials is looking pretty good. Okay, Applied Materials trying to break out to new highs. Shifting gears, what's Walmart doing? Walmart, all right, so I did add to Walmart on this red candle. That would be Tuesday on the dip. I got filled on a limit order. A lot of times what I like to do is put in a limit order. If I see what the prices are during the day and it feels a little elevated, I'll put a limit order, good till canceled. Sometimes it can be a little risky because, you get these stocks that gap down. But I got filled on Walmart. Had pretty good confidence that Walmart is going to continue to move higher into December, which is where my expiration is, and continue to move higher at some point. Costco, also retail, a little fade. I'm looking at the right-hand chart over there. Costco, TJ Maxx. Retail's been pretty decent lately. What's going on here? Oh, TJ Maxx, not YJ Maxx. TJ Maxx breaking higher. Okay, TJ's doing well. That's one of my favorite stores. Ross Stores. It's funny. I was talking about my stepmother yesterday. Had a dream about her last night. It's so funny how your brain works. Oh boy. All right. So we're trying. All right. So a little bit of short covering, a couple of stocks, Microsoft short covering, Nvidia, a little short covering, Netflix, not much, but short covering. Tesla, same thing. Starting to see a little short covering on Meta, Broadcom. Broadcom's at 378. Good thing we got out of that, right? The put side. Still have the call side that expires tomorrow. It'll expire worthless. I have the okay, $450 worth of profit there. Let's see. Broadcom. I sold the Friday. Last week I sold these for earnings. So 580, 585. So we're not going to be anywhere near 580. So these will expire worthless. That's kind of a cool feeling whenever you sell premium and you're able to stick it out. Broadcom had a pretty decent expected move. So these are going to turn out to be $450 worth of profits. That's good. Profit is good. Apple turning back up. All right. So Apple was very strong yesterday. Put in a hammer. Okay. So it looks like buyers stepping up again today. Apple's probably going to keep going, Mondo. I know you traded it yesterday. You had a good trade on Apple. Okay. Apple. Follow through day. All right. Yesterday, it looked like it was going to be a hammer. And then we faded back towards the close. Apple. But now it looks like it's going to follow through. Take out yesterday's high. All right, let me just zoom out here. Because we had that run up on Apple yesterday. We had this run up right here into this right here. And then we faded right into the close. So it looked like a hammer, and then it wasn't. Now we're going to take out the high, it looks like. We'll take out this high from yesterday. Okay. So if you're swinging Apple, earlier in the week, Monday, I bought the 310, 315 call spread. I got stopped out on Tuesday. And I had some existing Apple position up there at 300. So those will be okay. Those are out in July. So I've been talking about expirations, making sure you have enough time, especially lately. The markets have been doing this dance back and forth. There goes the futures. Futures are back and rallying up here off the low. Okay, let's see what Trace looks like. Hedge flows turning up. It could be a trend day, folks. It could be a trend day. There's not a whole lot of resistance overhead. Positive gamma. Let's see. We got a node right here, 91 percentile. There's only 287 million in gamma there. We could blow right through that. We could blow right through it. Let's see, 73.50. Only 284 million. 284 million. Okay, 84 million is nothing. Nothing. If you've been around for any length of time, you've been paying attention to what Trace is telling you, what they trade on a daily basis. Okay, right there. We've got 490. Doesn't seem like a lot. Doesn't seem like a lot has been trading. Coming into Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it's like the volume has contracted compared to last week, where we had like billions, 10 billion shares trade, 10 billion in gamma trading during the day on average. Okay, so if we see this picking up, it's going to be pretty obvious. Okay, here you go. S&P, nice rally. Inside day for now. Okay, so nothing's changed because of a 10-minute rally. Okay, nothing's changed in my mind. In my mind, I want to reduce my exposure on bounces, right? And I want to pay attention to these levels, make sure that we don't, if we run into some of this level and we roll over, I want to be taking more profits off. I got Intel, I got taken out in Intel this morning on that pop. So I'm reducing my exposure while still staying involved. Hope that makes sense. Should make sense. Instead of having 10 million on the table, I only have a million on the table. Instead of having $10,000 on the table invested, I have 1,000. Not invested, wrong terminology. Trading during the day, or short term, August, September, July options. So instead of having $10,000 at risk, I have 1,000. Or use the ratio. It's basically a tenth of what I would normally be doing if we were trending like we were over here back in April. All right, a lot more exposure over here. And towards the tail end of April, because we were up so many days, so many weeks in a row, I started to advise and talk about reducing exposure into strength, right? Backing off as we back off. Once we start trending again, then we can start to put on more risk again. Trying to follow the cycle and the waves of risk and reward. Okay, Apple and Microsoft. Apple backing off now. Broadcom still pushing. Futures just got hit. All right, so it's not a whole lot going on here. All right. Notice the background is more red, right? Background is more red. You see that? Okay, we got a lot more negative gamma in play. So what that's telling you is that if you recall a few weeks ago, we had mostly purple. Everything was purple below. Very purple. Now we got a lot of red, and we're in between this channel. This is deltas. These are deltas above and below. You should see that there's resistance overhead and support below. But we're inside this channel right now. Easy to visualize, right? So we want to stay above 7,300 and certainly want to get back above 7,390. Okay, 7,390. Okay, that's got a ways to go. So first hurdle achieved. We're back above 7,300. We're above VWAP. We're above the 50-day on the right. Now we just need the New York FANG to get moving here. Junk bonds. Okay, this looks really good. Junk bonds is starting to catch a bid. All right, so maybe between now and tomorrow, these traders will put on some risk, whether it's a day trade or a short-term swing into tomorrow. Okay, so Meta looks like a lot going on here with Meta for tomorrow. The 577.50s. And they're above the ask. Wow, that's pretty good. Meta above the ask. That looks good, David. Thank you. Meta, let me see. What do I have in Meta? Meta. Meta 577.50s are trading. $577.50s, huh? Those are $1.50, $1.70 offer. Those are 20 deltas. Meta. This is like, gotta love the guy. He's consistent. Not going to get into politics. I'm just saying it's pretty funny. Okay. Tesla. Intel still going here. Intel still going. Futures rising. Let's see. Intel looking pretty strong. Volume is already almost 20% of yesterday's volume. MACD's turning. This is a perfect setup, folks. Perfect for me. Maybe not perfect for you, but I love to see stochastics turning up, same time MACD's turning up. That's telling me as a function of price and momentum, these are turning these are turning from a previous consolidation to a potential launch to the upside. Will it break out? I have no idea, but this setup is looking really good. RSI rising, stochastics, MACD turning. Tell you what, looking pretty good here for Intel. All right. All right. Probably the best look when you get this. Everything's turning. Okay. Looking good. All right, Intel. Okay, so it looks good. Okay, Intel looking pretty good. S&P, don't play with me. Let's keep going here. All right, futures stalling a little bit. Excuse me. Okay. Let's go. Let's all right, looking for a follow through here, watching trace. Okay, hedge flows are starting to trend. Higher highs, higher lows. Apple backing off a little bit. Intel hanging in there. Okay, TLL. Let's see, TSLL. Uh, 1277. Then 1310.
It's a warning sign in the sense that, hey, listen, I mean, if demand was as strong as it was, right? I mean, you wouldn't necessarily need to cut prices, but in the same respect, I mean, you kind of think about the longevity of AI and how this kind of works out over time. I mean, prices do need to come down, adoption rates need to continue to increase, and you kind of get this circular pattern in many respects. And Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass's brother is also targets the state of California, the LA Department of Water and Power, and multiple other entities. The lawsuit says Kenneth Bass suffered smoke inhalation and emotional distress. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts.
Tesla turning back up. All right, Nvidia looking okay. Apple pulling back. Intel pulling back. Meta.
Yeah, so this looks like it's a loss for some activist investors who had sued 11 closed-end funds, including some affiliated with the FS Credit Opportunities Corp and BlackRock. Boaz Weinstein's Saba Capital Master Fund, they were looking for more control over the fund, so it looks like the Supreme Court fallen on the side of investment funds as opposed to these activist investors.
Very good there. We got green on the screen here today. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. We can do that with Judy Lucius. Studio. Judy, what are you looking at?
Good morning. I'm looking at Oracle first and foremost. Certainly, biggest news on the market today. Oracle's down on today's trade.
Walmart. Okay. McDonald's. What's McDonald's doing? Okay. Here's Tesla. McDonald's. All right. A little bounce here at the 20 EMA would be good. Walmart. Okay. Walmart looks like it could break above this level pretty quickly. Walmart.
But what really is sticking out to the market is that while the revenue is growing great, it's really not growing as fast as the market is expecting, and that stock really is reflective of that sentiment.
Sounds good. What's the second stock you're looking at?
Sure. On the heels of the upcoming SpaceX IPO, a lot of really satellite space-oriented companies are on.
Okay. So Walmart did what we expected it to do. Consolidated. It was either going to consolidate or keep going. So it decided to consolidate first. Okay, for the last few days, looking pretty good. Daily, you can see what we're looking at on the daily. Okay, looks pretty good for Walmart. Okay.
Absolutely. I love a good GameStop story. I will always put my ear up when I hear AMC. And AMC is up 8.7, as much as 8.7% on the day. It's on track for the
Oh, you're really annoying. Okay, let me grab my phone. I'll be right back.
Real world possibilities given, I can imagine a company like Amazon, for
centers is a kind of manufacturing.
Okay, Walmart's probably going to keep going here. Watch Walmart.
Amazon or any hyperscaler using the kinds of tools that Prometheus builds to improve their data centers. So that's certainly a possibility. At the same time, of course, it's easy to imagine Prometheus being a customer of AWS on the compute side.
Right, but is it at arm's length? I mean, I know you're a separate independent company.
Yeah.
But there may be assumptions that you'd be very tied into Amazon for obvious reasons.
It would be arm's length, and we actually have compute from a multitude of sources. So we need to. Right now, compute is scarce enough that you get it where you can.
Get it where you can, yeah.
Including AWS.
Right. You guys are co-CEOs. How do you divide responsibilities?
We don't really divide responsibilities, so we're talking to each other multiple times a day, and we're both involved in all of the decisions. Really, it's not like you say, okay, you handle this half of the company, and I'll handle this half.
Right.
We're tied at the hip. We're both jacks of all trades.
You are. So you're doing.
Which you need to be at this stage of a company.
But you were never a co-CEO at Amazon. You were
No,
always
but
the CEO.
But I was a jack of all trades.
Yeah. Why the decision to take the CEO role again, Jeff? You're first since obviously resigning as CEO at Amazon, I think 5 years ago.
Well, I started out, in late 24 with Vic as an investor in Prometheus. And so I was a founding investor. And as I saw what we were doing,
Into IWM, IWM.
happening and the potential, that I decided I couldn't sit on the sidelines and I needed to jump in with both feet. So here I am. And it is a grind, but it's a good grind. It's type 2 fun. It's that fun where after you finish climbing the mountain, you're like, oh boy, that was fun climbing the mountain.
Feel good, right?
Yeah.
So are you spending most of your time? I mean,
Prometheus is the bulk.
Okay, what's Home Depot doing? Home Depot looked good to start the week. Okay, it's still trying to get above the 50-day and rally. These look good. Campbell's Soup, CPB. All right, looks good. Campbell's Soup. Walmart. Robin Hood. Okay, still consolidating Robin Hood. SOXS, the short on semis, not working at the moment. Okay, we're going to rally. What are we going to do here? Futures just pull back.
really understand end-to-end who are these engineers that we serve, what are their problems, what are their aspirations, their dreams, how do they work, what do they want to accomplish, how to make their lives better, right?
To unleash their imagination.
Yes.
So these, for Prometheus, the engineer is the customer.
Yeah.
And so how do we make their life better in every way? How do we give them tools that unleash their imagination? Right now, if you imagine something, everybody has this experience. You are, sitting on dinner and you're having a conversation. I wish there was something that could do this or that.
Right.
We all are inventors in our own way. Those ideas, 99.9% of the time, never leave somebody's head because they're too hard to do. And so if you
Can you imagine a world in which that would not be the case?
yes,
How far away are we from that? I mean, this sounds as though it's still quite.
All right, Meta, no follow through.
and you're right, it's early. We have many miles to go. There's so much hard work ahead of us at Prometheus. We're at the very early stages, even though we've made a lot of progress. There's still so much to do. You remember the surface area of this problem that we're talking about is gigantic. So if you think of the manufacturing processes, there are hundreds of kinds of welding.
Futures continue to fade.
There's stamping and forging and casting and
Okay, so no follow through just yet.
CNC milling and lithography and so on and so on and so on.
Fake out. Fake out. We're going to go down to the 50-day first.
So you have to focus on a handful of them, Jeff, or can you actually think that broad in your ambition?
You can prioritize to some degree, but you would be surprised at any complex object, if you look at your iPhone, how many of those processes are used in that supply chain.
So in your iPhone, for example, there are processes like casting that actually even date from the Bronze Age all the way to things that we've invented in the last few years. So to make any object, as Jeff is saying, you need thousands of these manufacturing processes to come together. But you mentioned the jet engine, for example, 10 years. I mean, is there an idea that at some point, if you guys are successful, that process could be brought down to as little as a year? I don't know.
Absolutely.
You think so? Yes. And imagine how much that would change the world. I mean, the world has become a lot smaller due to 5-6 generations of jet
S&P.
more efficient
right now we got this little range. We got this range, the high here, and the low from this morning. Just ping ponging between these levels. Okay, so not doing anything at the moment. We need, if you're bullish, you need obviously need to see this break to the upside. The threat is we could break to the downside because we got the 50-day over here. Still being a threat. Okay, so right now we're just watching this range. Okay, S&P. Intel backing off now. Intel backing off. Okay, backing off now.
Some people who are working overtime will stop working overtime because they don't want to work overtime. So there's going to be, when you have that much productivity in the economy, that is the basket of goods that people can afford on less so. Do you think the rewards will be shared in that way? I don't want to get into the wealth discussion. You've already had that. So, of course, this is, if you take you back to the plow, they can't help but be shared that way. These inventions drive fundamental progress. Somebody invents penicillin and it does help everyone. Somebody invents, solar cells and it does help everyone. So it's so the iPhone doesn't get reserved for just a few people. That's not how it works. It's the inventions themselves that spread throughout society and improve life. I do. This is really important.
All right, chips still hanging on to the top of the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Mostly chips, even though they're pulling back from the highs of the day. People chasing, regretting their entries. Have a little patience. We should see, I would think, confirmation of direction soon. We got a doji. That could be what we're going to see today, for the record. Okay, we could wind up with a doji today. Okay, just stay here. Going into SpaceX IPO tomorrow. Let's see what up-down volume is saying. Up-down volume. Currently, let me see. Up-down volume here. Okay, here we go. Yep, up-down volume is 1-to-1. 1-to-1 on the SPY, 1-to-1 on the NASDAQ Composite, 2-to-1 on the New York Stock Exchange, 2-to-1 on the Q. So let's go take a look at the NYSE. When you're in doubt, you always want to check the New York Stock Exchange. 2,400 components, 70% of which are American or US-based companies. About 25% are American depository receipts, ADRs, international companies. And about 5% are tracking stocks and REITs, real estate investment trusts. So right now we're trying to get back above the 20-day. We're currently above it. And the 90 MA, 90 MA is just overhead. Okay, looking at the weekly time. Okay, you don't see this. Looking at the weekly time frame. Okay, we've been hanging out above the 10 EMA. We tested it this week, back into this range. We could consolidate up here. That said, it's 2-to-1 up volume on the NYSE, New York Stock Exchange Composite. Let's look at ARCA Institutional Index. This has been selling. So this is what institutions have been up to lately. Institutions will tell you what they're doing by following what you can see here. It's still a red stick. Could be a bounce. We won't know for a while here. If we get a blue stick or a green stick, that would be good. That'd be looking for a bounce in this zone. Okay. So it looks like this area right here is forming a bounce or a support zone.
interface, I guess, ultimately that engineers are going to be able to
Okay, S&P is starting to bounce.
work at it, right? Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay.
And so again, I go back to
Starting to bounce. All right, we're still inside of this range, as you can see. As you can see, it's still inside this range, S&P, which is telling you don't do anything. Just sit here and wait. Wait for directional clues, okay? The directional clue would be if we blast through the top of this range and we take out this level by maybe by lunchtime. If we take out 73.90, that would be huge. So that's 80 points from here. Can we get an 80-point move? Sure. Sure. The S&P is up 25 handles. Dow Jones up 248. NASDAQ up 123. And the Russell is up 34. 1.2% on the Russell.
Right now, we're just heads down doing the work.
how many people do you think you ultimately will need to do that work? You have 150 now. How does that continue to grow over time?
It'll continue to grow.
It will.
Yeah.
Any ambition or idea of how large the company might be?
No, I don't think it'll be more. That's more of an.
All right, 1-to-1 up down volume starting to grow a little bit for the. Okay, we just popped 2-to-1 and now we're back down to 1. Okay, so very erratic up down volume this morning. As you might expect, we're inside of a doji, tight price action on the 5-minute chart. The daily, you can see we're inside day. Okay, we need to hold on to this 50-day and rally. The pullback so far to the 50 EMA, not shown. This is a 50-day SMA. The pullback from the high down to the 50 EMA touch on Tuesday was a 5.9%, I think it was, 5.09%. So we had a 5% pullback. Is that going to be enough? That's a number that institutions throw around a lot. Oh, we only need, Judge, we only need a 3 to 5% pullback expected this time of year, blah, blah, blah. June tends to be a seasonally less strong month leading into July, which is the strongest month typically for technology. All right, so a lot of talking this morning, Vinny, a lot of talking. Can you just talk about some setups? Okay, so let's see what's actually working. Starting off this morning, I told you before the open that the tech was the leader. We had mostly chip stocks rising, KLAC, Lam Research, Applied Materials, SanDisk, and Intel, the top 5. Teradyne, Albemarle, FDXF, I'm not familiar with that. Empower and First Solar bounce. First Solar is bouncing, okay? That had a big run-up a few weeks ago. Speaking of big run-ups, we saw Avis Rent-A-Car rip higher and then drop like a stone. During a 3-day period, it dropped from $850 to $210 in 3 days. It took a few weeks. The squeeze ran up. From $95 to $850. That was probably a short squeeze that just kept going. All right, so looking at First Solar, it's starting to bounce. Watch the other solar stocks too. You could do TAN. That was mentioned by Tony on Tuesday. Tony Tuesday. TAN, maybe it holds on to the 50-day. Let's see, Enphase. That's what panels we have. Enphase equipment. I want to get a battery backup for the house so that we can have solar provided energy for the evening when the sun goes down, rather than pulling from the grid. That's my next project. It'll be an Enphase battery system. Enphase. Okay, so Enphase, these are the batteries I'm looking at. Okay, these wall-mounted units. Okay. Looking forward to that. Okay, S&P. Still chopping around. Doji could go either way, folks. So just wait for the direction.
Purposes. I mean, I'm glad when I don't know if your viewers can see that bridge over there, but probably there were certain engineering standards that are written into the rules of municipalities and states and so on that make sure that that bridge is built to a standard where it's unlikely to fall down. And I think we all like that. So there are certain regulations in the world that are, you get on an
Still
airplane,
1-to-1 on the SPY.
so comfortable.
A little less than 2-to-1 on the Qs. 2-to-1 on the New York Stock Exchange. 1.7 up volume on the IWM small caps. Doji inside day for now. We looked at XII, our institutional index. We need to see a blue stick at a minimum. It's at XII is at an area of support. If we do get a bounce there, we might see institutions pick up some shares on the pullback. We saw that on Apple yesterday. Apple pulled back to a previous pivot that it put in December last year. Okay, here's that pivot over there. All right, we came right down to it over the last few trading days. Bounced yesterday. Was a hammer. Then it turned out to be a doji by the end of the day. People taking profits. We'll see if we get a follow through at all. 50 days right below that blue line. That's the 50-day. Okay, hedge flows are still sitting here. So I'm not doing anything until I get a direction. Tesla with a bounce. Tesla. Okay, goes Tesla. All right, so looking at the stocks that are bouncing on the S&P 500, let's look at the Dow. Amgen, Caterpillar. Caterpillar was down huge yesterday. Right down to the 50-day. 50 EMA a touch. This is a 50 SMA. Caterpillar with the bounce. Okay, I ran a scan this morning of stocks with a high, with an increasing price to sales. Fix was 1, FIX. Caterpillar was number 2. Healthcare, Lilly. Let's take a look at Lilly. Okay, Lilly. All right, bounce. Lilly with a bounce. Okay, back to, let's see what Lilly. Okay, healthcare stocks have seen a massive defensive influx this week, led by secular pharma. Yes, Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and those kind of stocks, Merck, all showing signs. AbbVie, Abbott Labs. Lilly continues to experience a price-to-sales ratio driven by unmatched demand for its metabolic and obesity drug pipeline. Scaled production has triggered massive operating leverage, consistently expanding net profit margins. Lilly looks like a buy with a stop underneath the 9 EMA. Okay, looking at the intraday chart, I would wait. At this point, I would wait, maybe look for a little pullback like Intel just did. Intel giving you a possible entry. Probably going to take some Intel on a little dip. I sold into this strength this morning. I complained about it, thinking that I've sold too soon, and maybe I should have waited a bit. But you got a dip here. I could always buy some here. $2 off the high. I don't know. The markets feel a little iffy right now. Markets do feel iffy. I don't know if you sense the same thing, but it looks like hedge flows are just going to go sideways. Got a lot of red below. So what this is telling is if we drop off, we could accelerate very quickly as dealers. When it's red, we know that dealers will sell futures into weakness, which exacerbates the move, makes the bearish move accelerate. So we need to be mindful of what we're looking at. Purple overhead is resistance. That's positive gamma overhead. Could also provide a magnet to pull us up there. We don't know yet. It's just jumping around. The markets are just popping back and forth. Okay. All right, so we're just going back and forth. Intel, or rather the S&P, back and forth. Nobody's winning. All right, Eli Lilly, LLY. All right, so let's pull them back a little bit right now. Caterpillar, breaking out. Caterpillar, John Deere. Okay, so these look good. Honeywell, Boeing at 210 coming back. Verizon, 3-day move on Verizon back above the 50-day. That's pretty strong. Verizon. Merck, another one of those pharmaceutical companies. Merck, J&J, Pfizer. Whoops. Pfizer, PFE, Pfizer, breaking above the 50-day. Pfizer, thank you for that heads up this morning, David. Pfizer, what about Abbott Labs? Okay. Just like it's squatting and ready to jump. AbbVie, Walmart, Costco. Okay. TJ Maxx. Okay. Dollar Tree. American Eagle Outfitters, Gap stores. Okay. Okay, so Nike coming off the low. Okay, the 45 strike was very active the last couple of days. Nike, looking for this to turn. You see the 9 and 21 have crossed through the 50-day now. Finally got the 21-day crossing through. You can see over here on the right. 21-day, 9 EMA both. So at some point, this base will more than likely turn into phase 2. The markup phase, as institutions continue to accumulate shares here, it should be pretty obvious if you enable volume by price. Volume by price. Okay. And that should be left. 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 Okay, so here is Nike. So the Knicks won last night, huh? I couldn't tell you. I didn't watch. All right, so Nike gets above into the zone here. You can see this could accelerate. So give yourself enough time. August, September, end of the year, actually. December is probably not a bad idea, too. December options, the 45 strike has been very active. Just check your options chain. Check the options chain. Find the area, the 45 strike that has the most open interest. Now, we could do that right here, too. Okay. What strike? What 45 strike? Let's see, Nike. Let's go. Do that. Nike. What? 45 strike has the most open interest. Okay, so Nike, the most open interest is in the June 12th 45 strike. June 30th, upcoming earnings, 2,240. All right, so this is not helping out. Not helping me at the moment. Let me just go do a manual. Nike, with earnings coming up. Okay. Nike. All right, so we got 24,000 contracts in open interest at the June 18th expiration. Nike. 200 contracts trading today so far this morning. Let's go out a little further. September. Okay, so October. Let's see, I was looking at October the other day. So October. 3,000 contracts, 3,275 contracts at the 45 strike out in October, and 10,000 contracts at the 50 strike. 10,000 contracts, those are a 40 delta. The 45 strike is a 54 delta. And that's for October. So look at the 45 strike in October. And maybe take a look at November. November, 45 strike, not as much in November. December, there's a decent amount of open interest in December, 45 and 50, 3,000 and 5,000 respectively. So the further out in time, looks like they're building positions in Nike. There's 10,000 contracts of the January 50 strike for Nike. There's 10,500 contracts in open interest. And at the 60 strike, there's 16,585 contracts. So Nike looks like they're building up for earnings. Okay, so John Deere.
That's the problem, right? So we've got the geopolitical front, we've got oil prices. We have how those prices.
Let's look at the S&P. S&P is still jumping around here inside of this tight range. Hasn't picked a direction yet. We don't see it on hedge flows either. Hedge flows are just sine wave sideways. Sine wave, peaks and valleys.
You don't need a Ferrari to go to the grocery store, right? A little Honda does you just fine. You put your packages in there and you drive home. And so maybe you don't always need the leading edge model to do exactly what you want to do with AI. So do you think the weakness in some areas of tech is about this pricing discovery process, or is it about saving money to buy some new issue later in the week? It's probably both, but I do think that the first one can't be ignored, which is, what do you need?
Okay, so we got a level here. What is that? That's a 92 percentile. Price is right there in the middle. Pretty much what we're seeing right now. Price action just jockeying around this level right here at 7,300. Okay, so 7,300 is right there. We just need a direction. I'm going to take a couple-minute break here. I'll be right back. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Thursday, June 11th. Tomorrow is SpaceX IPO. A lot of people have major aspirations for that. Watching Tesla. Tesla's not moving that much either. The New York Fangs are all, look like they're exhausted. They're just sitting here. Most of them giving neutral to bearish signals at the moment. So we need to see the indices move higher. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes.
Investors dumped shares of the server maker after the company said it would raise $7 billion in a series of equity offerings to help satisfy growing demand for its AI servers. Following the slide in companies tied to AI over the last couple of days, we're also looking at Micron technology that is up 2 and 7/10, nearly 3 percentage points, I should say. Broadcom is up 1.5%. Advanced Micro Devices and Marvell Technology both up about 5% right now. Julian Emanuel of Evercore says despite the recent sell-offs in tech, the market is doing well overall.
It's become a market where it's not actually even billions anymore. It's trillions that we're talking about. 85 billion here, 75 billion there. It really does add up, but it also speaks to the incredible liquidity conditions that we're seeing. And what did we find out last Friday? The labor market is a lot stronger than we could have ever imagined it would be.
And if they have a Honda, this one's for you. Recall a million vehicles they are because the rear suspension components could fail. They could corrode, potentially leading to suspension component failures. It affects Honda Pilots, Ridgelines, Passports, and Acura MDXs. Letters will go out to owners in about a month. There have been no injuries reported so far. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Matt Piper, and it's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much. We want to take a look at commercial real estate because obviously inflation is in focus. The Federal Reserve meeting next week is in focus, and commercial real estate has been once upon a time one of the things where it was a shoe that was going to drop. It was a real big source of concern for a lot of investors. There was going to be a lot of refinancing that would happen in a short amount of time, and people were worried that this would be the next crisis. It hasn't exactly turned out that way. Let's bring in Lisa Mead. She is managing partner and head of real estate at Eisner Amper, and she joins us in studio. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, thank you for having me.
How would you describe the state of commercial real estate right now? I mean, where are we in this cycle?
Yeah, so when we look at commercial real estate, we're not in 2021 where capital was flooding into the markets. And then we hit 2022 to 24 where people were really concerned and they were really sitting back on the sidelines. So then we're trying to figure out where the recovery is. Is it going to be a broad recovery? And it looks like it's a little bit more of a selective recovery where people are really, they were looking back and doing a wait and see. But now I think we're headed to the quick response kind of moment where people are looking at that select asset. They're looking to see, does it make sense? And really, really being a little bit more disciplined. So I don't think you're going to get the broad recovery. It's going to be more of a selective recovery, which actually makes sense when you think about it. It's the people really, really being more thoughtful with their capital and really looking to see where that investment opportunity is.
How do you develop a piece of property or buy an asset from other capital?
Great question. So there is a lot of capital out there. It's how we go to tell our story to get the capital. Are we going to the lending institutions or are we headed to the private capital markets, which is the debt funds, the family offices, and those types of places? And so really trying to understand where the interest rates are going to fit within your project. And so when we're looking out there, the banks are willing to lend. Is it in that trophy asset or is it in a smaller type of market? So it really has to match what type of asset you're looking to develop. Are you developing it or are you purchasing an asset that's already out there and you're going to be redeveloping it? And that's really the question is those development numbers that we've talked about before, do the numbers work? And so when we talk about inflation and construction costs, development is much harder to get the financing for than for the reacquisitions.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I mentioned this maturity wall in commercial real estate when I introduced you. Where are we with that? How much is that still a threat?
So it is, I mean, there are a lot of the ones that are out there to mature. We've been living in that pretend and extend or lend and extend environment for a very, very long time. And we really need to get to the environment where we're ready to do the refinancings. We have to be comfortable with where interest rates are going to be. And I think when you're looking at interest rates right now, everyone's sort of anticipating that they're going to go up, I think, towards the end of the year. And people are pricing that increase in interest rates in there. And so when we're looking at that big wall looming over us, really, really got to get to the point where we're able to refinance some of those and not just pretending and extending.
Here at the Bloomberg HQ, this is an A building, A plus building, not the B and C. That's not making the B and C inventory out there.
Again, it depends on the market. It depends on the sector within the B and C. So if you're talking about office versus, apartment or multifamily, in the office space, we were all just in San Francisco today, or 3 weeks ago, I think it was. And office was booming there regardless. It was the A plus, and then which is going to trickle down into the B and C as well. You're going to see a need for that. But again, those B's and C's need capital. So where are they going to get the capital? And they need to go out to the banks or those lending institutions to really put money back in there so that people want to go to those B's and C's. We want to come here. It's an A plus property. It's fun. There's a lot going on here. Getting the workers back to those B's.
Everyone wants grade A office space, A plus.
Yeah, whatever. Markets are still chopping around. Doji.
College, everybody around me had money. I didn't want anybody to find out that I wasn't middle class. I was using credit cards to do anything and everything. I ended up with $20,000 of credit card debt. That's when I kind of realized, like, all right, I have a money problem. This is about how my finances got wrecked and how I fixed it. And if I could do that, you can do it too.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects.
Okay, we got a doji day for now.
Subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
All right, doji day, tight price action.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. The World Cup starts today, and we're going inside out to discuss that event's impact here in the US. So joining us now is Jan Rogers-Nippen, who's the CEO of J. Rogers-Nippen Worldwide. Jan, always nice to see you. So it's a really exciting day here in the United States. So let's talk about.
Is it really?
On some of these sports.
Really? Is it so exciting?
How Adidas got this little boost a couple of months ago from that marathon runner over in London who clocked a sub-2-hour time wearing Adidas shoes, and everyone was raving about it. Just talk us through what the
Really?
implications
Is everybody raving about those shoes?
of these brands.
Okay.
And I think they have the same kind of-
Intel, nice pop and fade.
So, do I think this is a long-term play for Adidas stock or Adidas the company? No. Do I think Adidas will likely benefit the most from the World Cup, even though it's in North
Nike should. Nike should help. It should help Nike, I would imagine. Adidas, Nike. Who has the big? I'm not a big soccer fan. I do like to watch
interested in the game?
highlights a lot.
They played it as
Ronaldo and Messi and past games. Neymar.
We'll see all of that happen, and that'll be a good thing if you're Adidas.
If you got your favorite football player, soccer, football. What's the best shoes out there? What's everybody wearing? Is Nike going to get any kind of boost from it? All right, here's Nike right now. Nike trying to press through 45. Maybe it gets through 45 in the next couple of days. Nike, Merck, Johnson & Johnson. Home Depot is another one we're looking at for a follow-through.
It's probably less of a good thing for Puma and Fanatics and On Holding, but everybody gets to benefit a little bit if they're in the space and an inventory for what's about to happen. And if they're working with someone to get noticed because of the cup. So yeah, I think it's a positive. I think it'll even be a positive a little bit for bringing in tourists in the States, because that's been a pretty hard market. You know, we had our time getting
Home
tourists in.
Depot,
So we see a little benefit in the New York area.
S&P. We're just sitting here inside yesterday's price action, a doji in the lower half of the morning range so far. The 50-day is right there. We hit the 50 EMA. Not much progress at the moment. There's a few things that are up. Okay, Campbell's Soup, CPB. Campbell's Soup pushing higher.
What would it mean for a company like that when it's already amidst, a big shift in what it's trying to do right now?
Well, that's why I think it's really interesting, right? Because Adidas is on a good run, and so this could help them with a little more momentum, and that's a positive. Nike's trying to turn themselves around, and the world is looking at it going, you guys aren't moving fast enough. So if their reaction to the World Cup turns out to be, oh, we got this right, you may get a reaction that says, oh, maybe these guys are going to turn a little faster. That would affect the stock price. So it'd be important for them to play here and get it right. But, over the longer term, maybe not so much, but the emotion could be something here with the investors in both cases, because they'll look at it and say, Adidas should really benefit from this. And if they do, that'll be a positive. And they'll look at it and say, can Nike do something here that makes them look like a player again? And if they do, you could get some reaction as well.
I'm just wondering, as far as the macro backdrop
Yeah,
is concerned,
that was a weird response.
as you say, it's a sort of short-term fix here. People look at the kids, they want to go out, they want to buy the jerseys of their favorite teams, etc. But is the consumer in the business of doing this right now? Given some of the constraints on some of that discretionary spending and this sort of K-shaped economy we keep talking about?
Surprisingly, the answer to that is yes. If you bought this,
CPB,
they're still buying.
CPB.
And we saw the NRF numbers come out just this week, and sales were stronger in discretionary goods than they were the month before. So May was good. April was pretty good. May was better. May was better than the last 6 months we looked at as far as discretionary goods. So that consumer is saying, right now, I can still afford this, and I'm going to go do it if it's something I want. And stuff for your kids associated with something like FIFA Cup, you could definitely see the consumer react to that. The consumer is not out of this game. So far, the consumer is very much in the game. And if you can connect with them with the right product, you can sell a lot of product right now.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a very interesting setup for the fall earnings. Dan, really appreciate it as always. Thanks so much for breaking down your thoughts with us, Dan Rogers-Niffen, the CEO of J. Rogers-Niffen Worldwide. Let's trade Nike now with Tom Weiss.
Yeah, talk Nike. Talk about Nike. You do that.
Yeah, expectations really low on this one. It's pulled back pretty significantly. Basically 11.5-year lows for the stock just above those levels at this point. So, yeah, not a lot of optimism as this turnaround from Elliott Hill is taking a lot longer than investors have wanted at this point. So I looked at a strategy using the option market. Yeah, if you want to get long in the stock, you can buy the shares. Like I said, they're at really low levels at this point on a historical basis. But you can use the option market to maybe create that buying point from the current share price and give yourself a cushion to the downside. And if it doesn't go lower post earnings, you just get to keep the credit you collect. I looked at a cash secured put here, and I went on to the July 2nd weekly options. They report earnings on the 30th of June. So this expiry will capture that earnings event, where I'm going to sell the July 2nd weekly, the 43 strike put for a credit of about $1.70. Now, that's what you can potentially profit on this trade, but it's twofold, right? You either want to keep that $170 per put that you sell if the stock remains above the 43 level, or if the stock does fall post earnings, you'd be willing to potentially buy the shares. If you collect that $1.70 credit, the break even on this one, where you would actually purchase the shares if you get assigned on them, would be 41.30 to the downside. That's over 7% below the current share price. So you'd buy the shares at a discount to where it's currently trading. The probability that that 43 strike that you sell on this put will be out of the money at expiration, about a 57% probability of finishing out of the money. So you got probabilities in your favor, but you've got to remember this is a capital intensive type of strategy where, hey, if the stock does fall, you're still short those puts. You get assigned on them, you'd be buying the shares, but you're buying them at a discount. Now, if you do buy the shares, hey, the stock's got a 3.6% dividend yield. So if you do want to own the shares, this might be the way to get into it at a lower price point. And think about it this way, Sam. If you put a bid in of $41.30 on Nike stock and it never gets filled, well, then you're going to miss out on profits. This way, it gives you an entry point on the downside in case the stock does fall. And if it doesn't fall, you're still profitable on this type of trade.
All right, still amid this turnaround plan for Nike. Let's see it gets a little bit of a summer boost from obviously the World Cup we'll be watching. Thanks so much, Tom, for the example trade for that stock today. We are seeing gains across the board here. We're seeing a nice little rebound for stocks. We're at the highs now, but still hanging in there. The S&P 500 up 0.2. We've lost the 7,300 level there, but obviously still some positivity across our major averages today. That'll do it for us here at Morning Trade Live. Thanks for watching. I'm Sam Barnes. You've got Trading 360 up next with Marley.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide.
All right, Campbell is looking good, following through, pushing higher.
Keep your money safe. Also, because your Investor Checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on the guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines. Live
All right, the New York Fangs still look kind of ugly. All right, S&P pulling back a bit more. All right, so it's starting to lose. Now we got this level over here, yesterday's closing level. I keep looking at the 50-day over here, and you know, how many times have we done this over the last 10 years? We opened up the trading room back in 2016, March of 2016. Many of you joined on the 14th of March 2016, maybe the older members. And since then, so many times we pulled back to the 50-day moving average and we looked at it. We were like, okay, 50 days only just below. And how many times have we touched it? And eventually, you know, here we are at all-time highs. The point is that watch for the 50-day, support at the 50-day. I'm not doing much right now because we've been reducing our risk into strength. Defensive names were the idea for the weekend. This week, we were looking at defensive names like pharmaceuticals, defensive stocks like Campbell's Soup, okay, which are moving higher, coming out of a squeeze. While you don't need to buy a Nike tennis shoe or sports shoe, that's in the group too. TJ Maxx, need clothes. Those are breaking out. Costco, looking for the follow through. Casey's broke out yesterday on earnings. Inside day right now. Inside bar, I should say. It's in the top 25%, moving back up. So people are buying the dip on Casey's, it looks like. All right, dipped again. Home Depot, you know, people working on their house and doing stuff. DIY, that's trying to turn the corner. Walmart, I think I just said Walmart, right? Walmart, looking for that to rally into year end off of the lows. Abbott Labs, AbbVie, J&J, the pharmaceuticals and healthcare group, Humana, United Health, Pfizer. Pfizer, nice pop there on Pfizer. Off the best levels of the session. Pfizer's trying to push higher. Meta, no follow through. Meta is getting crushed here. Meta.
Crude oil just sitting right at that $90 a barrel mark right now. And Bitcoin at 62,800, trying to recover some of those losses, inching about $1,000 higher than where we lingered yesterday for most of the day. I do want to bring Alex Coffey into the conversation, though. Take a look at a name that's on the move this morning thanks to some analyst action. We're talking about Intel here and a nice upgrade from BNA.
Yeah, the stock's up about 5%.
All right, futures, S&P pulling back. Okay, let's look at hedge flows. Hedge flows are dropping off a bit. Okay, so we got some levels right below. We got some levels right below. Oops. Sitting here talking to myself. Vinny, wake up. Oh, boy. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Thursday, the 11th, and it looks like we're just going to stay inside this doji day. Price action, right? VWAP is right there. You see VWAP. We got the high and the low. Opening range high, opening range low. Flat VWAP. Everything's telling you to do nothing. Just sit here and twiddle your thumbs. Do some research. Maybe write some code. Go over to Claude and get Claude to do something for you. Something that you can think about. You can get a virtual private server. Something that I've been working on. Okay, I have a virtual private server. It costs me $10 a month. Not even that. I think it's $5 a month. Ionos. I-O-N-O-S. Okay, I-O-N-O-S. Ionos. Okay, you can go here. Ionos. Okay. You can launch a virtual private server. Okay. And you can write some code. If you don't know how to do it, the best part is this is so simple. It's like crazy. You go right here. All right. You go to Google, right? And you go enable AI mode. Tell me how to set up. Tell me the steps. Tell me the steps of how to set up my virtual private server and have Claude write some code to give me basic stock ideas on a dashboard setup each day. Okay, something simple like that. All right, so you don't have a clue how to do any of this stuff, and you just ask Gemini to do it for you, and it'll literally tell you all the steps you need to do, and just follow one after the other, And what you produce? This is what I produced, and it was so simple to put this together. You know, it cost me $10 a month. Claude was free. And it took me a little while to figure it all out, but it took about a week, right? And I'm still working on this because this isn't exactly what I wanted, but I want to be able to click on this and grab options. All right, I didn't do any of this. Claude does everything. So basically what I told is, okay, this looks really good. Okay, I have a trending scanner, what stocks are working during the day, what sector, what indices, whatever. What options? Okay, this still isn't functioning properly. Calls, bull calls. What am I looking at? I'm looking for something with Microsoft, whatever. It's still not doing exactly what I want, but I want to be able to click on these, and it tells me, what to look at, right? So this is very simple. All right, so I have a server, Ionos, and it's very very easy to do. You click over here, you see where it says server. Okay. And you have your own virtual private server, and you set it up in such a way. You tell Gemini, now help me set it up so that it's impenetrable. A two-factor authentication. You already have pretty decent security, but you take it a step further. You ask Gemini, please set this up to me so I can do. So all my code is in a separate hidden directory in my virtual private server. make it a two-factor authentication, blah, 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 blah. And literally, this will go right through all of the steps, right? Prepare the application environment, deploy the dashboard code, okay? Look, it's already actually wrote some code here. So what I would do is I'd take this over to Claude. I would copy and paste it. I'd bring it over to Claude and tell it to, improve on this and do certain things. Now, what you would need is a data source. So the data source I'm using is Schwab, and you could ask for a Schwab developer license. You just ask, you go to Schwab developer portal. Okay, right here. Go to Schwab developer portal and you ask to set up a portal to use the API. All right, so you'd use their API. You get all the data from, because you already have an account. If you have some other service like Fidelity or whatever, you could set it up through them. Or you could go to a private company which charges, I don't know, something ridiculous like $10 a month. But it's very easy. It's amazing how the markets have changed so much. I forgot how I got onto this. I was messing around with something. I hit a shortcut and it was on mute for a few minutes. But anyway, we're in a doji pattern right now. I'm just watching the markets. I'm not doing a whole lot. And it's approaching, what is it, 11:18 a.m. Sorry about that. Got some loose cables. I got to buy some new cables, I think. Anyway, hope everyone's having a good morning. We're in a doji pattern. The markets are not moving much. If we go check out stock charts, you can see what sectors are doing the most. Okay, semiconductors are up today. They were looking pretty ugly yesterday. I bought some SOXS shares. I'll hold on to those. No big deal. If we start to rally, that's fine. Damn, what's going on? All right, I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, yeah, semiconductors. So let's go take a look at that real quick. Semis. Semiconductors, this is the weekly time frame. Intraday, all right, we're still up here a little bit. Intel, looking for a bounce. Intel had a nice little pop this morning. Palantir, Bitcoin. Let's see what's going on. Oracle's off today, 10% at the moment. Okay, a couple of you asked me about Oracle. Now this is I can't give you advice, but what I will tell you is what I'm doing. Okay, so this is starting to show signs of some buying. I want to see a lot of volume. That's the big thing. All right, so this is day one earnings. I do want to add to ORCX shares because I plan on holding on to Oracle for at least, I would think, at least 12 months to 18 months, I would think. Okay, let me see. ORCX. Oh, shoot. Oracle, not ORCX. Oracle. Okay, let's go see what earnings look like. All right, so they beat expectations. All right. Earnings growth, 56%. Okay, revenue growth, 20.6%. And now let's real quick, let me go here. All right, so we got pretty good numbers here. It said, they said they expect their first quarter non-GAAP earnings of $1.72 to $1.76 in the future. They just came up with $2.11 per share, so they're a little bit less. They're looking for a little bit less. They came in with 19.18 billion, but they're forecasting a slightly lower number for the next quarter. Okay, so that's probably the reason why they moved lower. Oracle. Let's go Google. Okay, so let's go to, let's see. Let me go to Gemini. Oracle is the price to sales growing after the report yesterday. This makes it so much faster than have to comb through a lot of documents and research. Just do it real quick, and then you do a little bit of more research on top of what Gemini or ChatGPT or Grok finds for you. Is the price to sales growing after the earnings report? What about margins? Margins will grow if price to sales are growing, okay? So let's see. Oracle dropped its fiscal Q4 numbers last night, beating on both the top and bottom lines. On a trailing basis, price to sales is contracting. This is one of the reasons why it's down. Okay, you want to be in a company when the price to sales is growing. Okay, they're saying that their price to sales is starting to contract a bit. So we could have some short-term weakness. That's why I'm not in a hurry to add to this position. Revenue grew 21% year over year. Okay, we just looked at the earnings growth of 56%. Multiple compression. Oracle's trailing PS had expanded significantly over the last year, trading well above historical software industry averages. Sliding 8% on the print, while forward review projections remain steady. Okay, highly positive, multi-cloud, negative, OCI infrastructure, renting out raw AI infrastructure capacity, that's a negative. Neutral to positive, customer prepayments. $75 billion is in customer prepaid or customer supplied GPUs. Okay, so overall, Oracle, no reason to add to it yet. Well, let's see if it bases. We want to be buying stocks when the company's price to sales are turning. So they did turn during the last quarter. We showed you that chart where it broke the downtrend. But we need to see this improving in the next few weeks, next few months. Okay, so we're right below the 50-day. We want to see this get, once it gets back above the 50-day, Andrew, I'll be adding to this, okay? It'll probably base in this area. It's possible that this starts to move a bit lower initially. This is a longer term position for me. Okay, so this is in my long-term account. It's not in my trading account. Okay, so it's, you could say this has broken the uptrend temporarily. That's okay, because we'd be shifting to the weekly anyway. All right, so the weekly, we want this to move back above the 10 EMA. This is the other thing. It needs to get above the 50-day, needs to get above the 10 EMA weekly. Once it does that, then I'll start adding again. I don't want to add here because it can pull back a little bit more. This is more positive than negative. MACD momentum is clearly bullish. It's just initially after earnings, people sold, shorter time frames are not that bullish. Doji, still on a doji. Whenever you see a doji, no reason to do a whole lot. Okay. So if I didn't depress you, oh, sorry about that. Damn, what is wrong with this? This is really pissing me off. Hold on one second. Okay. Let's see. So doji, whenever you get a doji day, it's telling you to just sit tight. Let's look at the cues. Okay, sit tight. You can find some day trades, of course, when we get oversold to overbought, like Tesla. Tesla's moving back and forth, but it hasn't made much progress. Apple had a good day yesterday, so keep thinking about Apple in the back of my mind. Okay, what does it do in the evening session, afternoon? Okay, can it hold the low? Can it hold yesterday's levels? It is holding yesterday's levels, so there's a possibility that this is going to be a trade. You only need one trade a day. You don't need 15 new trades. If Apple starts moving, you buy a 50 delta call. You buy 150 delta call That's going to make you $100 if it moves $2. Can you see $2 out of this? Can you see $2 upside from this level? 292 up to 294. All right. So you take 5 of those, that's $500 a month, $500 a day. That's $500 a day is $10,000 a month. So you can make it as simple or as complicated as you want. Right now, I'm waiting for the indices to tell me what to do. Just like looking at a systematic dashboard fill in and tell me, okay, this is what's happening. You see all these here say they're hot, but in reality, that's on a 5-day basis. I need to adjust this a little bit because I'm really looking at stocks like Applied Materials. It has a RVOL of 1. That's really not that much. You want to see 2 to 1, 3 to 1. Okay, Applied Materials. When you see RVOL 2 to 1, 3 to 1, you know that everybody is looking at a particular stock. When you have a high relative volume, you know it's being traded, as it should have a lot of momentum during the day. So you can see right now, Applied Materials is up there, but it's only about a third of yesterday's volume. Do I want to do anything? I certainly won't buy it at the high of the day. So it might fade, So if you had, let's say you bought Applied Materials yesterday, okay, and you see it at the high, you could sell tomorrow's covered call, right? You could sell tomorrow's covered call up here at 540, grab a little premium. It pulls back a little bit, still in a bullish trend. You just made a few $100 there on a covered call. If you have 100 shares of this, you could do that with just about any stock. That's one way to make money in the markets, right? What else? Applied Materials. So KLAC has been doing well. The NASDAQ 100, the top 10, top 20 really are all tech stocks and semis. Here's CLAC moving higher, KLAC. It's also number 1 on the S&P 500. So let's look at breadth. I know I'm jumping around here a little bit, but this is the way my brain works. I want to see breadth continue to point higher. So what is this telling me? So the way I think, okay, so here's breadth, right? You got NASDAQ in the lower panel, small caps, mid caps, S&P in ascending order, or big caps, mid caps, small caps, NASDAQ in descending order. You can see them right here, okay? S&P, mid caps, small caps, NASDAQ. So the point is, I'm looking at a NASDAQ stock. I'm looking at Apple. I'm thinking it's going to do something in the evening session. So I automatically have a system that I follow, basically. Here's Apple, okay? Apple. All right. So here's Apple. Not too much, not giving us much guidance right at the moment, but I see wicks 3 days in a row. All right. So you may see this and not see it at all. But I see 3 days in a row they've been buying at 290. Okay, that's cool. That's good to know. All right. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for the RSI to get oversold and then start to move higher. I could have bought a little while ago at 11 o'clock. All right, that's $2 right there. So if I had bought a 50 delta in the money, if I bought a 290 right there at the money, a 50 delta, I could have made $100 per contract in that move right there. Almost $2. Needs to get to 292. Okay, so that's just one way of looking at the markets. Right now, I'm not doing a whole lot because the S&P is just sitting here playing around. Okay, Doji Day. Threatening to move lower down to that 50-day over there on the right. So my mind is telling me, wait for the afternoon session perhaps, because right now the markets, what's happening in the morning session? You've got people like us that aren't professional traders, not like a portfolio manager or institutional, not a Ray Dalio for sure. But what I'm doing is I see the morning sessions. There's no momentum. There's nobody trading here. Look at Amazon. Really hasn't done much. You can see over on the right, Amazon's just sitting here. The momentum is down. Why do I want to try to go long and go upstream like a salmon, like Crimson used to say, Crimson Heart? Netflix. Okay, Netflix coming off the low. Shorts are covering, so they've made their money. They made their $2 to the downside. Okay. Started off the day at 82, dropped down to 80. All right, $2. $2, 2 points on a put. Same thing. It'll make you $100 per contract. Make it as simple or as complicated as you want. I prefer to make it simple. Right now, simplicity means I'm sitting here waiting for the markets to give me direction. You look at hedge flows, they're flat. Okay. We can see support and resistance. Nothing to do here. Looking at the stocks that are moving. Okay. Amgen. Okay. Let's look at this. Amgen came down forcefully to the 50-day. Amgen came down forcefully to the 50-day. We know that healthcare stocks are doing well. We also know that pharmaceuticals are doing well and biotechs, right? Biotechs. Biotechs are a risky asset. So just going through the process, Applied Material, Amgen looks good. Do I want to buy it right here? No, but I'll put it on a list. Just write down a list. Okay, let me come back at 2 o'clock and see if Amgen is giving me a B and C pivot. If Amgen gives me a B and C pivot later today, okay, I might buy, especially if it gets oversold again, like right here at the open, got oversold, went to overbought and just kind of stayed above 50, but trending. What else? Let's see. Amgen, Caterpillar, inside day, not interested. Honeywell, Verizon. Verizon looks interesting. Okay, Verizon's moving back above the 50-day, the green line. Right now, it's starting to give you a B pivot. Okay, we're looking for this B pivot. All right, we're looking for RSI to get oversold. So right here, if I was interested, I'm not really, but because I don't really want to take a whole lot of positions right now. I want to see what the S&P is going to do. If I was interested, I'd be watching this right now. It's going to make looks like it's going to make a lower low, and RSI is going to make a higher low. This is telling me what traders are doing, thinking. Okay, so that's Verizon. Let's look at what else. Sherwin-Williams, Goldman Sachs. They got the IPO tomorrow. Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley are the leads on the IPO. Okay, those pull back for the last couple of days. Probably people taking profits. I don't know that I'd want to take it now. The time to take it was, a few weeks ago when we found out. Actually, Frano mentioned this, several months ago, Frano, that Morgan Stanley was most likely going to be a part of the IPO. And then we found out that both GS is the lead, Morgan Stanley is like number 2, and then they've got another 10 banks or so or more in the mix because this is a big IPO. A lot of money. So there's a lot of backing for this. S&P is trying to bounce. I know I seem like I'm rambling, but there is a method to my madness right now. I'm not doing a whole lot as I'm waiting for the markets to give us a direction. And I'm hunting and seeing what might be set up for later today, like Apple, like I showed you a few minutes ago. There's Apple starting to go again. Apple. Okay, it's above VWAP. Okay, so my guess is that Apple's going to stay in a range, all right? You can see the previous pivot high. That was back over here in December. Okay, that's the December high, 2025. Came down, touched it. So there's a high probability we might get a bounce out of this. So watching VWAP. But for now, it looks like we're just in a range, just like the S&P. Okay. Flat VWAP. Apple's not doing anything. What else? Let's see. All right, so let's look at sectors and see what we can glean from this. We said this earlier. Semiconductors look like they were going to do the most damage today. Semiconductors are up 3.15%, followed by metals and mining. Okay, I do have a bull fly on XME. Let me see how that's doing. It's okay. I have a call fly on XME at the end of the year, I believe it was, or January. Let's see, XME. January, 150, 170, 190. So you buy the 150, you sell 2 of the 170s, and you buy a 190. That's one call fly. It's a cheap way to play an upward trend, a bullish trend, especially when volatility is high like it is right now. VIX is near 22. Brent was saying that if we do lose the low here, the VIX could probably pop. So this is, even though it's at 22, VIX could pop. And we know that. We know that if the Iran situation gets worse over the next few days, maybe next week it'll do it. Because we've got the SpaceX IPO. I think everybody's expecting this IPO to help lift the markets. It looks like the markets are starting to lift right now. Okay, so Apple, if you're eager to take a trade, you could take a trade on Apple right here. 201, put a stop at 201 or 200, 290, sorry, 291 or 290, sorry. Yeah, looking for this to break to the upside. Apple, looking for Apple to break to the upside. Apple looks like it wants to break higher. Okay. Cool. Okay, Apple continues to move a bit higher. Apple. All right, so this is Apple. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll put Bloomberg on here and annoy you. Give me 2 minutes. I got to step outside for 1 sec.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
The Bloomberg Interactive Reporter Studio. I'm Matt Piper. Just in, the Pentagon has confirmed that its systems have detected an air quality issue necessitating precautionary measures until they determine its significance. Because of this, there was a shelter-in-place order for part of the Pentagon. The Defense Department is carrying out what it calls standard protection protocols. About 25,000 people work at the Pentagon on any given day. To the big board we go, everything is in the green. The S&P is up 0.5%. The Dow is up 0.7. The Nasdaq is up 0.7 as well, or 175 points. Oracle down 11% right now. It's after it said it expects to spend about $70 billion, higher than its projection, thanks to data center spending. Speaking of, President Trump yesterday teased a meeting with AI executives saying the public will become very rich. Now, we do not know what that means, But something we do know, AI is weighing on voters ahead of November's midterms. Ed Mills of Raymond James says if Democrats win a House or Senate majority, expect calls for federal laws to limit data centers at the top of their agenda.
You're seeing Bernie Sanders against it. You see Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, saying this will be a priority. They're trying to make those data centers the Death Star to the American public and say that's the problem, and then build upon that, trying to have new hawkishness on China and a whole bunch of new AI policies.
For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Matt Piper. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. All right, Matt, thanks so much. Appreciate that. Scarlet Bill Pulse from the live here at Bloomberg here at the Bloomberg Studio, streaming live on YouTube, guys. The Defense Department proposed a shelter-in-place order for part of the sprawling Pentagon building over an air quality issue as per your statement. With more reporting here, we go to Michelle Jamrisco, Bloomberg News White House and National Security Editor based down in Washington, D.C. Michelle, what do we know of this news story?
Well, I appreciate it, Paul. I think we need to be very clear to listeners about what we do know and what we don't know. I think what we do know is it's a shelter-in-place order for a specific area of the building. Now, we don't know exactly how large that is and where it is. For security purposes, we're not inclined to be able to get that information immediately. But what the Pentagon has said is that there is an air quality issue. As you say, it's necessitated these precautionary measures. So they're clearly still investigating what it is and how significant it is. And in the meantime, they've got a lot of response teams in place. The Arlington County Fire Department has mentioned its hazardous materials team has been called out to the site. So a lot still percolating, but we just don't know yet exactly how dangerous this might be.
And the Pentagon is near Washington, D.C., but it's not in Washington, D.C. Just gets a sense of the geography there. And do we know how many people tend to go into the office at the Pentagon? Are there people still working from home?
Well, that's right, Scarlett. It's out in Arlington, Virginia, so across the water from Washington, D.C., so not in D.C. proper. You're right for that. I can't give you a very specific pinpoint, but it is tens of thousands of people that typically be in the building, across the building. But I do want to underscore again that this wouldn't necessarily affect the entire building at this point. So I think some reports of a sort of lockdown may be giving the wrong impression that the entire building is being evacuated, and that's just not the case at this point.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Michelle Jamrisco joining us from Washington, D.C., White House and National Security Editor. Again, the headline, Pentagon issues shelter-in-place order over air quality issue for parts of the Pentagon building, and we'll have more reporting on that. Continue to be a lot of crosswinds out there as it relates to Iran and what policy may be there, what the negotiations may be like at the moment between the U.S., Iran, and Israel, for that matter. So let's get the latest reporting. Kirsten Fonterose, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council, joins us. Kirsten, we heard some pretty tough rhetoric out of President Trump this morning about pending attacks tonight on Iran, about taking, quote, Hard Island there. What do you make of the current situation? Okay, we have some technical difficulties there. But again, I was surprised. Again, President Trump had some pretty hawkish commentary this morning, but the market seemed to just look right through it.
Well, it comes back to the idea that it feels like earlier this week he said that a peace deal is around the corner. It's just a matter of the final touches have to be put on it, and now we've gone kind of in the other direction. So much of this is for negotiating purposes, for making sure, for maximizing whatever leverage there is in the negotiations. And of course, we only know about things after the fact. We don't know, the state of conversations, especially through mediators like Pakistan or Qatar.
Right. And, it's interesting. The question that I hear from a lot of experts, people that know this stuff, is who does have leverage here? It's unclear who really has the leverage, other than say that the strait is still closed.
The strait is still closed, and this was not a cakewalk. This was not Venezuela, which is kind of what the thinking was, or the assumptions were, as the war first got started, that this would be quick, and that the U.S. would be able to press its advantage, would be able to achieve regime change. That has not happened. Yes, the leaders have changed, but in fact, you have an even harder line regime in Iran now.
Yeah, that appears to be the case. And we had a guest on, I would say it's a week or two ago, who really knows that part of the world well. And they just, in this guest won't get across, just remember, this is really an existential issue for the Iranians. They can't give up, you know. Now, can they have a compromise? Can we find some common ground? Sure. But to think that there's going to be complete capitulation there, again, this guest is familiar with that part of the world, so it's just not in their DNA.
And on the other hand, we know that troops have been moved to that part of the world, and the U.S.'s President Trump is very reluctant to have boots on the ground because that takes this conflict to a whole new level, especially months before the midterm elections.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now we're joined by Kirsten Ponteros, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council. Kirsten, I'd love to get your thoughts on kind of where we currently stand with Iran. We had some pretty hawkish comments from President Trump just this morning.
Yes, this morning he talked about some retaliatory measures he'd like to take on Iran in the next day or so. There's been a tit for tat escalation. You all have watched it the last couple of days. Strikes by Israel, strikes by Iran on Jordan and Kuwait, on Bahrain, strikes against a U.S. Apache helicopter that was downed in what the U.S. says were international waters, or onto some territorial waters. And so the president is saying these are our retaliatory strikes. He's qualified them as defensive. You're seeing the Defense Department also qualify them as defensive to stay within his Article 2 authorities, congressional Article 2 authorities. And so you're probably going to see strikes on places like air defenses, missile storage bunkers, naval facilities, mine storage sites, because those are all things within the supply chain of the missiles and drones that have been flying at these targets within the last few days. So he can, within those authorities, he can strike everything from factories to supply chains to stockpiles to even the leadership of those programs and stay within the definition the U.S. domestic law uses for defensive strikes.
So question, does all of this jeopardize whatever discussions, negotiations, backdoor negotiations are taking place on a longer term peace deal?
What's interesting is that neither side says they jeopardize them, but neither side is really coming to the table with anything new. And you get differing statements out of the Iranian leadership from their diplomats who differ with IRGC leadership on whether or not an MOU is possible or within reach or imminent. The U.S. administration says, yes, they are imminent. This is partially market calming, of course. But both sides are looking to drive the other side to a deal by disadvantaging them. The U.S. assesses that Iran would like to drag this out as long as they can. They love to be at the table, come to talks, but commit to nothing. And the Iranian side believes that U.S. midterms are creating such a threat for President Trump that it could cause him to bend. So both are trying to break the other's knee so that they will have to come to the table and make concessions that neither side right now seems willing to make.
All right, Kirsten, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Kirsten Ponteros, Senior Fellow of the Atlantic Council, joining us from here. Red headline across the SpaceX IPO draws at least $5 billion order from BlackRock.
Yeah, the journal also says other large asset managers submitted similarly sized orders. So I have a feeling these will be the first in a series of headlines we'll be getting throughout the trading day, just how oversubscribed or the size of orders from these different institutional investors as well as retail investors overall.
Yeah, back in the day when I was doing this, if an investor really wanted to show they were really, really serious about the deal, they'd say, put me in for 10% of the deal. So we get a 10% order that we can scale back to 5%.
Right.
And then they buy up that total 10%. So we'll see how this plays out.
When shopping for personal loans, bait and switch rates can be deceiving. You can count on Credit Karma to help you find more accurate rates, because Credit Karma uses your credit profile to show you real offers with clear terms without hurting your credit score. No smoke, no mirrors, just personalized rates. Download Intuit Credit Karma to get started.
I was at the store with $12 in my account and an empty fridge. Payday, still 3 days away. That's my open till. In less than 5 minutes, I got a tilt cash advance up to $400 sent straight to my account. With no interest, no credit check, and no stress. Groceries covered, no guilt, no games. Check your eligibility, get your offer, and move through life with a little less weight. Visit Tilt.com today. Cash that meets you where you are.
Oh no! Save Yeti from himself. Play Candy Crush now.
Ni hao. Welcome to Club Vegas. Experience the thrill jackpots in just 10 spins. And every 10 minutes, enjoy free games for nonstop fun. New to the game? A generous welcome bonus of 10 million coins will be awarded. Immerse yourself in the authentic casino experience right from the comfort of your phone. Download Club Vegas now and let the good fortune come to you.
Vegas, claim your 10 million free coins.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg studio in New York City. We're streaming live on YouTube, streaming live at Bloomberg.com as well. SpaceX IPO pricing after the close tonight, ready to trade tomorrow. Lots of headlines crossing the tape. SpaceX IPO said to draw more than $70 billion in retail orders. And remember, SpaceX said that it was going to allocate at least 20% of its IPO to retail investors. And also seeing a headline, SpaceX said to allocate less than 10% of IPO to international orders. That's a little bit unusual here. So we'll get to see price tonight. We'll get it trading tomorrow. And that should be the largest IPO of all time by far. George Ferguson, he's a senior aerospace, defense, and airlines analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence. He's been writing research on SpaceX on the Bloomberg terminal. So if you want to get full research on this company, this transaction, go to BI.go on the terminal. That's where you find it. And George has been the analyst on that. George, what are you hearing here as we approach the end of this roadshow? What have you been hearing back from clients? How they're maybe just looking at this company, positioning this company? Because there's a lot going on here.
There's a lot going on, and so I think what we're hearing from folks is that there's still, I think, a bit of a dearth of information. People are looking for decent models on the near term to get their arms around it. I think the challenge here is really this is a long-term play on AI and XAI specifically. And I think when you're all done, I think I don't know if you close your eyes and sign the dotted line or whatever, you go on a trip with Elon Musk for AI and connectivity to space.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the FA function, and there's some analyst consensus numbers out there. So just calendar year 25, about 19 billion in revenue. Calendar year 26, the forecast is for close to 30 billion. Calendar 27, 48 billion. And calendar 28, 63 billion. So some serious revenue growth there. How are investors kind of valuing this thing? Is this a multiple of revenue? Because there's not a lot of earnings yet.
So for all the businesses at Bloomberg Intelligence, we undertook our analysis based on some of the parts, and every single one of the businesses is valued based on revenue, right? So I based launch on revenue, and I used Rocket Lab and Smears Peer multiples there. Rocket Lab was 70 times revenue.
Wow.
That's no pun intended. That's astronomical to what I'm used to in the aerospace world. John Butler did it on the connectivity piece. He's again using revenue, although that's one business where they're gonna make some profit. I think, we're gonna put out a model next week. John, we're gonna sort of $4 billion kind of profit out of that business, but then the AI business is sort of a big something that in the middle of this, and that's gonna be a loss for the year, a big loss, I think it's something like $8 billion. Maybe saying, he's in charge of that side of it, yeah, value of that revenue. But we don't think it's gonna be profitable for at least the next couple of years, but that's how far out you want to take your model. I think again, the AI business will be heavy in the investment phase, so you're just not going to see profitability in that business. I think your connectivity business, you will see profitability as a business. That's a little bit of your competition with terrestrial providers. The customer is valuable, but it's got more latency. Again, than the terrestrial providers. So it's a growth business, but not an exponentially growing kind of business. And the last business is a bit flatter. So I think it's really all about how you think about AI, long-term investments in data centers and getting into space. The launch business is really about lifting into space to be profitable in that structure.
Now, they're going to be raising $75 billion at the price in this IPO. I got a sense just thinking about these businesses, George, and their capital needs, that they're going to need more money. How do they expect to finance their growth going forward? Is this more equity? Is it debt? What do we know?
Yeah, my guess is that you're going to have to see more equity because again, you're inside businesses that aren't really generating sufficient cash for investment. They'll feel like they're going to have to come back to the equity markets. You can try to pile a bunch of debt, there's not much in there right now. I'm not sure how you support it, but it's going to be back to that way. So I think some of these AI businesses, this is a little bit out of my space, and he does it more. I think it's all about what you can do now to keep your investment going in the structure side, to stay in the lead on AI, and then figure out your financing as you go. Right? You can't look too far down the road. You can do it.
So before we let go, George, I mean, it really comes down to Elon and AI. Do you believe in both of them? And close your eyes and jump in?
I think that's exactly it. Like the valuation, again, it's much larger than what I'm used to again with the aerospace defense. It's a very large valuation. Elon's going to have the majority of the B shares, which are a negative vote to create a one vote for the A shares.
Yeah.
I think you're going on a tip with Elon. You got to believe in the business in the future. You're going to step into this and you're not looking at valuations.
All right, it should be exciting tomorrow to see how this thing opens in the trade. George Ferguson, Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence, part of the team of analysts at Bloomberg Intelligence that are covering this company and this soon to be public stock here. It takes a village to cover SpaceX, that's for sure. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio, Sirius XM Channel 121, access to world's only digital global audio business network, coast to coast 24 hours a day. We're radio on Sirius XM Channel 121, was presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research, top stories, global business headlines coming up in just a minute. With the S&P holding on to a 27-point lead, the Dow's up. We'll have more coming up. This is
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Francis. Parts of the Pentagon on lockdown this hour. The Arlington, Virginia Fire Department has a social media post says local hazmat teams are investigating an incident. Several corridors of the Pentagon have been told to shelter in place. ABC's Kathy Falters has more on the Pentagon statement.
That the building, the Pentagon, is monitoring systems detected that they detected an air quality issue, and it prompted precautionary measures while officials work to determine the source and extent of the problem.
House lawmakers failing to pass an extension for a wiretap tool used to monitor foreign threats. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has more.
FISA Section 702 allows for warrantless wiretaps of overseas targets. It's been described by officials of both parties as a critical surveillance tool. The law permitting it has never expired, but it's set to tomorrow. Democrats who voted inclined to support a short-term extension are reporting their support citing the president's choice. Watchdog and Trump loyalists feel guilty Director of National Intelligence. Despite Bolton's lack of national security experience, Trump says he wants him in the role to downsize the PMI's office.
The ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran hanging in the balance. President Trump issuing a deadline for Iran to make a deal or face possible new strikes. This is Karen Travers has the latest.
Remember, we have heard the president give mixed messages in terms of his timeline, saying that he's been in no rush to get a deal, that it was, I want to do this in the next couple of days, and we can get this done in the next couple of days, and I'm putting pressure on Iran to do this. Now this morning he's indicating he seems less interested in reaching a deal as they continue these strikes against Iran.
The New York Knicks edging out the San Antonio Spurs last night in Game 4. New York police say they arrested more than 50 people due to rowdy fans picking fights, finding holes and scaffolding, and setting off fireworks and smoke bombs. Authorities say 10 officers were also injured. You're listening to ABC News. Thousands in the Midwest on the lookout for possible tornadoes later today as a major storm system blows in.
Chicago, Davenport, Kirksville, up to Milwaukee, Grand Rapids, Michigan, and even Midlands. All chances for damaging wind is the main hazard, but a tornado could spin up in there. Chicago has a little chance early afternoon. It's really this later afternoon, evening, so we stop the clock at 8 p.m. up to Milwaukee, down through central Illinois. That's the line that has the power from the actual full front.
ABC News chief meteorologist Ginger Z. Language can oftentimes be a barrier between police and those on the scene of a crime. Now, one community has introduced something that may. In Redmond, Washington, police officers have a new tool aimed at improving communication during encounters with those who don't speak English. This is what it sounds like.
Language set to Spanish.
Hello, I'm Officer Vanderhook with the Redmond Police. How can I help you?
Hola, soy el oficial Vanderhook.
Everybody cannot translate into 56 different languages. They're hoping to use it during the World Cup as it approaches Seattle. Sheriff Preston, ABC News. Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes has signed a reworked contract that's worth just over $500 million. The 2-year deal makes him the first person in the NFL to sign a deal worth $500 million. His rookie contract in 2017 was a 4-year, $16.4 million deal. Michelle Franson, ABC News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
President Trump prepares to escalate. Welcome to the Thursday edition as the president promises to strike Iran very hard again tonight and take control of the country's oil and gas markets, seize Card Island. Markets are reacting today. We'll get the latest in a moment from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall with insights from Dr. Rebecca Grant reviewing the military options at the Lexington Institute. We're counting down here to what's expected to be the first ever expiration of FISA 702 tomorrow night. The vote just failed, and we'll have more with our political panel coming up after we look at Wall Street. Let's start there now with our friend Charlie Pellet. He's got the markets covered in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, stocks are advancing. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all gaining right now. Green on the screen as of now. Do want to begin, though, with an update on the situation at the Pentagon. CNN moments ago citing sources saying that the Pentagon lockdown was due to a false alarm. We'll keep posted as further developments become available. Wall Street traders, though, facing a cautious rebound in stocks. Right now, the S&P 500 index up 28, That is a gain of roughly 0.4%. S&P 500 bouncing back from a 5-week low, now stands at 72.96, up 0.4%. The Dow up 339 after yesterday's sell-off, up 0.7%. Nasdaq up 0.6%. The Nasdaq 100 index up by 1.2%. All of this with the VIX above 21 amid heightened tensions in the Middle East. The 10-year at 4.52%, the 2-year 4.13%, the 30-year 5.00%, and the stocks today trading higher by 3.9%. We've got spot gold up $18 the ounce to $4,090, up 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude just below 91 a barrel. It is up 0.9%. Barrel of Brent 93.40, up now by about 0.3%. And Bitcoin 62,730 on Bitcoin, up by 1.6%. History in the making. Not talking about the Knicks, talking about another rocket ship, and that is the SpaceX IPO. According to the Wall Street Journal, the SpaceX IPO has drawn at least a $5 billion order from BlackRock. Bailey Lipschultz is following the story from Bloomberg News, and he says this is the moment we've all been waiting for.
Our expectation is this price is sticking to it, the size is sticking to it. Elon Musk and the team at SpaceX came out and treated it kind of like a private fundraising round and said, we're raising money, we're raising $75 billion. Are you in, are you out? 1.77 trillion. Show us what you want, and that's the expectation. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic how they allocate the shares later today, and then what we see trading on.
All right, Apple making it right back up to the top. The highs, nice $2 move there through VWAP.
Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcast. At Joe Matthew, it's Bloomberg Business Watch.
Okay, Charlie Pellet, thank you, sir. Charlie will be back in about 15 with more on the markets. Maybe the pre-SpaceX liquidation is coming to an end. We'll be following the beat on Wall Street throughout the day. That's always here on the That's the Show Politics. Thanks for spending part of your Thursday with us on Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube, where I suggest you dial us up. I'm going to show you something interesting in just a moment. So search Bloomberg Business News Live to catch our live stream on YouTube.
Okay, nice little rally. See if Apple can continue. S&P's turned up as well.
They invited a group of reporters over to the White House this morning, just after dawn, walking out onto the South Lawn to see this enormous structure that they have built for the UFC fight on Sunday night to celebrate the president's birthday. You've heard us talk about this. We showed you the aerial shots of the fall. It looks like Thanos' spaceship has landed on the South Lawn. There it is. If you're with us on YouTube, you've seen these shots before. We actually got to go inside this thing today. Now that the whole cage, the octagon is done, the seating is in place, they even have room for what looks like an orchestra. Maybe the president's own Marine Corps band will be playing there, presumably. Remembering what Dana White said, 3 problems he's worried about. Rain, which is being predicted, lightning, which is in the forecast, and bugs, which will be drawn by the lights of this massive structure. This is the video we shot earlier. Get on YouTube, look at this. Right in front of the mansion, the whole thing is framing the White House. And that's going to be what people see on TV with this incredibly violent series of fights happening in the cage. There's the cage. They spared no expense here. The company that owns the UFC, I'll give you a big preview to what you'll see some kind of a piece on TV about this. They dropped $60 million building that place. This is the parent of UFC and the WWE. They're going to lose about $30 million reportedly on this whole event, yet they will get the mainstreaming of the most violent sport in America on Paramount Plus on Sunday night. Paramount's talking about all kinds of young people signing up 15 years earlier, younger, I should say, earlier in their lives than the average subscriber. So maybe this is really smart business. Either way, we just want to know what's going to happen when the rain and the lightning start. And the bats, Dana White said he's worried about bats being drawn to the lights because, you know, they want to eat the bugs. Biblical potentially on the president's birthday. Also, it was so hot out there. I mean, everyone's sweating through their clothing. It's like a swamp. It's so hot and muggy that I do wonder if the president makes it through the whole show, maybe goes inside where the air conditioning is. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall was smart enough to stay in the bureau while I went over there to fool around with the claw, because we do have real news to cover as well. The president looking out the Oval Office at the claw as he's trying to figure out his next steps in Iran. And those next steps could be tough, as the United States will be hitting Iran, he says, very hard tonight, in all caps. At some point in the not-too-distant future, we'll be taking Kharg Island and other oil infrastructure points and assume total control of their oil and gas markets. He even got on the horn with Fox News to talk about it this morning.
Yeah, there will be more bombing tonight. It'll be a bigger, more powerful. They're finished. But the papers, the media refuses to write it. They're finished. We can walk in there tomorrow. We can take soldiers. I don't want to have boots on the ground, but if I wanted to, we could put a small group of soldiers and take over the whole place. They're finished. And the media is crooked. They're just like our elections. The media is crooked.
Just had to get that last part in. Remembering Kharg Island handles 90% of Iran's oil exports. They drop ground forces or what, drones? I don't know how this will all happen. We'll talk to Dr. Rebecca Brennan about that a little bit later. But Tyler is with us right now as we watch the clock and we watch the headlines on the terminal. Our Washington correspondent, you should have come with me to see the claw. He's suspended.
You made it sound so appealing.
I mean, you work out on the north lawn where we see you at the tent. This thing's taller. Did I say it's taller than the White House? You can see it from the other side of the building.
I've only seen it from the north lawn. I have not been able to see it from the south lawn like you.
Front row seats for Tyler on Sunday night. He'll be telling us about it on Surveillance Monday. What's going on here? Are we back at war?
Well, the White House seems to be framing the escalation that we saw overnight with the strikes, as well as this renewed threat this morning from the president, as a way to force Iranians at the negotiating table. It's very clear that the White House.
Apple at resistance presently. I'd like to see this break higher now. Above yesterday's high.
From the White House that the ceasefire is over, though we heard from the Iranian side saying that the ceasefire is effectively meaningless. President Trump still saying that he wants to see diplomacy in some regard in this interview and Fox. Take a more meaningful role in the mediation. And we had some other pretty incredible reporting from Bloomberg News that crossed the terminal earlier today that senior national security officials from the UAE and Iran met face to face for the first time today since the conflict began, considering that the UAE has taken the brunt of Iran's retaliation. And we could be gearing up for some more retaliation from Iran as we get this threat from President Trump that maybe the U.S. would take Kharg Island.
That would be remarkable. We talk a lot about the voices in the president's ears, and one of them through this whole experience has been the ultimate Iran hawk of them all, in Senator Lindsey Graham. As you see, he retweeted that statement from the president that I just.
Up to 330. I'm with it. That's fine. That's what makes a market. I'm a buyer. I think that the track record of this management shows that when they say what they're going to do, they actually exceed it. So I'm pretty happy with getting adding to it at this price.
All right, so I just want to make some real clear. So you did add to it, or you're going to add to it, or what's the deal?
Yep, I added to it today, but I also saved dry powder to add to it more in the days to come, because I'm not sure that today is the bottom. But I definitely want to make a statement here that at this price right now, you can buy it, and I think you're going to make good money from it. Rob, there's a hint for you. You were talking positively about it, but you said you didn't own it.
Well, he's in some respects doing what you're doing, but in the names that are in his universe. I'm going to let you go, and I appreciate you calling in and giving us the update or showing your face, actually, and doing it like that. We'll see you back on the set, Jimmy, soon. So, Rob, you look at some names, Texas Instruments, okay? Chips obviously have been, unsettled. You bought that name fresh, new buy?
That was a fresh new position.
Okay, and you bought more ServiceNow and you sold Salesforce. So those are three critical moves within the context of this conversation. Take me through that.
Yeah, so listen, we have been overweight the semis. It's been one of the great catalysts for the outperformance that we've had pretty significantly in both our growth and frankly in our dividend portfolio. But Broadcom was in there for a bit, if you remember, and we've owned it. So interesting world leader in unglamorous chips, cars, factories, defense, and it's emerging as a critical piece of AI data power regulation. And it's I would say they also own their own manufacturing, which is a really unique component. They're not.
Give me a year to date on Texan, guys, please. Go ahead, Rob. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go. So it's and looking at the price, it's pretty expensive. Has a low dividend. Outperform for us, but we're trying to focus on
Microsoft turning, Tesla trying to push higher. Tesla. Apple trying to push a bit higher.
So much for the rebound that we've been seeing in software, right? I mean, it's given like half of it back. A lot of these names continue to turn lower, so there doesn't appear to be any conviction that all of a sudden software is out of the woods. You sold Salesforce, so there's been critical questions about the two names that I had mentioned: Salesforce, so-called SaaS apocalypse, right? And then ServiceNow.
Walmart. Let's see what Walmart's doing. Walmart. At the 21-day, Walmart looking forward to push through the 21-day over the next few weeks, head towards the 50-day, ultimately getting to 125 to 126. In the short term, I have Walmart calls and Walmart verticals, 120, 130. All right, so we're in the money with 55, 60 deltas, and we sold some 30 deltas. 25 deltas, sorry, 25 deltas. With 130, that would be a move above the 50-day. I don't know that we're going to get above the 50-day in the next 2 weeks, but I have December 120, 130s on Walmart.
I'll give you another 1-year deal because I got 500 people in the basement playing with Claude, and I'm not convinced you are doing something for me that I can't do for free. And that is what the market is telling you on these failed rallies. Nobody believes that these companies are as good a story this year.
That's what makes a market. But their question is the terminal value of these businesses. So when you look at forward cash flows and you try to identify what's a business worth, and you might not be able, it's the same thing in the private equity names. If you're not able to renew at the rate that you have right now, markets immediately discount that down.
That's already happened.
But here's the thing.
Exactly. It's already happened.
No. It's not. It hasn't fully happened. And we keep sniffing around this space over and over because when you see an entire industry where everything's down 50 and 60%, there should be opportunity. And we dig in over and over and we're like, great, it's down 60%. It's still not cheap enough. It's still 30 times. It's still 20 times. It's still too much for the uncertainty in the future. And the growth is not that impressive.
These sell-offs also started from above market multiples.
Way
It's
above.
not like these stocks were market.
In 2020.
No. They were like 60 times and 40 times and 50 times before this.
I want to buy stocks that are down 60%.
Me too.
I would love
Join the party.
Down 60%, they need to then have a compelling valuation, which most of them
Or they have to have a compelling strategy, Jenny, to unlock value on top of their ecosystem, which is effectively a moat that allows them to build that.
Here's the thing, moat is a dangerous word to use in this AI world that we're living in.
So you think one guy in their basement with some AI is going to be able to displace
No.
service now? Good
I
luck.
think at the margin competition will come in, and if at the margin competition comes in, then Josh's point,
I don't think we're swapping.
which is
I don't think anyone's saying one guy in the basement.
Claude in his basement.
We're saying Anthropic. We're not. Okay. We're not saying these
I'll take
companies
the
are
other side of that.
truly displaceable.
So, you know.
well, that's the beauty of the business.
All right, good.
It is. I have.
Now, how much of what we've seen recently in tech is due to positioning around SpaceX? Prices tonight, debut tomorrow on the NASDAQ, which is why I told Leslie Bicker we'd be seeing a lot of her this week. And here we are, and she's on the set at Post 9 to give us the very
Oh, is there an IPO this week?
Do you think, Leslie, are you wearing that bright green to try and manifest to be totally honest, I pulled on an orange dress this morning for the next, and it needed to go to the dry cleaner, so I got the next bright one instead. But yes, channeling all the green vibes, I guess. But
Are there green vibes, do you think, around this?
I don't know. At this point in time, I couldn't tell you.
Interesting, right? That you normally would have sort of an idea that, yeah, it feels like there would be a lot of green vibes. But this one's a little, this one's hard to figure because of the pricing, the
retail
demand, the fact that it's been
It's 3% of the float. Of course, it's going to pop. They are engineering a pop. Am I the only person that understands this?
Do you think any underwriter's on this go down?
It's not going.
All right.
I'm
not a guarantee, of course. It's 3% of the float.
There are plenty of examples of IPOs with small floats that did not pop on the first day of trading. So I don't think
How many had Elon Musk involved? Let me ask you this question. There's 30 firms on the cover of the book. It's every firm on Wall Street, including fictional firms. Like literally firms from movies. There's nobody
I hear you.
involved in this that's like it's gonna say, oh, I guess we'll see what happens.
So are you gonna buy it then if you're listening?
And by the way, the other thing they're doing, shrinking the window. There'll be 90 minutes of trading max probably on opening day.
That's possible, yes. Okay. It is going to be a very short day. The other technical element that is bringing people to the table, I'm told, is this idea, and we've talked about it a lot, of the fast tracking of the mega cap IPOs into various indexes. We have some new data looking at how that could represent about 30%. Passive funds could represent 30% of the float. After 2 weeks of trading, you've got potentially 30% for retail, which leaves just 40% for active investors. So what does that mean for price discovery is a big question here. Obviously, the first 2 weeks are expected to be very volatile given what you mentioned about the small float, given the index fund implication here. But, you talk to people and they say, oh, $1.8 trillion, this is really steep on what we've seen in terms of historical revenue of about $19 billion. Then you talk to other people who say, but this is a trade that's set up to succeed given the dynamic with these index inclusion rules and the fast tracking. So I think a lot of it depends on the momentum they get tomorrow
that if you do have a larger proportion of retail, nothing's ever been tested at this size before. This is 3 times the largest U.S. IPO that we've ever seen. So when we hear these oversubscription numbers, we don't know what 4 times means like a $75 billion offering, because law of large numbers is a really big deal. So is 4 times good?
All right, so far rejected, Apple rejected. We need to get above this level. If we can get above the level, it'll be because institutions are still buying. If it dissipates here, they could still be buying and just waiting for this area to clear a little bit more. Area to clear meaning the last of the sellers are gone. Okay, if we pop above this 294 zone, if we pop above 294, I would think that the 21-day would be the next logical area to find resistance. This area over here as well. Okay, so this area right in here where we had this little consolidation, I would think that this is probably going to be first resistance. Okay, right in this area. Okay. So it's probably where we're going to run into resistance if we get through 294. All right, so 294, that would be 6 to 7 points overhead. 50 delta call, that could make you $250, $300 per contract. Okay, you don't have to buy it right this second. Watching how the markets react here at this high that we just put in a few minutes ago. Apple. Reason why I'm paying so much attention to Apple is because it came back down to the December pivot high and bounced and found support. Okay, December, this was the area where we topped before and rolled over. So we bounced there yesterday and the day before. That's why we're watching this area. Okay, you don't need a whole bunch of new positions to make some decent money. $500 a day, that's $10,000 a month. If you can just average that, you take 1 or 2 positions, but you can average $500 a day. That's some nice income. This morning, we didn't do much of anything. We were just taking it easy. And many of you responded with the same idea, you know. What's his name? Sir John Templeton. You know, he had some pretty decent quotes out there. Lost a lot of money. The times where he made lots of money was when he was sitting patiently watching for good setups. This morning, we had a doji day. Markets weren't going anywhere. You saw it on Trace as a still sine wave, still somewhat of a sine wave. So we're not really making a whole lot of progress today on the S&P 500. We did grind a bit back above VWAP, came right back down. 7,300 is right there. I guess it's okay. I would prefer to see more confirmation though. Okay, what's IWM doing? IWM, Walmart. Okay, IWM. Okay, IWM. Looking for IWM to push a bit higher. IWM. We want IWM to push higher. We'd like to see 10-year moving back down. All right, low tick alert. So we'd like to see the 10-year yield drop down and get below 4.5% right here. Junk bonds responded. Some things turning, trying to push a bit higher. This is neutral to slightly bullish. It could turn bearish if this price action can't make a new high. If it does roll over, of course, that would be more bearish. It's below the 50-day, below the 21-day, above the 90 MA. RSI is rising. MACD stochastic is trying to turn. So if the junk bonds would show a risk-on appetite, that would be good for the equity bulls. Bitcoin, US dollar, Bitcoin trying to hold this level. Previous lows over here back in February, 60,000. Okay, we're holding this level for now. I'd like to see this start to run back up. So taking some IBIT or BITX or whatever from down here. Once we start to trend bullish again, we would see this back above the 60-minute 20 MA. Okay, so now that we're back above, we're looking for this to make higher highs, higher lows. Same thing with CBRS. That's briefly, like it did 2 days ago, dip below the 20 MA, looking for this to turn up. Get some traction. Let's see what the Qs are doing. The Qs are below the 20 MA. So we've been down for about 5 or 6 days. We're looking for the Qs to get back above, going into this OPEC, SpaceX IPO and OPEX tomorrow. Okay, weekly OPEX. Okay. Apple trying to get above that 20 MA. If it gets above the 20 MA, that 294 zone, 295, we'll be looking for it to head towards the overhead 21-day moving average up there, 300, 302. Looks good. Weekly, back to the 10 MA and bouncing. Previous high, like I said, December. Okay, Apple turning up again. Apple's turning up again. There we go, higher low.
Has always been the highest. It is the premium airline and it's doing the best in this current landscape of sort of the K-shaped economy. They get a lot of their revenue or
Robo-taxi. Mackenzie Segal,
Apple. Delta Airlines, that was down yesterday. Trying to bounce today. Delta. UAL. United. Yeah, I don't like these airlines. Royal Caribbean. I was just thinking this morning. I had a dream about being on a cruise and being stuck at sea. Everybody was freaking out. I was happy, of course, being ex-Navy. So keep me out there as long as you want. Royal Caribbean, back above the 50-day. Netflix got some upgrades yesterday. Netflix wasn't enough, making new lows again today. All right. Netflix. Yeah, it's got a lot of work to do. Netflix, if you hear it get back above 90 to 92, then we've definitely got something going on here. This previous high, the 50 days lined up now. Netflix, it's been a long time for this one. Apple making new highs now. Apple's making new highs. There goes Apple again.
I think Uber has more than 50 million people now paying them $10 a month for Uber One, and Waymo's coming in at a price point that's 3 times higher. It seems like they're going to do more in terms of free cancellations, and I would imagine if that's successful, Uber may re-examine what they're offering at $10. They may say, let's offer more and do a more generous cancellation rebate back or whatever, but this is all to be expected, and I don't think anyone's truly surprised about it.
No, but is this a robo-taxi chart? I mean, is that what that is?
100%, because Uber has never been more profitable, has never had better growth, never had better economics. But again, people look at this and say, I don't know yet. I feel like if Waymo captures a huge portion of the market, Uber may be in trouble with its human drivers. They're looking past the fact that Uber has more to gain from autonomous cars than any other company out there, because a huge part of the take rate is going to the human driver. So Uber is working on its autonomous network. Their approach is not to own the cars, but rather to have a huge ecosystem of other players. We'll see who wins, but I'm a shareholder in Uber.
But I think that's the thing. Like, I don't think it's we'll see who wins. And I think that that's been one of the challenges with the debate.
You know who wins?
No, I don't think there's one winner. I think that we've looked at it as Uber's
gain, I mean, Uber's pain is Waymo's gain, and it's not that. I also think that the addressable market here is bigger than we can imagine.
I agree with
And
all that.
like, we all have teenage kids, right? What are they doing? They're not driving to parties anymore. That's a whole market that's like barely touched.
The Bears would answer you and say, we were told that there would be multiple players in search. There's one.
That's so different. Hold on.
Now one is Google that owns
And with the
Waymo.
aging, with the aging demographic, they're getting more and more comfortable to start using rideshare, to start using Uber, to start using Waymo. I just think it's an enormous market. I do not think this is the winner takes all. You know, even Google, like
that's the bet Dara's making, is that it will not be winner takes all.
And by the way,
simple autonomous cars for everyone.
Right. And by the way, Uber's still trading at 24 times. They're still minting like 16 billion of free cash. You know, they're still very profitable. I don't have a problem with 23.
I'd rather own
That's a fair
Google with the
valuation.
optionality of Waymo inside Google.
Why do you think that the stock deserves to trade at that valuation, which is mildly above?
Yeah, it's like a little above market because there is
35% growth.
Okay, because there is uncertainty out there. We're not really sure. I think that there's been a misperception of that there's a winner, right? And that's put some pressure on it. There is competition coming in.
I'm not saying it doesn't deserve it. I just want you to tell me, when you say you don't have a problem with the multiple, I just want you to tell our viewers why you don't have a problem with it. That's all.
Because if you think about Uber 4 years ago or 5 years ago, there was significantly less competition. Now there's more competition. And so that's putting pressure on the multiple. It's fine, if they keep growing at 35 times, then the multiple should expand. But we're in a moment where competition's entered and shareholders are still trying to figure out, okay, how does that flesh out? Where does the dust settle on that?
Uber is delivering food. Uber Eats is half the business. It's a huge driver for the rides
There's
business.
competition there too.
Not from Waymo. And then the second thing is Uber is taking its membership and pushing into areas like travel, booking hotel rooms, etc. I'm not saying that Waymo can't do that. I'm saying they're not currently doing that. So it's obviously Waymo is a real competitor where Lyft wasn't, and the landscape has changed. And that's why this is not 40 times earnings with 35% growth. It's 24 times earnings. It's a substantial discount relative to the growth rate, but we all understand why. These are real competitors.
And a fair valuation to pay. You could buy it here.
Got to balance. Best stocks in the market from Josh coming up next.
All right, looking good. Looking good. Hope everyone's having a good day. Okay, looking good, Apple. Looks good. Oh, boy. Excuse me.
We are back on the halftime report. I'm Seema Modi with your CNBC News update. Billionaire Ken Griffin is investing even more money in Miami. This follows Griffin's clash with New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani over the proposed pied-à-terre second home tax. A report from Bloomberg says Griffin is expanding his plans to construct a 300-unit apartment building.
Okay, Apple looking for it to follow through. The people who sold the news, they were so smart. Granted, they did manage to hold on to most of the gains and then sold. Now that it's bouncing, those same people probably, some of them are probably coming in and buying this low, this December pivot high. A very conspicuous place to be buying. 3 wicks in a row. What do wicks tell you? Buyers at the low of the day. It's always good to see buyers at the low of the day, especially at key levels. Gives you a little bit of insight without standing and looking over a trader's or institution's shoulders to see what they're doing. Gives you some insight. Gives you some insight. They keep buying at that 290 level. Apple looking good. It's at the high of the day. Looking for a follow through. Looking for a follow through.
We're back. Josh Brown, best stocks in the market. The spotlight is today on which name?
We're going to talk about Travelers, ticker symbol TRV. If you believe what I believe, which is that the market is going to start rewarding a different element of the AI trade. Market's going to start saying, well, all right, everyone's spending. Who's spending wisely? Who actually has something to show for all their consumption of compute? They're going to look at names like Travelers, and I think that's exactly the process that's happening right now in this rotation. Management had a 21% jump in Q4 2025 underwriting income, and they pointed
Okay, so Apple, seeing some flow in Apple.
in February. They launched an AI claim assistant that they built on top of OpenAI models
Apple,
to handle auto damage claim calls.
Meta Pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
Meta Pulse.
AI, like a Travelers, you can quickly see the market is saying, oh, wait a minute, maybe the costs here, maybe the efficiencies here are actually meaningful to the bottom line, and that's what's happening. They also just announced the deal with Anthropic. They've got all kinds of AI things happening, and not just experiments. They are looking at their profitability and telling the street, this is AI, this is AI, this is AI. I think that this is the next leg, the second half of this year. The AI consumers, the companies themselves. So I'm very excited about that theme. I think the stock plays well there. Let's talk about the technicals. If you're a true technician, you're waiting for a break above 310. That's been resistance. But I want to point out the risk management piece here. 4 times, keep the chart up. 4 times this stock has kissed that 200-day. Look how fast the
Meta
buyers
Pulse,
came in. Exactly
shenanigans.
where they needed to. This is a very solid accumulation story. Every time they come in, that's about 288, 289. So that's your pivot point. A close below that level on a weekly basis, checking it out on a Friday afternoon, that tells you something here has changed. The buyers are not coming in. But until that happens, I think you can be long. And if it breaks 310, look out above. There are no sellers.
So if you want Josh's argument on where can you get like a really great sector-derivative AI beneficiary, the insurance space is
Jenny, she's so cool, Jenny.
management helps them with documentation. So here are 2 juicy dividend ones from our international strategy. You've got AXA, which trades at 9 times earnings with a 6.3% dividend yield, grows at 7 to 8% earnings. Zurich, 14 times, almost a 6% yield, also grows at about 18 times earnings. Sorry, 8 times earnings.
We got some more committee moves, by the way. We'll take a quick break. We'll focus on the financials next.
Size.
All right.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
Intel rolled over. It was a nice pop this morning. Pulling back today. Looking for the follow through to continue. Intel. Yeah, it's going to pull back. It's not going to go straight up for sure. Campbell's Soup.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
Okay, Campbell's CPB. Campbell's. Nice volume on Campbell's.
Size.
Defensive sector. Notice the volume over the last 2 weeks. Okay. MACD stochastics RSI rising.
Pulse, long dated.
Riding the upper Bollinger Bands. We dipped a little bit into yesterday's candle. I got filled on a limit order to buy. I didn't want to buy it at the high of the day yesterday. So what I will often do is I'll put a limit order in that's lower yesterday. Okay. So yesterday got up here at the highs. There's no way I was going to buy at the highs. So this morning I had a limit order filled on this gap down. Okay. So that was a great fill because I couldn't get in over here. It wasn't fast enough to see it. But I like the defensive sector. So that looks pretty good. And we're consolidating right now. Probably break above 23 at some point. Could pull back a little bit first. 20 EMA is catching up. That is Campbell's Soup. Okay. Volume tells me that institutions have been buying. All right. So that's like 40, 45 million shares trading hands over the last 2 weeks. Not bad. Okay, McDonald's, another defensive name. Okay, a little dip, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Volume looks good over the last 5 trading days. Today, we're about a third into yesterday's volume. McDonald's, Procter & Gamble, some of the other defensive names taking a little bit off today. Semiconductors had a nice little pop this morning. Still have to prove themselves, so I still have some SOXS. Short semis, I still have that as a hedge. No need to do anything with that right now.
So you trimmed Wells, bought more MasterCard, but I want to center in on Morgan Stanley, okay, which is a fresh buy, right? Very good buy. I think it's a result of financials have been really weak. We know that there are new relative lows below the 200-day. The flatter curve is driving a lot of that. So we actually like the fee earners, not the spread earners, if that makes sense. And whose net interest margins are being challenged. And, you know, Morgan Stanley is a company that's clearly executed and performed well. They balanced out their streams, migrating from predominantly an investment banking and capital markets business to an investment banking and wealth management and asset management business. And they don't depend on lending profits like some of these others do. They've seen double-digit top-line growth there. They're trading at 17 times forward PE with a 2% dividend. To me, if you're going to be in the space, which we generally always are, you want to be where there's the most cyclical tailwinds. You know, by the way, there's a lot of optionality to capital markets activity starting to pick up. So you've got this nice base recurring fee. What else do you own here? You obviously trimmed Wells. You bought more MasterCard, but the big banks. Morgan. You own JPM. Yeah. You don't own Goldman. Do not own Goldman. Okay. All right. We'll do finals next.
Okay, so Apple, just hanging out at the high. Apple. We need to see this lift. It's this time of day where we generally we'll see B and C pivots. We'll see the stocks pull back a little bit. And if they're going to follow through, we see that later. Yesterday, we had Apple with a hammer into the last hour. Then all of a sudden, last hour, they started taking profits off. So that was probably some momentum players that wanted to buy what they saw as strength like we do, but they didn't want to hold overnight. So maybe they're showing up again. Looks like they showed up again. Trading it back up to the highs. I suspect that they'll do the same thing they did yesterday, maybe sell a little bit. If we get a B and C pivot and manage to make a D pivot at a higher level, we'd like to see a move through 294, 294.50. Okay, a close up there would be good for momentum purposes. Okay. Oh, gosh. Bloomberg's nonstop again with politics. I guess they missed the point where they said that they were a financial news network. Bloomberg.
This is one of those, you've got elevated levels of implied volatility, and you're looking for little to no movement or as little as possible, Tom.
Yep, anything below 86 or above 98, you've got about $170 in risk. And Kevin makes a good point here. You sell this at 430. The idea here is implied volatility levels get crushed, the stock consolidates around the current share price, and you buy it back cheaper because you've got some assignment risk on this type of trade into expiration tomorrow because you're short that call and put on the 92 strike on this type of strategy. But a neutral strategy taking advantage of the higher implied volatility, Diane.
Yeah, little to no movement, just like the housing market seems to be dealing with or continuing to deal with. All right, guys, we'll leave it there. That's going to do it for us today on Fast Market. I'm Diane Kinghall alongside Kevin Hinks and Tom White. Download the Schwab Network app. It's available in the App Store and tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. Stick around. You've got Next Gen Investing coming up.
So what is unique about Schwab coaching is the community.
There's a lot of energy, like-minded people are learning with you.
You can just see and feel all the excitement around getting to learn a new topic.
Some of you want to get everything face to face with you and 400 or 500 of your closest friends.
Some clients like to be in the privacy of their own home on an online workshop, but still having that live interaction with the
Long
coach.
dated.
Now, as I'm talking, questions are coming in from that live audience. They help me fill in those gaps.
But all those ways we actually teach it all come back to the point of making a difference and helping you make progress.
And so that means not just
SP
giving you
Exports.
theory, it means giving you the practical implementation using our platforms.
So we want it to be fun, we want it to be informative, and most of all, we want you to walk away with a skill set and
SP
independently be
Exports.
successful
Long dated.
in achieving your goals. Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
All right, Apple. Still hanging out here.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen.
All right, what's Nike doing? Nike. Okay, trying to spring off of this level. Nike. Not having the same kind of momentum as Apple, though. Apple, nice momentum. S&P, just kind of chopping around. You can see hedge flows. There's no trend here. It's just moving sideways. Whenever S&P hedge flows are moving sideways, you know that the dealers do not have to hedge that aggressively. They don't have to hedge overhead or below. They're just like right in the middle. Doji pattern is the result. You can see price action just stuck inside of this purple area. The purple is positive gamma. Below starts to get more negative gamma. If we drop below these levels, what you would see is the dealers starting to sell futures. That exacerbates the downward movement. That's possible. We're starting to fade a little bit right now on the S&P. All right, we're starting to fade a bit, S&P. Back down to earlier lows, perhaps. Doji pattern.
0 DTE put strip.
Okay, here we are. Okay, so if this is going to be a doji day, what would we expect? We'd expect to see 1-to-1 up down volume. Let me go check that. 1-to-1. That's 2-to-1 on the Qs. 1.8 up volume on the SPY. 2-to-1 up volume on the Qs. 1.6 up volume on the NASDAQ composite 2,700 stocks, usually plus or minus a couple. 1.6 up volume on the New York Stock Exchange. 1.3 on the Dow Industrial. 2.2 on the Dow, just popped there. And 2-to-1 on IWM. All right, so let's look at a couple of these here. 2-to-1 IWM. No follow through yet. IWM. Okay, flat. 2-to-1 the Dow Industrials, DIA. All right, flat. The New York Stock Exchange, NYSE, NYA. Okay, we're below the 21-day, above the 50-day. New York Stock Exchange, Apple. Apple, still watching Apple. Probably fades from the high at this rate.
Long dated.
Yeah, and I think that's a great place to start, as always, looking off this show with some of these top moving stories. And the first name today that we're looking at is arguably, I'd say, one of the most important stories in the market today, given that it's one of the last major tech companies that has reported. That is Oracle. Oracle's down now 12.4% on what was a strong report, but the looming concerns over financing unfortunately weighed on what was a overall beat as far as top and bottom line. So cloud revenue was the standout, rising 47%, now representing just over half their revenue. Their Oracle Cloud Infrastructure revenue was a standout, rising 93%, driven by various AI workloads and database demand. Now, cloud applications revenue is up 10%, showing this solid but much slower growth than infrastructure. Software revenue actually fell about 2%, which did continue to reflect this migration away from their more legacy software business into cloud. Now, remaining performance obligations climbed 63%, rising from 85 to 638 billion. Signing roughly 67 billion of these AI infrastructure contracts during the quarter, bringing their total prepaid or bring your own hardware commitments to roughly 75 billion. But why we saw such a focus was because of the capex that climbed 162% from last year. They also expect now to raise roughly 40 billion through debt and equity financing in fiscal 2027, including a previously announced $20 billion share scale. So the guidance was strong. They did maintain that their fiscal 2027 revenue target was 90 billion, raised their adjusted earnings guidance slightly above consensus. But the bottom line is this market was more, I'd say the reaction of the market.
Q's Pulse, long dated.
All right, Apple is pulling back. S&P pulling back a bit.
Spider Pulse, long dated. Q's Pulse. SMH Pulse, long dated.
Mm-hmm. All right, Microsoft rolling over, so people are just like throwing Microsoft away now. Apple pulling back from the highs. Apple.
Tesla Pulse, long dated.
Rolling over. All the New York FANGs are moving lower at the moment. S&P, the 50-day is right there in the lower half of today's range and continues to move lower. S&P continues to move lower. Okay. S&P. Back down to the middle of this range. All right, we got SpaceX IPO tomorrow, and the markets are just marking time. We still have 275 stocks advancing, 57 on the Qs. So 275 out of 500, a little bit more than half on the S&P, a little bit more than half on the Qs. IWM is pretty flat. All right, we're just looking like a doji again. Doji. I'm going to take a 2-minute break, and I'll be right back.
There's obviously a reason why you think it should be renewed. Section 702 informs more than half of the president's daily briefing. We know that it has helped to stop terror attacks against this country. And we also know that the World Cup is just about to begin. What do you think of this narrative that the country is less safe going into this weekend that kicks off 147 soccer games?
SP exports.
It's true in the sense that between this failure of the administration to get FISA done and this congressional Republican majority to get it done, you also just have an FBI that's being run by Kash Patel, that's focused no longer on the priorities around law enforcement, but again, Pulte going after the president's political enemies, and so the concerns about our safety are very serious, and somebody has to step up and be the adult in the room, and Johnson could do it, Biden could do it, obviously Trump could, but until one of them steps up and says, hey, we're gonna do things a little bit differently, we're gonna see this kind of nonsense. I don't know what to say. It's a terrible thing. I do believe that the courts will step in and require some of this intelligence sharing to continue, but it makes the professionals who do this work, it makes their jobs so much harder.
Congressman, I'd also like to ask you about what we're hearing from the president now as to the way forward for the United States when it comes to the conflict with Iran. We've already seen strikes.
Google
the
Pulse.
U.S. says it has conducted
Long dated.
self-defense for the last 2 days. The
Pulse.
president is now promising today we'll run a third round of strikes, and he's even suggesting we could go in and seize Card Island. Listen, if you will, sir, to what the president said in an interview on Fox earlier today.
Yeah, there will be more bombing tonight. It'll be a bigger, more powerful. Can't finish, but the papers, the media refuses to write it. They're finished. We can walk in there tomorrow. We can take soldiers. I don't want to have boots on the ground, but if I wanted to, we could put a small group of soldiers and take over the whole place. They're finished. And the media is crooked. They're just like our elections. The media is crooked.
So, Congressman, as he suggests he could put ground
Spider
strikes
Pulse.
on Iranian soil. I know at the onset of this conflict, you actually did see justification for destroying some of Iran's military capacity. You suggested it would stop them from taking more lives. Should the U.S. be willing to risk the lives of service members on the ground in pursuit of that same aim?
No, the original mission was to destroy the weapon shield that was being built back around the enrichment facility, so that we or one of our allies could go get the enriched material. This thing got taken well beyond that, and a couple things seem clear at this point. One, he doesn't sound well, and I think that's going to be something that people talk about moving forward. It wasn't just that he,
Size. Long dated. Q's
all
Pulse.
these specialists, but he just sounds not in good shape. The second thing is that he's not doing any of this with anyone, right? So there's no coalition in Congress, there's no coalition internationally, and that is a position of weakness. He's put us in a position of weakness. And then the third thing is that his communication abilities are profoundly, they're terrible. He's supposed to be this great communicator, and he's just all over the place, and it is such a reckless thing to do as Commander-in-Chief.
Interesting, Congressman. I was reading a story about
Long
you in the New
dated.
Yorker that ran at the beginning of March, and the headline is "Why a Democratic Congressman is Supporting Trump's War with Iran." We were in a very different world at that point. I know you had a war powers resolution that would require the president, after 30 days, to get permission, and also would bar ground troops from being involved. But you talked about your hope that this would be a limited incursion and not a war. Do you regret a headline like that? Does that frame your view still at this point?
Well, I didn't frame my view at the time. I mean, I believe that the United States and the world must confront the issue of Iran. Like, we can't continue to ignore the regime and what it's trying to do in terms of nuclear weapon, but also just the amount of money they spend on the terror in the Middle East, and what we've had to do Hamas and the Houthis. I mean, it's just it has to stop. Now, it does require taking action, though I believe you need a big time leader who can rally the country and the Congress and the world, and Trump absolutely failed to do that.
Well, as we consider the president's decision making here and how it may or may not align with the desire of Congress, it does seem we're starting to see more breaks, Congressman, with even Republicans on Capitol Hill not necessarily willing to go along with the desires of the White House. And I wonder if that's why you feel the time might be right for a massive piece of what you're describing as the anti-corruption legislation. The Drain the Swamp Act seems to me, Congressman, like actually a series of other bills that are going to be packaged into one gigantic one that would even do things like enforce term limits on the Supreme Court. What's the real prospect of something like this getting through this Congress and this Washington?
Yeah, I mean, it's the most comprehensive anti-corruption legislation I think ever.
Micron Pulse, long dated, Meta Pulse.
Rampant, corruption, even if it's perception, there's just an enormous amount of distrust. You got to fix a bunch of things at the White House, in the executive branch, in Congress, in the Supreme Court, and we wanted to give the American people in the United States Congress a comprehensive bill so that they can talk to their elected officials or people running for office and the next president of the United States to say, if you're going to run and you're going to ask for my vote, I want to know that you're going to actually drain the swamp. I want to know that you're going to vote for this drain the swamp bill. And so we wanted to make sure that bill was there so the American people could push for it. Odds are this Congress will have no interest in passing the Drain the Swamp Act, and unfortunately the president won't. But the next group of leaders, congressionally and folks at the White House, hopefully will get an earful from the American people, and they, will be convinced that part of getting elected means voting for this Drain the Swamp bill and ridding ourselves of this cancer of corruption that we've seen for years, if not decades.
All right, Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. Democratic Congressman Greg Landsman, representing Ohio's 1st District, live with us on Capitol Hill. Thank you so much. Now, that was the perspective of a Democrat in the House. We also, on Capitol Hill earlier today, got the perspective of a Republican in the Senate. Republican Senator Todd Young of Indiana joined me for a conversation earlier today where I talked to him not just about the escalating tension with Iran and conflict with Iran, but also what appears to be the looming expiration of FISA Section 702 surveillance powers. He was not happy about it. Here's our conversation.
It's an uphill climb at this point. Members are flying home in the House of Representatives. They have to be called back in. But more importantly, to lay a predicate for that, Democrats would have to decide that they want to reauthorize this program. This is the program that informs most of the president's daily briefing and gives us visibility into foreign terrorist activity and other threats to the American people and our friends. And as the World Cup descends on the United States, Mexico, and Canada, starting today, it's pretty concerning to me. It should be to all Americans that these authorities are lapsing.
When you say Democrats need to decide they want to extend it, I think many Democrats would tell you they would like to see this extended. Their issue is that the president will not pull back his capping of Bill Pulte as acting director of national intelligence. Couldn't the president help lead a resolution here?
Well, I'm familiar with the argument. I've spoken to a number of my colleagues, many of whom I respect greatly, and I know are concerned about our national security. But my argument to them is, listen, this is a temporary appointment. So let's reauthorize this essential national security program as an act of pragmatism during an ideological and fractured time to protect the American people.
But could it not also be pragmatic to just announce a different candidate
Micron
for a permanent
long dated
now instead?
Well, I think we could do both.
NBIS.
One that has extensive national security and intelligence experience. I think we should follow the law. I think the American people agree. So I carry that message. And so I think I have credibility to argue that the Democrat is the only thing in front of them. They need to act responsibly.
Well, and you mentioned the World Cup kicking off today. I know you care a lot about that also as a former soccer player at Navy.
Yes.
When you consider the threat that may actually be posed to these major sporting events, is there anything in terms of executive order that the president could do to still make sure at least some authority with the aim of securing events such as the World Cup is still there?
So I'm also a member of the World Cup steering committee, and so I have a little visibility into this. And I have to say, almost all of the conversation surrounding the World Cup that emerges from the White House and the executive branch is focused on security. So I know they're pulling out every stop to ensure that the American people and others are safe. But there are some limitations to what they can do. They just will lack the visibility into the threats as they emerge and as they're executed.
All right, back down to the low of the day. There's also a hidden catalyst that many people aren't talking about as far as futures role.
In the Middle East, Senator, the president has said we will be attacking Iran again today. This will be the third day in a row. He also suggested the U.S. could be taking Karg Island in the near future. Is that an operation you would understand would require ground troops?
Okay, we got the futures rolling from June to September. So that's also impacting some of this choppiness that we're seeing.
Negotiation and ultimately resolution of this war. The president wants a quick resolution. He wants prices to go down. He wants Hormuz open, and he wants the uranium extracted from or otherwise secured in Iran. So all of those things can be accomplished, but unfortunately not until we apply more pressure on the Iranian leadership. So that's his objective with Karg Island.
All right, we're pushing lower.
I have been incredibly critical of this institution for not exercising more oversight over a war power situation. I think it's created an environment in which Republicans and Democrats alike in recent history, whomever occupies the White House, feel comfortable going ahead and acting without consulting the American people, as we saw with the Iraq War. That creates all sorts of problems if members of Congress aren't asking the really hard questions early on in an exercise. So my hope would be before any major commitment of American troops to this conflict, there would be not just consultation with Congress, but perhaps even a formal endorsement.
Well, and if it were put to you, would you be supportive?
Oh, I don't know details at this point. I don't know what the trade-offs would be. I don't know what the precise threat is, what the strategy is. Really basic questions. Going into this effort, I would have asked questions maybe about the Strait of Hormuz, for example. So those are the types of basic questions that don't require even a classified setting, where you can stress test plans and you can get buy-in from the American people on the front end.
Do you believe at this time, based on your knowledge and the briefings you have received, that the military course of action is really the only one that can unstick the stalemate we seem to be in? Do you have any hope of diplomacy?
I actually don't believe that that's the case. I think we have numerous instruments of national power, whether it's our Treasury Department sanctions, it's trade tools we can use to apply pressure, diplomacy through us and our allies and partners, military action. Historically, the American people, through their government, have done a really good job of bringing to bear the powers that they have. I think there's a temptation to look to the military to solve all of the problems we have, and I think that is a dangerous temptation, and it will not lead to an optimal outcome.
So what about the temptation to throw even more money at the DoD? The president wants a $1.5 trillion defense budget. He is now suggesting some $350 billion should go through the reconciliation process again, 3.0, to secure more funding for the Pentagon. Do you see a real chance of that happening?
I think that brings some credibility to this issue.
Marvel
The current law now requires the Pentagon to produce a auditable financial statement in the next couple of years. In modern history, they've been unable to do so, yet we continue to shovel money into the Pentagon. Until we have real visibility into where the money is spent and where the waste, fraud, and abuse is in the Pentagon, we can't be credible stewards of the American taxpayers' dollars. So I think that's the first step. But in the interim, I think the administration will need to ask some and answer some
Soft
questions from
long
members of
dated.
Congress about where exactly the money will go. I will say the one agency that I think is notable where DOGE did not do a lot of activity is the Pentagon. That happens largest discretionary program in our federal government. So I think it's ripe for scrutiny.
So reconciliation 3.0 with more Pentagon money, you would throw a little cold water on that idea?
Well, let's see how it's structured. I mean, it's a time of war. We, of course, need to refill our stockpiles to keep the American people safe and secure. I'm absolutely open to that, spending money on anti-air weapons and other hardware that the American people understand that we need.
Soft pops,
But let's not
long
waste
dated.
money. I would also say, we're going to spend more money. Let's think through how we can do so sustainably. We have a massive national debt. There hasn't been enough consideration of the implications of our spending in Washington in modern history. And so let's have that difficult conversation in conjunction with any debates about reconciliation.
And finally, Senator, we're asking everyone this question this week because the president seems very interested in the idea of the U.S. government having some ownership of the big AI companies. He suggests it could bring more wealth to the public. And I wonder if you think that's an attractive idea. The government should be playing that kind of role in some of these very large companies that could soon be public.
Well, my emphasis is making sure we stay ahead of the Chinese. These the capital is deployed efficiently, that these companies are liberated to produce best-in-class models, because we know the Chinese are also sophisticated when it comes to such things. But we have our own system. And it involves, it's much more heavily emphatic of the private sector needs to lead as opposed to government. In terms of government ownership, the reservations I would have is that government would too strongly steer the direction of these companies in ways that meet the needs of special interests instead of customers. I do think there's a very important conversation to be had about data centers and energy costs and how those are spilled over onto consumers. I think those costs should be internalized by tech companies themselves rather than exported to the American people.
My conversation with Republican Senator Todd Young of Indiana earlier on Capitol Hill. Clearly, he has a bit of reservations about the idea of government ownership, Joe, of some of these large AI companies who either are planning to go public later on in the case of OpenAI and Anthropic, or literally on the cusp of going public tomorrow in the case of SpaceX. That pricing, of course, coming out from the Beltway.
Yeah, which was a fixed price, right?
Yeah.
Are we going to be surprised by that number?
We shouldn't be.
Okay.
Although I guess we continually hear how oversubscribed this IPO seems to be, so maybe that'll be a case of strange things happening. We know the market's waiting for it, and interestingly, as we wait for that, we've actually just seen the S&P 500 turn lower for a brief moment. So let's get a check on what's happening in these markets today as we turn back to Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kaylee and Joe. Indeed, not a lot of conviction right now. As you correctly point out, the S&P 500 index did dip briefly into the red. Right now, little change, up 2 points, keeping an eye on the swings there. Up under 0.1%. Dow Industrials holding above 50K, up 226 now, up by about 0.5%. NASDAQ is up 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 0.6%. All of this for the stocks up 2.6%. That, of course, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index. The VIX right around 21. The 10-year 4.52%. The 2-year 4.13%, and the 30-year 5.00%. Gold up $8 the ounce, 4,080, up by about 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.1%. Little change, 90.21 a barrel. Brent just turning negative, down 0.2%. Barrel of Brent right now at 92.95. President Trump is vowing more attacks on Iran, threatening more energy assets, saying the U.S. will take Hard Island. Again, West Texas Intermediate crude up now by 0.2%. Intel shares higher after Bank of America raised its recommendation on the stock to buy from underperform. Intel up now by about 3.9%. And sources tell Bloomberg retail investors bidding for shares in SpaceX's IPO have submitted orders for more than $100 billion. Pricing, of course, comes later today, trading tomorrow. The ticker, if you want to set it up on your screens, SPCX. For on-demand use, 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcast. Joe and Kelly, that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, watching the markets from New York. Thank you so much. Meantime, here in Washington, we're watching the Senate floor, where it does appear that just like we saw in the House earlier this morning, An attempt to extend FISA Section 702 authority, warrantless surveillance powers that the administration argues are critical for national security, and extension is likely to go down on the Senate floor just as it did in the upper chamber. And after that, House members going home for an extended period of time. It's not clear when we can get a bipartisan agreement to actually see a FISA renewal. President Trump does not seem to be backing down on having Bill Pulte serve as acting director of national intelligence.
He's going to start the job on June 19th. Reports today suggest that he called Tulsi Gabbard to tell her Tuesday that was her last day on the job. She said, "No, I need to hear that from the White House." The president gave her an opportunity
long dated.
to take a day. That's what it is. The question is, who will follow? Are they going for unanimous consent here? Is that the plan in the Senate? So this could be a very similar result to Kaylee's point. And we're very lucky to have Patrick McHenry with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor. Of course, former Republican congressman from North Carolina,
long dated.
former chair, House Financial Services, former Speaker Pro Tem. Great to see you. I think you weren't surprised to see this fail
long
in the
dated.
House. Were you surprised to see
NVIDIA
19
Pulse.
Republicans vote against it?
Oh, yes. That was a surprising number, but also, so stepping back, where are we in this moment?
Yeah.
Right? You have some harmful actions by the White House, both with the weaponization fund and with the Pulte nom, that have really made Capitol Hill's life really complicated and complex. In a parliamentary democracy, this is where governments fail and they go and have an election. But in our American system, we just flounder on until the next election. This government coalition is
long dated.
and that's what we're seeing right now. So in the midst of war, one of our
Zero
primary
DT.
techniques
Call strip.
High tech alert. High tech alert.
is through
Long dated.
702 authority and FISA.
Oracle
I'm gonna let
Pulse.
it expire. You know,
Size.
this is a crazy thing
IWM
to happen
Pulse.
in a very dangerous
Soft
moment.
Pulse.
But that's
Zero
where the majority is
DTE.
right now.
Call strip.
Well, you say we're cooked. Is it not President Trump who keeps
High tech alert.
DTE.
on the
Call
other?
strip.
Couldn't he have just
Q's
said, you know what,
Pulse.
I hear you on
Long
the phone,
dated.
here's someone else.
IWM Pulse. Triple Q's
Yes,
Pulse.
that is
Shenanigans.
true. Absolutely.
Micron
Same
Pulse.
thing for the weaponization.
Spider Pulse. Long
so
dated.
we've had in the midst of what was going to be
Sunny Pulse.
Okay, high tech alert.
Shenanigans. Micron Pulse.
Justice, not even the operable agency they're debating. And so
High tech alert.
life has just
Zero
been
DTE.
really
Call strip.
hellacious this summer. And so right now they're struggling.
High
through
tech alert.
which a short-term extension.
High tech alert.
Would actually have a discussion. a real
Sandisk
discussion.
Pulse.
This should be
High
in
tech
a
alert.
timeframe.
Shenanigans.
Something we don't even
Size.
talk about. It just happens.
Meta
and,
Pulse.
over the weekend.
Google
But it
Pulse.
shows you how extraordinary the
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
The New York Times. I don't know if
Tesla
you saw
Pulse.
this. It just published a short time ago.
Size.
Talked about the
Long
self-serving
dated.
decisions of the president.
Shenanigans.
His insistence
Zero
on Swedish
DTE.
oil
Call strip.
ultimately setting
Tesla
himself up for a
Pulse.
midterm disaster,
Spider Pulse.
Congressman.
Micron
Paved the
Pulse.
way for, quote,
Meta
the
Pulse.
most miserable 2
SMH
years
Pulse.
of his life.
Long dated.
Does that
Size.
sound about right?
Intel Pulse.
Yes,
Marvel
that sounds
Pulse.
about right.
Okay.
So a couple things.
High tech alert. Holy shit. There we go. There we go.
The expectations on the economy. The American people's, our gas prices have a heavy emphasis on people's view of the economy. So all this stuff is a really.
All right, all the New York Fangs just turned up. New York Fangs are bid. All the shorts covering. Intel Pulse, long dated. Intel, they're buying Intel.
LRCX Pulse. Shenanigans.
Okay.
Based on the fact that discussions with the Islamic Republic of Iran have been brought to the highest level of Iranian leadership and approved, I have, as the President of the United States of America, canceled the scheduled strikes and bombings against Iran this evening. Discussions and final points have been, in both concept and great detail, approved by all parties involved, including the United States, Israel, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Turkey, Pakistan, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, Egypt, and others. But, he said, Joe, the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect until the transaction is finalized.
WTI now down 3%, below $88 a barrel. S&P 500 up 1%. They were 85 points. The Dow's up over 700 points. We're just going to keep doing
What was the old newspaper adage? Important if true, right? I mean, the major announcement, but we've seen significant announcements. We want to see that there's really beef between the parties, and we haven't really seen that yet. So substantial news. This could have a market impact on the economy, and would be sufficient time where you could see relief at the pumps by the fall, according to all the forecasters that you interview and who watch here on Bloomberg. This could be a favorable impact for where we sit in October before the midterm.
Well, I'm sure that's happy news for a lot of Republican lawmakers as they consider their own re-elections. Does this nullify further war powers attempts on Capitol Hill?
No, because Congress will. Yes, and Congress still wants to have a say here. We've yet to see a supplemental take shape. We sit. Those talks are continuing with the administration, and the president has a significant request for Department of Defense funding. So each day has an impact on the legislative impact.
There goes S&P.
For our war-making capacity.
Okay, there goes everything. Nice move there. Okay. Let's see if we can't get everything back up to the highs. Okay, Palantir, everything about the buy programs.
This would be remarkable if true, to your point. If it's not, and we go back to the standoff, at what point does the president lose credibility in calling the ball here over?
The president still has a massive control over the narrative here. And the fact that the president's listed all those countries, all these important countries for a deal with Iran, quite meaningful, the price of oil. The list of countries here have a disproportionate say over that. This is a major piece of news, and I think it can be quickly verified once we see international reporting from these other countries.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see if that does indeed materialize. As we consider the notion of even when the conflict is over, the U.S. is obviously going to have to do a pretty major replenishment effort of our munitions stockpiles. How quickly would you expect the Pentagon to be able to turn over a figure for a supplemental request in terms of the funding they want for this conflict?
So if this news is true, this is the next most important question, which is where do we stand with our munitions and our capacity to replenish? We saw the announcement today that Patriot missiles, our allies are asking when they will receive deliveries, and they don't yet know. I think.
Okay, so Raytheon is good, eh?
Active action.
Raytheon.
And use of these much weapon systems. I think we will see that within weeks. I think Congress will have to. I think you'll have to have a supplemental request to Congress by the month of July. I mean, we're weeks away, not months away from having an answer here. And then the question is whether or not they have account flexibility, or whether or not that really needs to be done on an urgent basis. And
reconciliation 3.0 is the president suggests.
Well, that would be the hope. But if we're talking about replenishing these supplies, you might have the opportunity for bipartisan cooperation there, maybe if there's an end of hostilities. But that's the reason why this reconciliation 3.0 conversation is really strategically important for our weapon systems, strategically important for our allies as well. Whether or not we can quickly get these accounts flush again so they can start making these orders with the Department of Defense.
The president says no games, no delays, no weak compromises. Do this ASAP. What he calls Recon 3.1. We're going to shorten this now. The only path to the full $1.5 trillion military budget our warriors need. He also says at the request of our great Department of War, it will include
Gold
the
Pulse,
Save America Act.
long
as well.
dated.
Did he just kill that effort by attaching Save America once again?
Well, it failed
Apple
before
Pulse.
because of Senate rules that cannot be included. This would be to step back on that. The Democratic Party tried to end the filibuster to nationalize our election laws during the Biden administration. They tried on 2 attempts. Now we see a Republican effort on Capitol Hill to do the same thing, to nationalize our election laws. There's skepticism now in the Democratic Party. So both parties have flipped positions on using reconciliation and nationalizing election laws just in a very quick period of time. Life of a modern power.
All right, let's see if we can follow through a little bit more. What's Apple at now? Apple pop right through that level. All right, Apple headed for 300. All right, looking good, folks. Ye of so little faith. Always something. Always something in the markets, right? Oh, finally. 10 minutes later, they finally saying something. Bloomberg. They didn't even cut away from their these people talking nonsense. They just kept yapping away. They just reported 10 minutes later. 15 minutes later, really. Charlie Pellet using the word big time. Look at crude oil. Crude oil. Meanwhile, crude oil.
Intel Pulse, long dated.
1.4% to be sure on the S&P, just about the best level of the day. Stocks taking off in a straight line, all of this coming down roughly 1:30 Wall Street time. Nasdaq now up 369, up 1.5%. The Nasdaq 100 index outperforming all of those big tech names. Nasdaq 100 up 2.2%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares also up by 2.1%. The stocks now up by 5%. The VIX so retreating
Tesla
to
Pulse.
just about 20. Your 10-year 4.09%, the 2-year 4.09%, and the 30-year back below 5%, 4.97%. Crude, major story here. Last update, we told you crude was higher. Right now, down 3.5% with an $80 handle, $87 even on WTI. Barrel of Brent, 89.90 now, down by 3.4%. Repeating our top story, President Trump cancels planned strikes against Iran tonight. The president saying a time and place of an Iran deal signing will come shortly. Recapping, S&P up 1.1%. Keep it locked into Bloomberg Television and Radio for the latest developments. Joe and Kaylee, that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. The market clearly reacting
Hi,
to
Tickler
various
plus
tweets from
800.
social posts from President Trump. The cancellation of strikes tonight, the assertion that final points have been approved by
Nvidia
all parties to deal
Pulse,
with Iran.
long dated.
You know, I'm running through
Deep
the
calls.
list here.
Tesla
Soft
Pulse,
named
Intel
by
Pulse,
President Trump. The
Tesla
United
Pulse,
States, Israel,
Zero
Saudi Arabia,
DTE,
UAE,
call
Qatar,
side.
Turkey, Pakistan,
Size.
Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, Egypt, and others. Iran is not on that list. Does it fall into the others bucket?
I'm not sure. That's a great question. Maybe he thought that was implied or understood. But time and place of the signing to be announced shortly makes us feel like this is all but done, despite the cross-currents that we've been hearing with regard to the rhetoric from the administration. Tyler Kendall covers the White House for us. Our Washington correspondent is with us right now in our Washington bureau. Tyler, what are we
SanDisk Pulse, long dated.
on a signing at some point? Here's the president says.
Well, according to the president, it does appear that maybe this is imminent, though, of course, as you guys have been reporting, there's caution here until we actually see a finalized agreement. But Bloomberg News had reported earlier today that the
Spider Pulse,
negotiations were
long
ongoing, that
dated.
we were seeing Qatar actually take a more meaningful role in those negotiations. We also had reporting that there was the first face-to-face meeting between senior
Spider
national
Pulse,
security officials from
long
the
dated.
UAE and Iran, and a bid to
All right. Just about the time you throw in the towel, they come in and announce maybe we won't attack tonight. And the market's ripping the other direction. Holy smokes. Apple just killing it today. Apple.
Spider Pulse, long dated.
naval blockade, which according to this post, President Trump says isn't going
Nvidia
until
Pulse,
everybody signs on the dotted line. And then it's our understanding
Size.
that we would take a phased approach where we would
Hi,
see
Tickler
quotes
plus
on our
800.
program. So we are trying to glean any sort of details on what that may actually look like in practice.
It's just striking, Tyler, when the president suggests that we've now reached this point where a deal could be imminent.
Zero
hours
DTE,
after
Wall Street.
suggesting in an interview on Fox News that the U.S. could very short and on Truth Social go in and seize
So our own analysts have Bloomberg Economics have suggested that perhaps this has been
Zero
escalation in
DTE,
a
Wall
bid
Street.
to de-escalate the conflict, maybe some negotiating leverage that we've seen the White House use before, because really this past
Extreme
week
high
has
tickler.
marked the largest uptick in fighting since the ceasefire began started with the tit-for-tat strikes between
Triple Q's
Iran and
pulse.
Israel. President
SanDisk
Trump getting
pulse.
personally involved in that
Long
diplomacy to
dated.
get a ceasefire there. But then we saw the U.S. respond first in the wake of that military helicopter being shot down earlier this week. And
Okay.
Iranian military targets, and Iran retaliating again, hitting or trying to hit U.S. bases throughout the region. President Trump's threats that were different this time was because he had extended it to energy infrastructure, which we all know would be a major.
Gamma.
Haley mentions the countries that are not listed are the one. There's a country that is listed here right after the U.S., and that's Israel. Should we assume that this would apply as well to Israel and Hezbollah, which of course was a deal breaker for Iran for the ceasefire?
Right, that was dominating conversation just days ago because Iran repeatedly maintained that a ceasefire had to extend to Israel's front against the Iranian
SP exports.
Hezbollah.
Long
But
dated.
Israel and the U.S. both have repeatedly said that this is a separate front, but we got indications that the White House was really eyeing this as a potential roadblock, considering that President Trump got on the phone directly with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. A lot of reporting came out of how tense that call was, but even publicly, President Trump had said in that interview over the weekend with NBC News that he wants Israel to take a more, quote, surgical approach to how it is trying to achieve its military objectives related to Hezbollah. So perhaps it's rolled in, but we should also mention that while Iran wants to see this in the deal,
Hi, Tickler,
before the
plus
conflict
800.
began, the U.S. was demanding that Iran support
Spider
some
pulse.
militia groups
Long
needed to
dated.
be in
SP
the
exports.
there's
0
also
DTE.
movement there.
Call
We
string.
heard from the Houthi
Gamma.
rebels earlier
Q's
this week
pulse.
that they could
0
take action in the Red
DTE.
Sea, so
Call side.
it's all
Size.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, our Washington correspondent, running into the studio for us on
SP exports.
Thank you so much.
Long
And
dated.
for a bit more analysis now, we turn to Jonathan Panikoff, Atlantic Council Director of the Swillcroft Middle East Security Initiative. Jonathan, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. It's great to have you, and I wonder if you take this post from the president at face value. Do you really believe we could see a deal between the U.S. and Iran signed soon?
Well, great to be with you. Look, I certainly hope so. I think we've had a little bit of whiplash here, all of us, frankly. The reality is we've seen posts that are similar to this before. I think the way that it's framed, I think, is giving reason for optimism that probably is a bit more.
AMD pulse. Long dated.
Calling out the countries, the fact that he said it was very soon. There's some
Q's pulse.
specificity here that we haven't seen. So look, do I think it's possible? I absolutely do. I also think that there's a not insignificant chance that the president is pushing for something that maybe the Iranians haven't even fully signed off on, or that he's trying to push them with the working to the hopes that they will go along with it in the end. So I'm not ready to say it's quite done yet, but it's certainly reason for optimism.
Q's pulse. Long dated.
Expert on the proxies. How important will it be for Hezbollah and for the Houthis to
Micron
accept this?
pulse.
They're obviously not going to be at the negotiating table.
Yeah, that's right. Look, on the Houthi side, this entire war, I think one of the big questions has been why have the Houthis not gotten more involved? There's been significant conversations about the fact that they really have their own political agenda in Yemen, and this will undermine them in some ways. The fact that the Saudis and Houthis may have some agreements behind the scenes. I think the Houthis will be a little easier here, frankly, at least in the near term. Hezbollah is a really big question, frankly, from that perspective, therefore, so is Israel. We know the Israelis have been unhappy with the deal of this contour simply because
Soft pulse. Long dated.
a ceasefire and the opening of the strait, and then maybe doing a nuclear program in a 60-day window after the elongated. But if the ballistic missiles aren't dealt with, and Israel feels like it's going to be the other threat because it's still a threat from Hezbollah, the ballistic missiles, where it feels like the Hezbollah's activities, especially if Iran starts to resupply Hezbollah in the future, Hezbollah constant attacks on the
NVIDIA pulse. Long dated.
Israel not always willing to listen when it comes to attacks on Florida. President Trump is trying to stop them. Like Poland last week with a strike, obviously, that have repercussions.
All right, Apple. All right, it's at the high of the day here. Probably going to follow through. All right.
Well, yeah, that certainly is one of the many questions.
Probably going to follow through in the next few days. Should be good. Broadcom. Broadcom looking good. All right, all the New York fangs are growing up.
Just unlocked, potentially all parties agreeing to a deal. Was that Apache helicopter going down and the subsequent retaliatory strikes that the U.S. Conducted proof that the U.S. wasn't necessarily bluffing?
I think it certainly demonstrated that the U.S. wasn't.
Oracle Pulse. Long dated.
I think there's still quite open question though of whether or not Iran actually cares all that much. The one thing we know is that Iran is willing to sacrifice an awful lot. Its economy, its people, its tolerance for pain, its threshold for pain is significantly higher than traditionally we've had in the U.S. And that I think the U.S. is willing to support at this point, given if you look at where Poland is, for example, on support of President Trump and this war. At the same time, clearly even the threats today were about being coercive and coercive military strikes, not intended to bring us back potentially if they had happened to a full-scale war or what we saw through March, but really about being strategic to try and keep upping the ante. I think clearly they've had some effect. I want to be clear that it's unlikely that it was the sole decision. There's reason for Iran's decision to engage now. We know negotiations have been going on behind the scenes for quite a while, and I think it's probably a little bit of combination of both, frankly.
What do you think has happened since we all got up today here, Jonathan? We started the morning with great concern that we were about to go attack Iran and hit them even harder, as the president said, seize Karg Island, of course. By lunchtime, we're talking about a place and time to sign a peace deal. How did this come together, if you take the president at his words, in 5 hours when it didn't seem to work over the course of 5 weeks?
Yeah, my guess is I wouldn't look at it in a 5-hour time period. I think actually the weeks is more important. I think this is really a reflection of the fact that the negotiations were going on even as you had U.S. strikes, even as you had to get the Iranian retaliation over the last week or so. You still had negotiations.
I guess the question though is, was there a phone call this morning? Was there an exchange of messages, or is the president?
Okay.
No, I have no doubt that there was some sort of engagement and exchange. I don't know that whether it's direct or indirect. Countries have been playing an additional role. Obviously, Pakistanis were still trying to. I have no doubt that there was a flurry of messages that had gone back and forth. But I also think those messages would have fallen quickly on deaf ears if the preparatory work hadn't been done over the last week or 2 weeks. And so I think you got to combine both of those to really understand how we probably got here today. But I got no doubt.
Okay, Apple at the highs. Okay, S&P. That was a really nice, really nice pop. Really nice pop on the S&P. Thank you very much. Okay.
Long dated.
Exactly this deal.
All right.
It's one thing for the two sides to be understood to be talking, but does it not matter who is actually doing the negotiating on the Iranian side? The president, Jonathan, says that this has been brought to the highest level of Iranian leadership and approved. Should we understand that to mean Mojtaba Khamenei, or is that IRGC leadership? How do we know that the leadership that approved this is one that's going to stand by?
Yeah, it's a reflection of the fact that there was a bit of a
Tesla Pulse. Long dated.
Fundamentally right now in Tehran. Look, the highest level would seem to indicate that it includes Mojtaba.
Micron Pulse. Long dated.
Really, what we're talking about right now, from everything I've heard and people are talking, is that you really have a
0 DTE. Call stream.
Okay, so that was probably a short covering pop. What we really need to see now is for prices to hold up here. Okay, instead of just fade off. Everybody, I won't say everybody, most traders are probably thinking, okay, I got a nice pop. Let me take profits, sitting here waiting for institutions to show their hand, right? That's what I'm waiting for. We do know that we have futures products rolling from June to September. So there's a lot of that happened this morning, a lot of that choppiness that we're experiencing. Pops, if you managed to get positive on a few things and you were down, maybe reduce your exposure. If you had like a dozen positions open and like half of them now are, swing into a nice profit, maybe you reduce your exposure. Maybe you take some of the ones that aren't working as well, on that move that we just experienced to the upside, maybe those losers, you could like keep your winners and let the losers reduce your exposure on the losers, right? I don't know. It's an idea. Right now, we have a nice pop, so we're looking for a follow through. Okay, looks pretty good so far. So far, so good.
There's two opportunities or possibilities, I should say. One is, look, the Europeans, the French, the Brits have been leading a maritime effort to get together.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
Some sort of force along the strait. There's questions about whether or not the Iranians will accept that, but that could be one.
Triple semi-pulse, long dated.
That I know from just in Paris is the defense officials who deployed almost. The second part of this, though, is look, you're probably going to have to keep a U.S. carrier group in the Gulf for some time. And this is going to be about a long-term threat proposition that if Iran threatens to close the strait again, or if they actually do use drones, for instance, to try to close the strait again and attack ships, then the U.S. is also in position, even independently of this water force, to actually take action. And so we're going to maintain that sort of presence, which frankly is something I think President Trump has really not wanted to do. If you look at the course of his rhetoric earlier in the term.
Well, and that's also why he's called on other allies of the United States who are more reliant on the energy flowing out of the Strait of Hormuz to step up. Europe has seemed to suggest that once there was a resolution to the conflict, then they'd be willing to help keep the strait open. But you're suggesting the U.S. is still going to have to be involved, John.
Yeah, look, I think the coalition of the willing absolutely can come in and it can come in quick to combat that. But I think that it's going to be very, very hard for the U.S. to say, but we're just going to fully withdraw from the region. It's going to be delicate, and there's also a coercive nature here. Look, the nuclear program is still going to be unresolved. Issues related to ballistic missiles are still unresolved. Questions related to Iranian proxy networks are still unresolved. In other words, if we're going to continue the negotiation, I think you want to keep that leverage, and you want to have it to ensure that European allies will remain in case something does go wrong.
We're glad you could join us, Jonathan. Welcome back. Atlantic Council Director of the Scorpion Middle East Security Initiative. Jonathan Panikoff with us live on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons, and we've watched this story evolve dramatically over the course of the program, and the markets follow. Really something to see the Dow up over 700 points. We were up over 800, Kaylee. The S&P 500 up 87. The NASDAQ is now up 400 points. It's a 1.5% gain for the Dow and the NASDAQ. Interest rates are lower, and oil prices are too.
Yeah, substantially so for oil. We're down more than 3% on both Brent and WTI. WTI right now about $87 a barrel. Clearly a market that is looking forward to hopefully an opening of the Strait of Hormuz. But interestingly, as we see these oil prices going down, and as you mentioned, rates going lower, we've actually seen the market price out a full Fed hike this year. There was this notion that the Fed might have to do what the ECB did earlier today and actually tighten policy in the face of energy-driven inflationary risks. But perhaps if this deal is indeed finalized, that may not ultimately be the case. But it is still an if at this hour, Joe. Right now, we're only hearing from President Trump on this. We have yet to hear from Iran.
We've got a 10-year below 4.5, a 30-year below 5 now, and a 2-year up 4.07. All three are trending lower on this news. There's going to be a lot more where this came from on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That starts just a couple of moments, and on the late edition of Balance of Power. It starts right here at 5 p.m. Eastern.
We'll see you then. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew on Bloomberg TV and radio.
SMH Pulse.
Introducing the all-new Velotric Discover 3. Comfort in every moment. Easy step-through, tuned airform, plus a suspension seat post and ergonomic breathing saddle. Effortless ride. elevated comfort.
We can all agree steak is for dads. Real dads, charcoal dads, tongue snapping dads, united by their love of steak. His perfect gift is waiting, plus 8 free burgers at omahasteaks.com.
What's your favorite game?
Lavish Luck Casino, because it's super fun, free to download, and has so many machines to choose from. No ads, no hidden costs. I can just focus on playing. Plus, if daily Logan rewards, and if you're lucky enough, you can even wheel cash.
Really? Then how much did you win?
$800.
800.
Look, it's already in my account.
So you all know what Lavish Luck Casino is. Go give it a try.
Bonus win. Meanie, my major, my meanie, grand. Legendary win.
Lavish Luck. Play now.
As global markets face disruption, Dubai is reinforcing its appeal to international business. Not by chance, it's by design. The resilience is being shaped by future-focused policy and an ecosystem built for growth, strengthening key sectors against external shocks. Dubai's financial center has seen a surge in activity, and for many global companies, it remains the destination to scale, all creating an economy built to accelerate through uncertainty.
Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. S&P across Bloomberg platforms. This is Thursday, July 11th. June
No, it's
11th.
June, but that's okay because you're thinking about tomorrow and the SpaceX IPO.
I am. But what I'm really thinking about is how 29 minutes ago, kind of the top of our show changed, because that's when we got a headline crossing the Bloomberg. President Trump cancels a planned strike or strikes against Iran tonight, saying the time, the place, I'm going to deal with.
All right, so just sitting here watching for the markets to hold up here. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's just after 2 p.m. on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. It is beautiful outside, a little hot, but beautiful outside. I've been outside a few times today, checking out the golfers on the 7th tee. Having a good time at Man o' War golf course here in Myrtle Beach. It's a little hot now. I wouldn't want to be out there during midday. But yeah, it's a good day. And we're just sitting here watching to see if the institutions are going to buy this and push it a bit higher. What are we going to do? All the New York FANG stocks are up, so it's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good.
Ending in sight to the U.S. war in Iran. But let's see. We're going to talk about that with our own Michelle Jim-Risco in just a moment. We're going to head to D.C. In the meantime, just quick check on the trade for you as we bring up the numbers. We're up about 1.33% on the S&P 500, up just shy of 100 points, up almost 700 points on the NASDAQ 100, Tim. That's good for a gain of about 2.5%. You know what's back in favor?
The Sox?
Yeah.
I knew you were going to say that.
In a big way.
Well, speaking of what's in favor, Wall Street traders gearing up for SpaceX's historic debut. We are all over that, not just this hour, but over the next 3 hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, because once again, we can't get enough SpaceX, but institutional and retail investors seem not be able to get enough of those shares that are out there.
It feels like it
Ahead of the
comes
IPO.
into every market conversation, especially also when it comes to kind of sentiment in the IPO market and all of that. Hey, we're also going to talk a little bit about Europe and the European Union's role in the world with the United States. This as the ECB raised interest rates for the first time in almost 3 years. We're going to get to that.
Okay, don't fade on me.
Competition, Margareta Vestager.
I think it's too much to ask for the markets to stay up here. I got a feeling a lot of people are going to want to take profits. That's my way of thinking right now. Since we started to roll over, I've been reducing my exposure. I'm still participating, but on pops like this, take profits and wait for the markets to confirm that institutions are actually buying. Okay, Broadcom, what's the story here? Okay, Broadcom's good. All right, so Broadcom, that expires tomorrow, Broadcom. Okay, I'm going to cash in on that, $450. That's a nice little profit for doing nothing. Walmart, slacking off a little bit. All right, stock slacking off a bit. Exxon, AppLovin. What's AppLovin doing? AppLovin, did that pop just now? AppLovin bouncing off the 50-day. Okay, let's see if it can get back up to the middle of the Bollinger Bands. The 20-day is the center of the Bollinger Bands, and not looking for a bounce back into that direction. Campbell's Soup, that one's trending. Not a big mover. Doesn't move a lot. It has an ATR of about 75 cents a day. So 75 cents a day, if it went up every single day, right? If it went up every single day, you'd make what, $3.75, $4 for the week. So that's what you can conceivably target. Can we make it up to 26 from 23? Sure. Absolutely. With RSI rising, MACD stochastic bullish, volume showing institutions are buying. Yeah, we could make it to the 200-day. We're going to go straight there? Probably not. It's probably just going to meander its way back up to that in that direction. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Right now, we're watching tech stocks to see if we can hold on to these gains. Okay, if we can hold on to these gains, we're bouncing right at the 50-day. You don't have to do anything realistically. We got the IPO tomorrow, SpaceX. Do we bounce right here at the 50-day and put in a bullish reversal? That's left to be seen, but that's what I'd be looking for tomorrow. RSI is turning back up. Stochastics now in oversold territory, so it's ready to go. It's just a matter of time. How many days does it take? Okay, do we hit the 200-day first? The point is that while it's not trending like it was back in April over here, we're having to wait. It's literally the hardest part. I hate that word, literally. It's the hardest part of being a trader is waiting for the next trend, not being impatient, putting money to work when you shouldn't, or when you have more risk than you have reward potentially. Okay. So the next bounce, like over here, okay, back in late March, we had a big bullish day. If you got long there and you held on, great. But I like to look for the second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, seventh day. I mean, how many days you have to wait for? Generally, I'll wait for 2 days. We'll get the indices, or rather the indicators to roll back up. Once we start to see that happen as a function of price, RSI rises, you got a pretty good shot at entering, whether it's the second day or the third day. You just got to take the risk. Just know when the risk is best. Right now, the risk is not best. Risk right now could go either way. We could drop off to the 200-day. So you should be sitting there with cash in hand, waiting for the next really good setups. Let's see. Oracle had earnings. Let's see what that's doing. Oracle. Okay, Oracle bouncing off the low. Okay, Oracle. You could start to buy some Oracle a little bit at a time. If you're going to buy another 100 shares of ORCX, say, let's say you were going to buy another 100 shares of ORCX. Maybe you buy 25 shares. If it bounces and manages to base quickly, reverse, I don't think it's going to reverse that quickly. Last time we put in a doji over here, okay, at the 2237, the second week of April. Last time we did this, the next day was pretty bullish. We moved back above the 50-day. That was a doji reversal over here. Let's see if any other dojis. This is different though. The main issue with Oracle right now is that price to sales contracted a little bit. So, and they're projecting that the next quarter, they're going to make about 2 million less than they did this quarter. I think it's something like that. They still have pretty good earnings growth. Earnings growth is 56%. Revenue growth is like 35%. I think that's what it was. Let's see. Earnings. So the point is that you don't have to be in a hurry to buy Oracle. We need to be in here for the long run. Oracle. Okay, Oracle. So here's Oracle, right? They beat expectations. They got 19.18 billion. The estimate was for 19.08, but look what they're forecasting for next time. They're forecasting 18.96 billion to 19.26 billion. So somewhere in the same area, but that lower number has got a few people concerned. I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal, but we need to see a base. Earnings growth is 56%. Revenue growth is 20%. They surprised on revenue. They surprised on earnings. I'll be building some more. I'll be adding some more on Oracle at some point. I'm not in a hurry. Okay, all these are pulling back a little bit. S&P is pulling back a little bit.
Media headlines that have to be kind of verified and also checked against what Iranian officials.
Man, talking about going back and forth, you know. One day we're bombing them, the next day we're talking about a time and place for an Iran deal signing to come soon. I mean, there's not too many of these IRSG or ISRG, whatever they are, left, right?
Many of them in that post, and that Trump just put out, and many of them have varying interests in touting a deal is nigh or saying it's not nigh, and things need to be worked out on various sticking points that have persisted throughout the conflict.
Michelle, speaking of sticking points, the nuclear issue, that's the sticking point. I mean, that is the entire reason the president laid out for us earlier this year about why he decided to go to war with Iran. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Is what the president says. What about the enrichment of uranium? Do we have any details at this point about what a deal looks like that, again, like the president says, has been agreed to, by all these parties when it comes to nuclear enrichment?
Well, Tim, I think you're right to point out that that's at the core of this and is maybe the major sticking point of about 4 or 5 major sticking points. We just don't know at this point what might be confirmed, where they might be coming a little bit closer together on the idea of, removing the highly enriched uranium. If you do remove it, where would it go? The U.S. and Iran have disagreed on that point. Iran at times has said they'd be okay with sending it to China or Russia. The U.S. says, no, that's a deal breaker. So, either the U.S. would take it or they would send it to some other site that would be acceptable. That is still very much in the air and unclear where they have landed in those negotiations. But those negotiations themselves have been complicated by a number of factors, including the fact that you've got the main decision maker in Iran, the Ayatollah, holed up in an undisclosed location, in a secure location in the north of the country that's very hard to reach and perhaps is taking, as U.S. officials have said, many days to get messages back and forth, even through the intermediaries like Pakistan, like Qatar, who have been helping out in these negotiations. So there's a lot of complicated back and forth at work, and so we do need to kind of take every message from either side with caution. and just kind of verify whether or not both sides have actually agreed to any one of many sticking points still to be worked out.
Yeah, I mean, who's doing the negotiating at this point? I thought what was interesting, there was a story earlier on the Bloomberg about senior national security officials from the United Arab Emirates and Iran holding a face-to-face meeting for the first time since the start of the U.S.-Israeli war against Tehran, according to people with knowledge of the situation. And I just am curious, where's the U.S. position in all of this? Like, who's making this happen? Because there's so much at stake for so many different entities, if you will, for Iran, for the United States, for Israel, for the Middle East region. I'm just not quite where to figure out like who's in charge here.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, Carol. And I think the one thing we can say for sure is that things have moved beyond where they were in that first round of direct negotiations that took place in Islamabad, however many weeks ago that was. But it seems that at least on the U.S. side that they're taking a different tack. And Trump, noticeably and publicly grew impatient with Iran and has been unwilling to send the likes of Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to any other location to interact with them. But at the same time, Vice President Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio have been involved. On the other side, we're still unsure exactly how those negotiations are happening, but we do know it is a complex set of people involved on the Iranian side. And then, of course, you have other major players aside from those playing intermediary, like we mentioned, Qatar and Pakistan. You do have, Israel foremost as one party that has been very vocal in all of this and certainly plays a big role in how this thing finishes, when it finishes. And they, by the way, yesterday were reiterating that the Iran war is far from over. So it's kind of cutting against the messaging that Trump wants to promote of a final deal being near, peace being at hand, and no need, at least for now, for those additional strikes tonight.
It's a lot. You keep such great track of it all. Michelle, thank you. Really appreciate it. Michelle Jamrisco, she's Bloomberg News White House and National Security Editor. All right, let's get to the market read on the war, this morning's inflation print, SpaceX IPO. There's just a few things coming at us.
I want to bring in Danielle DiMartino, who is CEO and Chief Strategist at the Research and Analytics from QI Research. She's a former advisor to the Dallas Fed. She's the author of Fed Up, an insider's take on why the Federal Reserve is bad for America. That was back in 2017. She joins us from Dallas. We just talked about the latest back and forth between the U.S. and, well, the U.S. when it comes to the war. Inflation, AI, we've got SpaceX's IPO. Tomorrow is when we expect it to start trading. What, in your view, matters most to markets right now?
Right now, I think momentum matters most to markets. We're seeing volatility like what we saw in 1999, like what we saw in the year 2000, where we're having massive swings in the markets, whether it's up or down. They're very jittery, they're very skittish, and any headline can throw them one way or another. And I think the fundamentals matter a little bit less than you would think that they should, despite the fact that theoretically Kevin Warsh is preparing for his first FOMC meeting.
We can talk about that in just a moment. I want to talk about inflation, but what is momentum, Danielle, when you've got the stocks up more than 5% today? It was down 3.6% yesterday and down about 2% the day before. It was on Monday up 5.6%. What's the momentum in that?
Well, when I say momentum, I mean to say that right now everything is moving based on a herd. Everything goes up together.
All right. So we are managing a bounce. Okay, good. Let's get another high tick alert. How about that? Tick cumulative is crossing over, by the way. Tick cumulative is crossing over.
Again, I don't know that many veteran investors take comfort in the violent swings that we're seeing in the markets these days. That's more my point.
Okay, so does it? But is it driven in your view by fundamentals at all? Because some people out there would say, "Hey, wait, you're just shaking your head down for a radio audience," and I saw you say no. But I mean, there are folks out there who say, "Wait, earnings justify these valuations." We'll talk about SpaceX in a second, but what do you think?
Well, I think that people are starting to move away from kind of the Cape Shiller 10-year look back and looking towards forward indexes. We've seen this play out before. We know why it happens. We know how it happens. And I think you have to be very careful about how you perceive the E in the price to earnings ratio at inflection points in the economy, especially when we're seeing equity come into the market in a very aggressive fashion. Now it seems as if there's a race to be the next SpaceX. It seems as if there's a race to get secondaries priced after the market closes. And again, these are all signposts of prior cycles that people who have gray hair like I do, who cover it up, have seen before.
All right. So talk to us a little bit about what might be the next cycle, or is it just a continuation of what we've been in, I don't know, for the last 6 months or so? Because I'm thinking about, 2 days in a row, some hot inflation prints, the pressure that puts on the Fed, the rethink in terms of valuations as investors, certainly on the equity side, think one thing one day and one thing on the next, and we'll see what happens with the SpaceX IPO tomorrow. 30 seconds. What is this cycle in your view?
Well, we just had S&P come out with a print of 73 bankruptcies for the month of May that just hit about an hour ago or so. And we're seeing that play out. There was very little pass-through to the CPI yesterday, and then we saw trade services, and the PPI this morning dropped by 1.1%. That's the biggest decline in 9 months. So I think investors who are focused on the fundamentals should be paying very close attention to the margin squeeze that's taking place right before our eyes, even as transport costs soar. Companies are not able to pass that along, and that is, again, what we saw in this morning's PPI report. Somebody's going to have to shoulder these higher costs.
Somebody always has to pay. I almost kind of wish we were kicking off a new earnings season. Danielle DiMartino Booth, CEO and Chief Strategist at QI Research, joining us from Dallas. We're taking a break.
And coming up next, Europe is finally slowly getting its act together. Bloomberg's Stephen Carroll joins us from Europe to explain. That's next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
All right, so we did bounce. It looks like we're going to get out of this hole that we've been in, testing the 50-day, maybe this week, and we'll reverse. People who were collecting cash as suggested over the last few weeks, and more intensively or more aggressively this week, if you were taking, heeding some of our suggestions, you got cash in hand, and we're just sitting and waiting. Okay, look at the period, look at the period prior to the last 6 trading days. Look at this period right here. All right, I'm talking about this right in here. Okay, you got the run up. Okay, is it a breakout? We don't know. Gets through the 50-day. Is it a breakout? Yes. Does it follow through? Yes. Getting long. Okay, so it breaks through this level. Okay, breaks through this level right here. Okay, it's trending. How long? 6 weeks, 7 weeks. Okay, so even if you didn't catch this part right here and the break above the 50-day, we will usually let you know that that's probably a good area. We would probably let you know that in the weekend videos, etc. You break above this level, now we're making new highs. Okay, we had no idea that this was going to be the case, this run up, but we were taking profits off into strength. Why? Why, Vinny? Because Core 1M told us that the likelihood when it was below 8, when Core 1M was below 8, was telling us that take risk off. Okay, we were below 8. Okay, with Core 1M below 8, this told us to take some risk off, right? As it started to drop off, we took risk off. Now that we're back, we're looking for the break to the upside. All right. So are we ready right now to put 100% of our capital back to work? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Can we day trade? Absolutely. What can we day trade? Well, Apple was one today. Did you take Apple? Apple was a pretty decent trade from about 11 o'clock, 10:30, or actually 10:30. We saw this starting to peak, perk up a little bit. All right, so right around here, around 10:30, 11, started to base, turned higher, RSI, MACD. If you use the 1-minute chart, there's a rhyme and a reason for all of this, right? So if you take the 1-minute chart, okay, of Apple, it was oversold right here at 10:30, 11 o'clock. RSI was down here, started to move higher. Price action moves above the red line. Okay, get long, put a stop underneath this area. You got a nice trade. So day trade, but swing trades are still a little bit iffy. We need to see a little bit more proof, and we should get that in the next couple of days, I would think.
Next week with Kevin Warsh chairing for the first time. Meantime, ECB President Christine Lagarde warning inflation triggered by the Iran war is widening beyond just energy. Keep in mind, Europe definitely feeling the pain of two wars as the U.S. As the Russian-Ukraine war is now more than 4 years old and counting. And of course, you have the U.S. war in Iran. Even so, Europe seems to be shaking itself awake.
Yeah, as the global order disintegrates and China dives deeper into Europe's traditional markets, EU leaders say the bloc needs bigger and everything to protect itself. Bigger banks, bigger tech firms, bigger defense contractors, bigger investments. At next week's G7 Leaders Summit, Bloomberg been speaking to policymakers and investors about Europe's path ahead, as new Bloomberg economics analysis underlines what major change is needed. And yet, can the bloc, Carol, really evolve?
Yeah, it's a big question. Our Brussels radio anchor, Stephen Carroll, bureau chief Suzanne Lynch, and editor Corey Bennett have been speaking to figures at the heart of Europe's political and financial decision making. And Stephen joins us right now. He's co-host of Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, joining us from the Bloomberg News Brussels bureau. He's also host of the Here's Why podcast. Stephen, so good to have you here with Tim and myself. First of all, tell us about this mission that you and our Bloomberg colleagues have been on, and the question specifically that you were trying to answer.
But the question we're trying to answer is whether Europe's actually finally going to do something about its economic decline. The warnings have been around for years, from that big report from Mario Draghi, nearly 2 years old now, saying that it was existential for Europe that it made major reforms, integrated its markets more, ramped up investment massively to 1.2 trillion euros a year. And the sense that we've been getting from our reporters around the continent is there was a sense of a shift towards progress on this, finally, and that perhaps we were moving because of the pressures that were coming on the EU from the United States. We know obviously the Trump administration has been particularly unfriendly to the European Union, but also the rising competition from China, questions around access to markets, putting pressure on manufacturers here, that perhaps things were starting to change. And we went looking for where those changes might come. And actually, although I know you'll think I'm crazy if I start talking about small details in European policy changes, there are signs out there, and they are small but significant, that things are really changing now.
what are some of those signs that things are changing? Is it more than just Europe doing more of its own defense spending? What is it?
Defense spending is a key one, and it's an interesting example for a model that could be used in other areas in the sorts of things that Mario Draghi wanted the European Union to spend more money on. But I will point to merger rules. This is an area the EU has had huge influence globally over reviewing mergers, antitrust law, and the EU said a couple of months ago they were going to start revising those merger rules. And we're already seeing signs of businesses taking notice of this. Deals that in the past we thought might be flagged by regulators. We had a big telecoms announcement in France in the past week. We had a big banking merger announcement in Italy in the past week as well. And these are the sorts of deals that, from a big picture point of view, you want bigger companies, more cross-border investment, bigger banks in particular to help for financing across the continent. These are the sorts of deals that could have been a concern to regulators in the past, but it seems that executives have decided it's worth going ahead because they are sensing a changing attitude. The other issue, and it's something that we've covered for a very long time here at Bloomberg, is questions around deeper capital markets in Europe, trying to encourage more of that cross-border investment. Europe's six biggest economies have now said they're going to go ahead with this plan, even if they can't get an agreement at a 27 level. That's significant too, because it's considered now to perhaps be a model as to how things get done in this moment is, look, you get a big group of countries together, they go ahead, the others can join if they want, but crucially you will start to provide those deeper markets that will hopefully stimulate investment and help to turn around the economic fortunes as well.
You know, Stephen, to be fair, right, and at play as the EU figures its way forward and its position in the world, President Trump upended so many long-standing global relationships. Some say that was long overdue, others say big mistake. These have been longtime allies. And it impacts not just geopolitics, but it impacts business. When it comes to the EU and the US relationship, you had a perfect voice to talk with. Tell us about your conversation and check in with the former EU Commissioner for Competition.
Margaret Vestager is one of the EU policymakers who's really been at the forefront of some of the most controversial ends of EU policy, competition law being one. She was also part of developing the new digital rulebook, which we know the Trump administration doesn't like either. She was in one of the top positions at the EU Commission until 2024. And I asked her about this question as to whether actually maybe Donald Trump had done the EU a favor by upending this relationship and spurring them into action. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
I wouldn't express it that way because, I'm really sad about some of the very, very negative effects of the Trump presidency. Take the closure of US AID, the risk of offsetting a new AIDS epidemic. So I think one cannot see it like that. That being said, I think it was about time for Europe to realize we need to do better ourselves. The European social contract is at stake here, because many people feel that social contract is not being upheld.
That's Margaret Vestager, formerly
Apple.
Commission, really putting in perspective the influence
Apple,
that
yeah.
the degradation of
Okay,
the
so
relationship has had.
we got an hour and a half to go. I'm going to take another break here. It's so gorgeous outside. The markets are just kind of sitting here. You can try some day trades, but we're at the high of the day. Maybe wait for a BNC pivot if we get one. It's 2:30. It's a little late in the evening, so hopefully a lot of these stocks will hold at the high of the day. Maybe we'll get a pop. I'll be monitoring the stream on my cell phone, so if we get a high tick alert or extreme high tick or more news to pop the markets, I'll be right back. Give me a couple of minutes. I'm just going to go stick my head outside and get some fresh air. I would suggest you do the same.
Discussions on the next European budget, for example, that could be another area where there could be big changes. The ambitions that we've had an update on today don't look hugely different, so that might not be the level of excitement that we want. But the conversations are happening, and there is a sense that we're moving towards something that will result in more European integration and more, as a result, Europeans' influence on the world. Bloomberg Economics is looking at the potential consequences of this as well. They say the path is going to be divergent even further. The European Union will fall further behind the US economically if there isn't big changes made. But if there are, that will arrest, first of all, the decline and actually could see the two economies converge as well. None of that, of course, mentioning AI, which could change everything.
Well, let's talk a little bit about technology and also geopolitics here beyond the United States. You did mention China as another factor that is driving this. And if we think about it from the perspective of EVs, for example, you're not going to find Chinese EVs here in the United States. Not the case for mainland Europe, where you could see, I don't know, Norway, Italy, Spain, in France, you can see Chinese EVs on the roads there. How much of this is about China, and what is it about China specifically that has the block concern?
So there's a couple of issues here. One is that China is moving in on Europe's traditional industries of strength, and the motor industry is a perfect example of that. It's true. I see BYD cars around Brussels. They're more present here in many parts of the continent as well. And it's a question of the EU having to, make this decision about whether or not there are industries that it's going to protect and support. Car making, we know, is extremely politically important in Germany, for example. So will that be an obstacle to try and support those industries rather than necessarily or to protect, from Chinese imports in that area? The other question is also access to the Chinese market, because it's an important export market for a lot of big European companies as well. And they fear more barriers being put up, which could cut off that very lucrative market for them at a time when obviously now we're going to have trade tariffs with the US as well. So some of those big export markets could actually be closed off to European exporters as well. And that's another way that we could see industries hurt by this complete shifting in the global order that we've seen.
Speaking about the global order and the shifting, I keep thinking about the European Union. We've had a lot of stories, I'm sure, Stephen, on the Bloomberg about the UK. I'm looking at one that was done on June 9th, so just this week, how the UK's options for rebuilding ties with Europe stack up, this possibility of the UK coming back. But I do think about the composition of the European Union. Some have questioned some of the countries and the entities that are part of that institution. How is that going to move forward? How important is that in terms of who's in, who's out, matters in terms of its place in the global world?
Well, that's a really important question too, because of course we have a whole range of countries who've been lining up for years to try and join the European Union across the Western Balkans, for example, but also there's been such a renewed focus on Ukraine's potential membership of the European Union too. And a lot of these questions are tied up with the fact that the way the EU works right now is already so cumbersome, and part of the fear of admitting new countries is you actually make the situation even more complex. And as you add divergent political views from different domains as well, is that there will be a need to give up, for example, the veto that exists in some areas of the European Union. Nobody's willing to have those sort of conversations because it's such a laborious and time-consuming process when there are other big crises that need to be addressed now. I do think it's important to talk about what happened with Brexit, though, because obviously the UK leaving was a blow for the EU. They took a voice out of conversations on things like capital markets, for example, where Britain would have had a lot of influence, and the countries who would like to see greater integration, or for in some cases might want to protect part of their own financial industries as well, have lost perhaps an ally around the table there too. So those alliances have shifted over the past 10 years. New bridges had to be built between countries too.
Right.
I don't think the UK is going to be rejoining the EU anytime soon, but closer ties does seem to be on the cards.
Hey, great to check in with you. I know it's later there, but so appreciate it. Of course, Stephen Carroll, co-host of Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, joining us from the Bloomberg News Brussels Bureau. He's also host of the Here's Why podcast.
Hey, let's take a look at markets, which are driving higher right now. The S&P 500 up 1.3%. A rebound in stocks as oil fell after President Trump canceled planned strikes against Iran and signaled the deal is near fueling hopes for an end to the war.
Yeah, but the semi-official Fars news agency, citing a source familiar with the negotiations, says Iran has not approved any text for an initial memorandum of understanding with the United States. That crossing just moments ago.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here. Bloomberg U.S. stocks holding close to session highs. Volatile day. Stocks are jumping. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. President Trump signaling that a U.S.-Iran deal is close. The S&P up 90 right now at 73.57, up 1.2%. The Dow's advancing 796 points, up 1.6%. The Dow now at 50,714. NASDAQ is up 1.6%. The NASDAQ 100 index up by 2.3% as the VIX falls below 20 and the SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange's semiconductor index, surges by 5.7%. Your 10-year currently yielding 4.46%, with the 2-year 4.06%, and the 30-year 4.95%. Gold up 2.1%, 41.56 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude at 87.99 a barrel, reversing course from today's trading earlier, down now by 2.3%. Barrel of Brent holding above 90 at 90.66, down by 2.6%. Bitcoin 63,460. Bitcoin up 2.8%. Intel higher after Bank of America raised its recommendation to buy from underperform on expected growth from central processing unit sales. Intel shares now up by 6.5%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. Carol and Tim, that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Phillip, thanks so much. Well, the most watched sports showdown on earth. We're talking about not the next game, but we'll get to that. We're talking about the FIFA World Cup starting today in Mexico City. This year's games hosted in 3 countries. You know that: U.S., Mexico, and Canada. Across 16 cities, 48 teams competing. Tim, that's the most ever.
It comes as the event is being overshadowed by political tensions, conflicts between the U.S. and Iran, driving up fuel prices, creating economic strain for fans. We've got a great duo joining us that knows a thing or two when it comes to the business of sports.
They know everything about sports. With us is Randall Williams. He's Bloomberg News senior reporter. He's right here in our New York studio. Vanessa Perdomo Maglione, she's Bloomberg News sports business reporter as well in the Bloomberg News Princeton Bureau out there. Hello, hello. Both, by the way, co-hosts of the Business of Sports podcast, which if you're not listening to, shame on you. Download it because it's really good.
Thanks.
All right. You're welcome. Randall, I'm going to start with you. You're right here in studio. Tell us about this. Is a big deal. And we've been talking about it, I feel like, forever. It's getting underway.
It has been a large conversation for many months and years, and now we're finally here. We are, as it sits right now, 18 minutes away from not tip-off, but kickoff. Tip-off was yesterday, but it's tremendous. I think that things will really come into effect. We'll feel it on Saturday when the matches really begin, and there's a match at MetLife, and I think the Team USA plays on Friday, right, Vanessa? Do I have that right?
Yeah. They play Friday in SoFi Stadium in LA.
So when Team USA plays, I expect a large crowd. I expect the excitement to kick up.
But Vanessa, how good is Team USA? I mean, help set expectations here. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Soccer, it's globally, it's huge. Here in the U.S., it is growing. It is big, but we're not even close to the best.
We're definitely not close to the best, and that's definitely correct. But we are better than I think people might think that we are. I think that the U.S. is going to do well. I think they're going to definitely get out of their group. They might have the potential to win the group. And I think if they really, I was talking to Alexei Lalas recently, and he played in the 1994 World Cup, and he really was iterating to me that how important a home World Cup really is. And the U.S. aren't expected to go very far, but I think if they're able to really capture the audience the way that we've seen in past World Cups, I think that we might be able to do something special and get to the quarterfinals or something like that, or some further than we've ever seen before. I think they can capture the magic. That's really what's important. They have to feel it.
I gotta say, I want to talk more about the games itself and who's playing and all that, but the cost of the World Cup, like all the things like transportation.
In 1994, it was only $25 or $65 a ticket.
That's not even going to get you onto the New Jersey Transit.
I know. So I gotta say that Dan Hunt, co-owner, president of the Dallas Football Club, he weighed in on FIFA World Cup ticketing prices. Just listen up, guys.
The rollout is a little bit non-traditional, how we would do it in American sports, but FIFA has their way of doing it. And they've gotten some criticism over the prices, and they went back and repriced some cheaper tickets. And What I would say, is there's a market demand for this, and the revenue they generate from the World Cup supports soccer globally. Their initiatives from grassroots to growing the men's game, growing the women's game, all the money associated with prize money, player money to clubs, and just in developing nations and helping the game along. And this is really their pinnacle, tentpole moment that they have every 4 years. And so I know it's a delicate balance, right? You want it affordable for fans because fans make the game, but you also need to be able to have, the money to help support the game for the next 4 years.
I gotta say, you can hear that in so many different marketplaces. That's Dan Hunt, co-owner and president of Dallas Football Club. Vanessa, let me just get you to weigh in on that. Is he right? Like, this supports a lot of stuff out there. Does it have to be so expensive?
No, I mean, it doesn't have to be so expensive. It really doesn't. And obviously, it hasn't been so expensive in the past.
All right. It is so nice outside. Just got a little cloudy, but all right. So Intel's back to the high of the day. All right. For those of you who were upset that Intel had dropped, here's Intel end of day. Starting to come back up the VWAP. We've got a little ways to go to get back up to the high of the day. I trust that the powers that be want to get it back up here. So as long as you have enough time, August options. I've been trying to move all of my July options now out to August and later in the year, August, September. All right, watching Intel here. Intel, let's see what Apple's doing. Apple's trying to turn back up. Okay. Apple. What are you guys looking at? All right, there's futures. Futures are climbing here. Okay, cool. Futures are climbing back up. Climbing back up. All right, looks good. Campbell's soup. XME. Hood, Robin Hood. Okay, let me look at Robin Hood. What's Robin Hood doing? We're looking for Robin Hood to break out of this squeeze. Okay. I'm not sure if you mentioned anything, David, yesterday or day before, but we're watching Robin Hood. Robin Hood looking pretty interesting here.
We gotta talk about the Knicks game last night if we can. We are all in on soccer, but we gotta talk about it. Vanessa, come on in. Man, what a game. If you went to sleep early and not would have been surprised by the outcome. I don't know, how are you thinking about where we go from here? First of all, if you went to sleep early last night, you missed history. You missed history last night. It was the biggest comeback, in NBA playoff history. It was absolutely incredible. I was watching from a scene from a bar in Queens. It was electric at the end. It was unbelievable. So I think from here, the series is over. Randall, you were in the building.
You were there last night. I missed you. I was. That was the loudest arena that I've ever been in by far. It was the concourse was shaking. I mean, Mike Green said it on the broadcast. This building is shaking. No, it was legitimately shaking. And you have to think a tremendous comeback because I believe it was 76 to 49 at halftime. Yeah. And at that point, the Spurs scored 30 points the rest of the game. A tremendous defensive effort. And I think in this aspect, I'm jumping with Vanessa, but she's probably right. When you give up a 29 point lead, and then you have to go home and play a team that you haven't beat in your own house.
Okay, we just continue to move higher. Robin Hood, let me just change the symbol here. Robin Hood. HOD. Robin Hood. Robin Hood, okay. Looks good. Robinhood. Looking forward to break above that previous pivot. Robinhood. You can see the squeeze. The upper band is starting to open up. That's telling you to look for more follow through. Look at MACD. The momentum is clearly bullish. Okay, so the New York Fangs look pretty good. If we can sustain the bounce that we're seeing in the New York Fang, this should be good for tomorrow. We got the IPO, big SpaceX IPO. If we can get a bullish day tomorrow, that would be super awesome. Okay, I'm going to repeat myself. I know I'm going to repeat myself, but right now we have high risk of a failure. It doesn't look anything like the last few days of March through the third week of May. This run up here is what we're looking for. So we got the bounce, okay, like over here, just like this. We pull back, we reverse. Do I want to get long the first day? Nah, too much of a risk. This is going to roll over. So we look for the second day. Look for MACD and everything to roll back up. Stochastics is there. MACD isn't quite there. RSI got oversold. And it's close. Close. It could turn up high or low on RSI on the daily. But if we get a follow-through day tomorrow, that means all of these New York Fang components listed here are going to be participating for the most part. So we'll be looking for trades on all 10 of these tomorrow. My favorites, Apple, Google, Tesla, probably my favorites. Apple, Google, Tesla, maybe even Broadcom. So if we can get at least 4 or 5 of these to turn up and S&P to continue what it's doing right now, we should be good. Here's Robinhood pushing a bit higher. Robinhood. Hope everyone's having a good day. It is June the 11th, Thursday, 2:53 on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I trust you're having a good day. If not, maybe tomorrow will bring happiness to you if you base your happiness or sadness on the markets. If it's up, you're happy. If it's down, you're sad. You need to get out of that. I don't know how to get you out of the emotional side of trading. The only way I can think of is to have a better grasp of what's going on in the markets. And that just, unfortunately, it takes time. It takes time to develop a sense of, okay, the markets are not out here to destroy me. Some people would disagree with that. But are just here as a vehicle, right? If you understand the vehicle, a train's rushing by you at 90 miles an hour, you're not going to stick your hand out and try to grab a hold of that train. You're going to try to grab a hold of that train when it's leaving the station. There's a lot of analogies to leaving the station. I would suggest that when you see a stock starting to turn the corner and start phase 2, I write about that in my book. Phase 1 is accumulation. If you can identify accumulation, half the job is done because you know where institutions are picking up shares, okay? So with Oracle, it was basing the accumulation phase after the big drawdown, if you recall. The big drawdown, let me just go out a few months here. Oracle's a good example. Actually, let me just go to the Oracle example. It's a lot easier than remarking up this chart. Oracle. Okay, so you can see where phase 3 distribution occurs. Something happens. The stock, the company, they say something wrong. They don't like, the markets don't like it. Institutions start dumping shares. That creates distribution. Once we drop below the 50-day and the 50-day rolls over, you know you're in phase 4. You can bank on it. Take it to the bank. When you're below the 50-day and prices drop below and cannot get back above the 9 and 21-day or the 50-day, you know you're in distribution or you're in markdown mode. Once prices stop moving lower and start bouncing around and creating a base, that's accumulation. So then you look for the trend break. Distribution, markdown, phase 1 accumulation. Once you break the trend, the 50-day, once you break above the 50-day, you start looking for answers. confirmation. Once we start to see higher lows building, you know you're in phase two. Stocks go through this. Assets go through this. They go through this process. Every single asset out there goes through this process. Okay? Distribution, that's institutions getting rid of positions. Markdown, that's the little guy holding on for dear life. HODL. Holding on for dear life. Gets down to a point where there's capitulation. They can't take it anymore. Institutions start accumulating shares. That's phase one. You know what comes next, phase two. Look for that 50-day break. If you can identify that phase right there, the change between phase one and phase two, you're going to make a big change in your investing career. So if you understand where the markets are, you can dispense with being emotional because you're not sitting in this the entire way down. You've seen the distribution. Okay, it's not going to go, I'll take my ball and go home, right? And I'll come back when it's spring training and we'll come back out. Okay, now it's starting to move. All right, I can go out with my ball and start playing again. All right, so right now, Oracle, we're waiting for it to get back above the 50-day. You could be buying ORCX. I won't tell you not to. I'm waiting for a base, but buying Oracle today, ORCX was a good idea coming off the low. Andrew, you might have bought some. I think you're probably going to be just fine. I think Jim Lebenthal said that he was buying Oracle today, and that even if he's wrong and it's not the absolute low right now, he'll add to it. So he's scaling in. Very wise guy. Jimmy Lebenthal, Farmer Jim. So watch the phases. You can see it in just about every stock. All right, let's go to Tesla, for example. Let's look at Tesla. Okay, let's zoom out. Tesla, 1 year. Okay, you can see phase 4, the markdown. It's kind of disguised, but you can see the move back above the 50-day here. Come back down. We just rolled over and went back down below the 50-day. So I would call this more of an ugly chart. Let's go to Google. Google had a nice run up. Okay, so you can see the nice trend up. Okay, so on the trend up, we pull back into this base because it undercut previous bases. This is called stage 1, not to be confused with phase 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a stage 1 base. This is articulated by the late William O'Neill in many of his books. You look for the base, and then you look for the breakout. Okay, in this case, we pull back to the breakout level, and we're looking for a bounce. Okay, the 50 days there too. Okay, so you got this little cup pattern. Okay, you got the cup. That's your first stage base. Okay, so if we get going and push higher here, that's what we'll be looking for. This looks like a nice little handle. So the handle forms when people are selling, obviously. When the sellers dissipate to a point that there's a lack of them and institutions start coming in again and buying, you'll see the stock move higher. So RSI is below 50. Looking for RSI to turn up. Looking for MACD to turn up. Looking for stochastic to move off of oversold. So this is pretty close. Pretty close. And we had Berkshire Hathaway buy $10 billion worth of discounted shares. Okay, so that's Google. Let's look at something like, let's say, McDonald's. Okay, McDonald's, 1 year. Okay, we can see the markdown phase. We can see the accumulation phase. Once we break above the 50-day, that should be the start of phase 2, markup. Okay, and if I enable volume by price, you should see volume by price, put it on the left. And
high took alert plus 800.
Okay, there's the high tech. We're
took alert.
extreme high tech. Okay, extreme high tech. So here's your base. Here's your base building here. Get above the 50-day. This is going to be good. All right. So S&P 500 going for it. Extreme high tick. Okay, there we go. Going to get back above 73.90. It looks like it. Okay. Okay, I got extreme high tech here. All right, so here's S&P. Let's go back to the S&P. ABC. S&P. All right, so S&P. Yeah, so the number one way, and from my experience, once I understood the phases in the market,
Extreme high tick alert.
I was no longer a captive of emotions. Okay. Now, I added a layer on top of that. Once I understood what institutions were doing by following what we look at every day from spot gamma, once I understood this, a light bulb went off in my head. Okay. Not only can I see accumulation on a regular chart, not only can I see this accumulation and the trend break, but now I can tune into what institutions are doing. Now, if I see institutions selling puts below and buying calls, that's telling me they're bullish because they want to sell puts down below for premium, not expecting to get assigned, or even if they do, maybe there's some reason for them to get assigned. But generally, when you sell puts and buy calls, that's creating positive gamma. You're looking for the markets to move higher. So layering gamma on top and knowing with each day the notes that Brent posts and I talk about in the gamma channel, knowing what institutions are doing, knowing where Core 1M is, all of these things help to, it's like a pilot flying at night. Remember JFK Jr. died at night because he didn't have instrument trading? It's like flying a plane where you don't know how to read the instruments. It's like flying a plane at nighttime when you're not qualified to fly with instruments, right? But once you understand what the markets are doing and all the signals that it gives you, calls are too expensive. Core 1M drops below 8. I know to start expecting prices to pull back, calls to get crushed. So I want to get out of those calls. I want to go further out in time. So theta isn't a big deal. I want IB to spike and then retreat so that I can get back into calls when they're less expensive. I want to buy VIX when I think I need a hedge if I haven't exited most of my positions. All of these things can add up to being emotionally detached from the markets. That's probably one of the most important skills a trader can learn is how can I be less emotional? Because if you're an emotional trader, you're taking stops when you shouldn't, or I should say, you're getting in where you shouldn't, and you're taking stops because you got in the wrong place, right? Not understanding what the markets are capable of doing is a big factor in being emotional. And I hope that helps with you, with the new traders. But if you can learn from that one idea, I think you're going to be a lot better at trading and investing. Computers are not emotional. They use all these signals that have been developed over the years, you know. You think they were buying the highs? You think computers were buying the highs when Core 1M was below 7, below 6? They were probably selling premium, right? They're not emotional. Anyway, here goes Amazon. So Amazon giving us a reversal. I tend to bloviate a lot when occasionally. Sorry about that. I hope to share ideas and experience with you from time to time. That would be helpful in my mind if I had known this stuff nearly 40 years ago. It's 40 years ago if you account for when I first picked up an IBD newspaper in 1986. I thought it was really cool. I got all this information about stocks, and man, all these people are probably making money. And here I am just out of college, and I'm saying, wow, I really need to learn this stuff, right? I really need to learn this stuff, Vinny. And I did. I started reading. And at some point, you come to a realization that, oh my God, my head is so full of everything that I'm like lost. I have no idea. I know everything. I've read everything, and now I'm so confused. Like, what's the most important thing, right? Nobody sits you down and says, okay, look for the phases. What is Core 1M doing? What's VIX doing? Well, some people do. Are we trending? Are we consolidating? All right. Because you can learn all this stuff. And at some point, many of you in the trading room that have been around since 2016, when we first opened up the trading room, many of you know we've talked about this before. At some point, you got to be like Bruce Lee. Use the things that are useful to you, right? Keep the things that are useful to you, and discard everything else, right? If you're a day trader, you're looking at the 1 minute and RSI. You're looking at the 60-minute for the setup. You're looking at the daily for trend. It's it. That's it. Daily for trend and weekly. What are the indices doing? Watch the 60-minute. Do we move above the 60-minute 20 MA? Then start looking at the 1 minute for day trades. That's it. If you're a swing trader, you want to pay attention to that 60-minute, because that's your lifeline, right? Here's the 60-minute Tesla. We're starting to move above the 20 MA. Is it balls to the wall long right now? No, but we need to see this turn up like it did over here. Once it turns up, then we've got a guide or a reference to tell us emotionally, should we be long? Should we be out of the trade? What? Okay, every time this turned up, look what happened. That was a pretty decent trend. Now, obviously, this is what's happened in the past. It doesn't tell us what's going to happen in the future, but we can get a pretty good idea that this is going to repeat itself to a certain degree. If this turns up, it's definitely going to repeat itself. Apple, same thing, right? Below the 20 MA. Like over here, all the way on the left, you're setting up right now what happened over here. If you had gotten along at 270, right, you could have gotten out at 316 more or less, just following the trend. Chevron, we've used this example many times. Chevron, okay, back in January, Chevron, we got long on January, and we used the 60-minute. The 60-minute was trending that entire time for what, 12 weeks, 14 weeks? We kept rolling those up from 150, 155 call spreads all the way up to 200, 210. I think we got out around 210. All right, that'll keep you from being emotional. That's probably the biggest issue a lot of people have. You get so locked in that you can't take a trade off, Here's another thing. When you're in a losing position, okay, let's say you got $1,000 left in a losing position and you think it's going to just keep going lower. Why not take the $1,000 and get into something that you know or suspect is moving in the right direction? It's the same $1,000. Okay, I sold my 1,000 shares, or I sold $1,000 worth of Intel. Okay, I'm going to get back into something else. Or I sold 1,000 shares of Apple because it wasn't working. It's the same share. It's the same amount of money. It's just a different symbol. You put it into something that's working. You might say, well, Vinny, I lost on something else and I'll probably buy something at the wrong time and lose again. And I'm just doubling my losses. Yeah, there's some truth to that too, but just learn how to trade and how to take stops and you won't be in that situation. Easier said than done, I know. Okay, so Intel is looking okay. Apple's looking okay. Tesla. All right, Tesla. For those of you, I know Ursel, I think you're still in this, right? Big pop today. Did you carry this all the way? Let me see. Tesla. Hopefully you took that TSLL. I recommended, not recommended, I gave you what I thought the targets were, TSLL. All right, so intraday, I was giving you targets of, let's see, to start the day, your targets were $12.50, $12.50. All right, so $12.50, 13. Okay, we haven't gotten to 13 yet. So 13 is the next level. Okay, 13. All right, so Tesla's turning the corner. This is TSLL. TSLL is the derivative, 2 times bull. Okay, we're just moving above the 20 EMA. So with Tesla, tomorrow's the SpaceX IPO. So you may or may not want to take a position. It's late in the day with 49 minutes to go. But as a scalp, this is probably going to work. Probably going to keep going, I would think. Maybe not. Anyway, so that's Tesla. Intel, definitely a nice retracement on Intel, shaking the tree. A lot of people stopped out way down here, and now we're right back up near the highs. Intel. Did that help anybody? Hopefully it helped for people out there. As far emotions can like rob you of happiness, right? Can rob you of that happiness that you're looking for. If I could just make $1,000 a day, that would make me happy. If I could just make $10,000 this month, that would make me happy. But I get so emotional, I can't react. I always buy at the wrong time. If you stay with us long enough, you'll stop making the mistake of buying at the high of the day. Occasionally I'll do it too, and I'll get stopped out. But stick with us a while. You'll see there's a lot of traders in the chat that are very, very skilled, they're very helpful. I'd name a few names, but I don't want people to get upset if I don't name their name. You know who you are. Oh, okay. So that's looking really good here. 4-1 across the board.
If you haven't already, read what Matt Levine wrote today. He reminds us that SpaceX launched its IPO market by saying it's like 555 million. Okay, Tesla breaking higher. Yeah, baby, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Iran's Fars news agency says, given that the U.S. has accepted the text proposed by Iran, the likelihood of this text being approved by Iran is high. Holy moly. Oh, wow. That's impressive. Okay, if that's true. Okay. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. If that's true, that should be really, really good for the markets.
All right. So my son just bought some CBRX at the low. Good job, Antoine. Oh boy. Hope everyone's having a good day. New York Fangs are looking good. If we can just get Microsoft to turn, that would be good. All right. Just need
In terms of the offering, that price, as we know, they've already set at $135 a share. I'm just looking at the banks involved: Goldman, Morgan, B of A, Citi, JP Morgan, Barclays, Deutsche Bank. Looks like RBC, UBS, Wells Fargo, and then there's a whole other list of banks. It's a big offering.
It's a big offering.
Everybody wants a piece of it.
It's a record. We're going to be covering it for 4 hours tomorrow, just on Bloomberg Business Week Daily special coverage. Starts at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to continue our coverage of SpaceX in just a minute. Ed Lobo, Bloomberg Tech, is joining us along with Daily Lipschutz. Bloomberg News IPO reporter. We talk to them when we return on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
all right. It's funny how this shit lines up, huh? Oh my gosh. This is nuts. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, it is what it is. It is what it is, as the famous, a friend of mine used to say, famous Matt Woods used to say. Okay, there we go. Stream high tech. Okay, there goes NVIDIA. All right, everything is turning up now. Whew. Phew. All right. Yeah, we need a little bit more upside here. That's looking good. Home Depot. Yeah, let's see. Home Depot should do well. We're just in the middle of hurricane season: May, June, July, August, September, October. 6 months out of the year. Home Depot. This used to be one of Rick's go-to stocks between Home Depot and what else did he used to trade? Home Depot was a big one. Trying to think. Well, the S&P obviously was one as well. He would trade the Qs as well. Home Depot was a good one. Being down south in hurricane territory. Okay, what's Generac doing? Generac generators. Caterpillar, I saw that earlier. Generac. These pulled back recently. Bouncing at the 50-day. Good entry area. You don't have to act today. If we get a bounce tomorrow, that would be good too. Walmart had a decent move there. Home Depot, Robinhood. We talked about Robinhood trying to break out. Robinhood. Okay, Robinhood's looking pretty good. Okay. IWM. Okay, IWM looks good. Let's see. IWM. Somebody bought IWM. What was it? They bought the 290, August 290 call. You remember that? Somebody bought the August 290 call. I think it was yesterday. I forget who told me that. I think it might have been David. Somebody bought the August 290 call in a big way. Okay, that's up quite a bit. August 290. Okay. IWM looks good. NVIDIA is still pushing. Thank you, NVIDIA. Taiwan Semiconductor. What's Taiwan Semiconductor doing? TSM. Okay, we're going to get a bounce here. Should I take SOXS off? Probably, right? SOXS. I can always put it back on. I'm going to take this is a deteriorating asset. I'm going to take SOXS off. Where are you? Where are you? SOXS. Did I exit already? Did I? Huh. SOXS. No. SOXS. I did not. All right, let me close this. Create a closing order. All right, I don't need this right now. I think semiconductor is going to do just fine. Okay, that's holding me back. SOXS, I'm out. I'm out. Okay. 60-cent loss on SOXS. Okay, took it off. I don't think we're going to need it. SOXS. Let me just post that in the trading room so there's no confusion.
Shares down 9% after the company reported better capital expenses that were higher than estimates. Katrina Dudley, the senior strategist at Franklin Templeton, on Bloomberg Open Interest this morning, she told us it is a healthy sign that people are challenging the spending numbers.
We had this idea that probably a year ago, if you just said I'm spending on AI and I'm spending capex on AI, the stock would go up.
Bugs and Modelo. Yeah. Yeah, he's good, man. He really is good. Sometimes I disagree with him, and he turns out to be right. And I'm just kind of like, okay, now I'm starting to learn from my son. That's pretty funny. Yeah, he's right more than he's wrong. It's funny because his mother wants him to manage her money, even though I'm making it for her.
Out of this world, but is it better than Cerebras was?
not by definition as it relates to the actual share count available, but then it's one of those funny things where you go, okay, it's more than 4 times oversubscribed, and then you get back the upload map and say, well, that's a lot of orders. So in terms of sheer net demand, yes, but in terms of like oversubscribed books, we've seen a number of deals that are 20, 30, 45 times oversubscribed.
So what's the signal here with this sentiment?
I mean, people buy into the story. The thing about the also, let's just be some boring and old-fashioned on there's a lot that's
High tick alert plus 800.
Yep, high tick. High tick alert. High tick alert. High tick alert. High tick alert. Jeez. Just crushing it. Crushing it.
I'm stalling, by the way, because he's trying to send messages to us as a trying to.
Okay, well, I guess so I'm going to stall with you. I mean, there's excitement over the IPO. Yay, we're going to get first day of trading. I get it. I get the importance of it. But then there's the actual business. I mean, this is not.
It's not, but what's been very interesting in the last thing was let's say speaking to a lot of existing investors and people that will participate in this IPO, they're actually probably even more bullish.
Meta going.
SpaceX is set out prospectus. So actually, the idea of orbital data centers, these are data centers in the form of satellite, going into deployment and then generating revenues. Actually, a lot of people I've spoken to very seriously.
Do 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 do.
They've said as early as 2028. And we've got Red Winton, you got them on. Yeah, I mean, our investors very bullish on anything.
$300 billion.
Yeah, so let me explain as succinctly as I can his thesis. Yeah.
Mark and Kathy Wood, I know some people find it controversial and hard to say. Having said that, to the get-go, with everyone was it new?
NVIDIA's score here. NVIDIA. There goes Tesla. Holy smokes.
This is the question about valuation, right? So this stock will trade at 100 times or 90 times current revenues for pieces of actually calculate them. What Brett Winton and Art's argument is well, actually, we have a lot of data available to us about Sky. That is the business of internet and direct-to-cell based satellites. The cost of those satellites, how many of them there are, the dollar basis it takes to deliver them. And all he's doing is extrapolating out to the data center business and saying, I actually can model how quickly they can put revenues on it. With the big if they get Starship, they get rockets to work. Simple.
Use them on the Bloomberg terminal app. On the phone, because Ed gets the computer. Okay. He gets the computer. What do you SpaceX reports the pricing of the IPO.
Formally 135. So
Not a surprise though.
no, not as far as at all. Like Elon kind of called a shot in terms of this being a $75 billion fundraise, this being a deal that comes with $135 each. But it's official according to what
High tick alert plus 800.
Oh.
Extreme high tick alert.
Extreme high tick. Holy smokes. Extreme high tick alert. Bullish. Yikes. Yikes a bee. There we go. Boom. Oh, look at Tesla. Tesla, come on. Ah, this is great. This is great. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, bears. Jeez.
Extreme high took alert.
So I think what's going to be more interesting, right, is the retail allocation wherever it ends up. Again, there'll be lots of individuals around the world super disappointed. So the indication doesn't matter. It's largely a sentiment indicator, and it's based on humans talking to them. But when the trade happens, what we
Oh boy. Cha-ching, as Russell likes to say, except in moving in a different direction. All right. So we've got 28 minutes to go. 28 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 3:32 p.m. I hope you're having a good day. Son buying it. My kid is just killing me here. Okay. Love this kid, man. He learned so quick. He's going to have such a life ahead of him. So proud. So freaking proud. When you're a kid, you tend to learn things more
Hi took alert
intuitively,
plus 800.
and you don't. You look at it and you understand it a lot easier. Just like communication. Um, Communication skills, with languages and things. You learn it so easy when you're a kid. And he used to sit on my lap. He used to sit on my lap, and he was like, I don't know, 6 years old, 5, 6 years old. And the first thing I remember him saying this, and some of you have been around a while, you remember this conversation. He came home to me one day and he says, Papa, I understand Fibonacci's. And I said, what? He said, I understand Fibonacci's. 382, 618. I looked at him and I was like, what? He said, we learned about Fibonacci's today. I was like, they're teaching stocks in school. And no, Papa. I heard you say Fibonacci's the other day. We learned Fibonacci's today. And he remembered that I said 382 and 618. I just thought that was like, it blew my mind, a 6-year-old, right? He's in what, second grade? The school he went to was really good, I have to say, but the kid is so bright. Man, I wish I was as smart as him. No telling where I'd be right now. I'm happy with my life, but damn, the kid's so smart. People say like father, like son. It's more like son, like father. I'm learning things from him that I never thought I'd be interested in. Rocketry, chemicals, how things work, I remember vinegar and soda, stuff like that, but he knows all of these things about making rocket fuels and stuff. I'm saying, dude, don't blow my house up, okay? No, silly. That's not going to blow up the house. Plus, we got fire extinguishers and we got, this and that. It's like, still, don't blow up my house. Yeah. So you can learn from your kids too, believe it or not. Believe it or not, if you just step back and be a little humble, sometimes you learn from your children. Wow, look at this market. Man, if this war ends, oh my gosh, I'm not even going to say anything political, but I just, the people that are against him. All right, the futures continue to climb. Tesla's still going here. Tesla looking good. Man, what a freaking move. Mm-hmm.
sons, Dominic and Charles, many more dedicated fishermen, seafood industry leaders, great leaders here. And you guys, it's amazing. And they're doing great. Under the Obama-Biden administration's radical environment.
Look at this market. Oh man, we're gonna blow up here. We're gonna blow up. Oh, should I buy some S&P for tomorrow? I got IWM already, so that's going to be something similar. SPX. We're at the high of the day. I can't do it. Jeez, I would love to. I should have done it a while ago. Where are we? S&P 500. S&P. Okay. Can we get to 7,500 tomorrow? That'd be a trip, right? Make sure if you're going to buy tomorrow's options, make sure you're buying the PM, not the AM. I've done that before. Andrew caught me one time. Are you sure you want to buy the AM? Remember that, Andrew? Why did you buy the AM? Good question. Why did I? I remember that conversation, Andrew. I have a very good memory as I'm getting up in my age.
It's amazing that a 500 mile by 500 mile, massive amount of the Atlantic Ocean. So we don't have to fish. But Canada was, Japan was, they don't get rid of fish, but our people were allowed to fish. That was put in by Barack Hussein Obama.
Man, he's funny.
I did it twice. And then they had a rigged election. I wasn't here. Totally rigged election. Just like what was happening in California. You see what they got the kid out. And then they were doing the same thing to Steve Hilton. And I started bringing it. I said, look. He said, it's going to take 2 more weeks. It was a week. And he was heading south. And I started saying it's a rigged election. And then he said it was going to take 2 weeks, 1 week, 2 weeks. And all of a sudden he was alert, because the heat was on. He couldn't get along with it. I didn't do it, I guarantee he wouldn't be the nominee. It's a rigged election. Our country, we have to get, by the way, the Save America Act has to get passed by the Senate. House has passed it 3 times. But with today's action, we're officially reopening nearly 500,000 square miles of water around northwestern.
Trump on Iran Strait will be open as soon as deal is signed. I can't believe it. I mean, it's only been, 4 months? February, March, April, May. 4 months? All right. It's pretty wild when you think about Obama was a war president for 8 years. We had something going on overseas for 8 years of his presidency. That's wild. But yet the market still moved higher. That's the takeaway. Even though oil was look it up. Look at crude oil. Bring up a chart of crude oil. The monthly time frame. 45 months above $100 a barrel under the Obama administration. Yet the markets moved higher. So the markets tend to discount a lot. Okay, if you get too focused on, if you get too far into the weeds, you miss the big picture, you know. Okay.
When it comes to the war with Iran, he said he won't be able to be there for the signing. That
All right, CR.
JD Vance will be at Iran for that signing. He said the signing will be soon.
So my son just responded. He's working right now. He just responded. Damn kid.
Just made a great settlement of the war with Iran, and we're going to be subject to finalization of documents. He said, "Quote: we should get done over the next few days. Probably have a signing maybe in Europe."
Yeah, and I'm just going to go back to that. We had some headlines earlier coming out that, let's see, CBS did tweet the U.S.-Iran memorandum of understanding likely to be signed next week. But we also did have the Fars News Agency coming out and basically citing informed sources on a U.S. deal and saying that Iran has not yet approved any text for agreement with the United States. Forgive me as I go through a lot of headlines here on the Bloomberg, but I don't know. Right now, equity investors, bond investors certainly buying it because we've got stocks just coming off their best levels of the session, but we have been pretty high when it comes to the trade here. Really, some big moves to the upside.
Yeah, the Nasdaq 100 up 3.4%, but Charlie Pellet has more on the market and the market reaction to this. Did you get under 20 minutes to close the equity trade? Hey, Charlie.
Hello there, Tim and Carol. Indeed, the Dow up more than 1,000 points. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
Hey, and good afternoon, Shaw. That's right. U.S. stocks are trading higher after Trump canceled a planned strike against Iran and said a deal should be done pretty quickly. The Dow's currently up 1,000 points. S&Ps are higher by 1.9%. The Nasdaq, that's up 2.6%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.4.
All right, so the Dow Jones is up 1,000, S&P is up 140. Holy Toledo.
Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were industrials and materials. Only energy was lower, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Amgen and Honeywell, while Salesforce and Microsoft led to the downside. Wrapping things up, Adobe reports. The bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney.
S&P 500. Let me see what he's doing here.
SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is the drive to the close.
If you had access to a car like this, would you take it back right away?
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are just under 18 minutes.
All right.
Really
74.06. All right, we're back above gamma flip. All right, so we flipped to positive gamma above this level. Okay, above 7,400 for sure. We're positive gamma. Okay, you want to keep an eye on that positive gamma. That's going to be good for you. Good for me. Look at that. Look at the hedge flows. Hedge flows are running up. Hedge flows are running up. Notice this morning we had like 4 million, 5 million trading. We're up to 4 billion, 5 billion now. Big change, right? Big change. Look at that. 4.4 billion. 5 billion up here. If we keep going, we've traded about, let's see. Yeah, we traded about 4 billion in gamma so far. Look at this. We're moving above this level, 7,400. 99 percentile. Wow.
That's down. It's down almost $3. That's for December of 2026. That's rent, and that is still very much higher than everybody wants to see, but not that much lower than where we are today. So yes, it shows that the curve takes a long time to get normalized again. Kind of like what Stephen Cook was telling us, that the Strait of Hormuz, like there could be a toll on it. Like there could be a premium on oil.
Let's see what Lauren Sanfilippo has to say. She's senior investment strategist with the chief investment office at Merrill and Bank of America Private Bank. She joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. The CIO's team investment guidance influences more than $2 trillion in client assets, of course, across the Merrill and the Private Bank network. Lauren, good to have you back here in studio. Lots of things coming at investors, whether it's the war, inflation reads, we're watching growth, we're off of earnings, waiting for next earnings. There's a lot of things that are happening. New issuance into the market, AI trade. What is it that you guys talk about most
certainly you can say that maybe the markets move past the war, right? We're seeing, but look what's going on today, right? And so it's really not over till it's over. I joined you last time and we were talking about the ceasefire and sort of the market moving ahead and how it will trade. It's not dissimilar to what's happening now, right? And so how many times can we price this?
Okay, so I'm talking to my son right now about CBRX, CBRS, CBRX. Okay, so turning on the 60-minute, turning back up. Okay, pushing higher, looks good.
Something that we've been advocating for, like reasons for that. No, the setup that it would be a healthy rotation that we thought was coming for markets. And that's not a great day. It was not a great day, yeah. If you're along the market. And we are. And that's, and we thought that maybe that breath was sort of warranted for where we're at, right? We had run a little bit too far, maybe too fast. And so, like, you look at semiconductors as an example, right? They had that fundamental backdrop. But to see the sort of pullback that we saw may have made sense just heading into the summer.
Is it enough though? I mean, semis are up still, what, 70+%?
Icron Pulse, Deep Calls, SPX Pulse, Long Dated, Spider Pulse, SanDisk Pulse, Long Dated, SanDisk Pulse, Spider 0 DTE, Call Side.
Right, so some of those are flags. You just mentioned circular financing, right? We're watching. How big a flag is it? So it's nothing like, we're not talking AI.com type, right? I mean, and also we need to keep in perspective, like, define a bubble. A bubble doesn't necessarily have to inflate by like 40% or something ridiculous, right? And so maybe we are in a little bit of a bubble, but like that just feels like such a bad thing, but maybe it isn't, right? I think the actual fundamental backdrop was there, and that's what was missing.
We're doing a little bit of history there.
LRCX Pulse.
The summit up there in San Francisco, but you brought up the downtown market. And is there a way for us to think about this kind of different?
I really do believe that this AI investment cycle actually is a generational investment cycle. I think this is a really amazing opportunity to get in.
Yep.
LRCX Pulse.
Here goes Microsoft. All right.
AMD Pulse.
Looking good. Okay, Tesla. Tesla flagging at the high. All right, so Microsoft, nice reversal. Microsoft reversal off the low. Still got a lot of work to do, Microsoft.
It's interesting, actually. I was asked last week, is there more to the market than AI? And that's exactly what our answer has been, yes, because you've actually seen some type of rolling pullbacks in certain names, right? So you've seen like a max drawdown in the S&P of like 9%. But if you look at individual constituents, their max
NVIDIA Pulse, Long Dated.
Right, and then the NASDAQ is actually a more severe story. And so there are definitely opportunities for you to rotate out of tech, right? And that's what we have to get clients comfortable with. There's a little bit of recency bias, of course, right? AI's worked for a long time. Yeah. So you want to ride your winner. Big Tim has worked for a long time.
Microsoft. Okay, Tesla. Tesla, nice day today. Need to get back about the 50-day. Tomorrow is a SpaceX IPO. A lot of people are going to be looking forward to that.
SanDisk Pulse, Long Dated, Shenanigans.
Tesla. All right, Google, nice little hammer today. Google got a little bit of a wick on the top, but it looks pretty good. Google. Man, if they actually sign this deal, man, we'll be back up at 7,500, 7,550 soon, 7,600. Crude oil, what's crude oil doing? Big drop in crude oil. Crude oil dropping down to USO is dropped down to 128, was up at 136.
Micron pulse, long dated. Meta pulse, long dated. Tesla pulse.
What's Meta doing here? Meta. Meta.
Gold pulse, long dated. SanDisk pulse. Apple pulse. Q's pulse, long dated. Nvidia pulse, long dated. SanDisk pulse, shenanigans. Spider pulse, Micron pulse, deep calls. SPX pulse, Tesla pulse. SanDisk pulse, long dated. Soft pulse. Soft pulse, long dated.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stanaback on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just under 7 minutes to go to wrap up the trade on this Thursday, June 11th, 2026. Carol Massar, Tim Stanaback, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We've got quite a rally underway, and again, we're back to
Crude oil, Tesla. Okay, Tesla back up to the highest. Tesla. Okay, cool. Meta.
Marvel pulse, long dated. Shenanigans. Size.
We will see, and we'll watch this very, very closely. But in the meantime, stocks have taken off, treasuries have taken off, the U.S. Treasury market. We've seen higher as yields went up, and we've seen oil move down. So
SPX pulse.
All right, the 10-year yield, U.S. 10-year. Let's see, dropped like 10 basis points. 10 basis point drop. Okay, in the 10-year, that's good. That's good for IWM. IWM should be higher. It is good. All right, looking for a little bit higher now.
Shenanigans.
IWM. It's been a good evening. Considering the dip that we had, been a very good day. I hope some of you new traders, I hope some of you take it to heart what I was talking about earlier about filtering out the emotions in trading. You can do it if you know what to look for. And that's what we're all about. Money flow. What phase are we in? What's Core 1M tell us? What are options? How are options priced? When you see a lot of these things, a lot of these options positions that were positioned that were had 100% risk reversal written all over them, you're not surprised to see Oracle pull back, or Broadcom, or any of those stocks pull back that were up in the top right corner of that trading screen, the scanner. Okay, so in the top right corner, that's when they're really expensive. Okay, Microsoft, 93% risk reversal, IV rank 60%, IV is 31%, real time RV is 35. Okay, so yeah, some of these are starting to drift to the left, which is what we want to what we want to see. We want these to move to the left. Tesla's one of them, and now Tesla is able to turn right back and move in the right side. So people buying the dip on Tesla probably get rewarded. I wouldn't buy it up here at the high, obviously, but earlier this morning, back above the 50-day over there on the right, Tesla.
Size. Long dated. SPX pulse. Soft pulse.
SPX pulse, longer dated calls are starting to come through.
Tesla pulse. Deep calls. 0 DTE. Call side.
Not everyone excited. Veteran short seller Jim Chanos today calling it yesterday calling it a hopes and dreams IPO driven by enthusiasm for Musk and AI.
There goes Google. Google ripping the bears to shreds right now. Google. All right, we're going to have a big hammer or club.
Long dated.
All right, that's looking pretty good there, Corey. There goes Google. Google going into the closing bell. Google.
Tesla pulse.
You understand? Yeah. You better understand.
Tesla pulse. Long dated. Size. Shenanigans. Tesla pulse. Long dated.
Okay, we got 10 seconds to go. 10 seconds. Hope you guys had a good day today. It was good reversal day to buy the dips. Once we started to see the choppiness pass. Okay, so I got a hard stop, everyone. Have a good one. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao. I got to run.